know how sometimes you feel like your head's full of those prison movie cliches? Well, get ready to hit the mental reset button because we are diving into the life story of reformed London gangster Yami B.
Right.
And trust me, the reality is way more complex than any film.
It really is. And what's fascinating is how Yami B dismantles these tropes right from the get-go.
Okay.
Starting with who you think is dangerous behind bars.
Okay.
He says, forget Charles Bronson or Robert Morsley. These guys are products of the system, not masterminds.
Okay, so he's saying a guy who spent decades in solitary confinement. He's not the real danger.
Right.
What does that even mean in a prison context?
It's a crucial question. And it makes us really kind of confront this idea of, we think about danger.
Yeah.
We think about, inherent traits.
Mm-hmm.
But Yami B seems to be drawing a distinction between inherent danger and the environment's effect on someone's mental state.
So it's like the prison system itself might create these extreme figures.
Potentially, yeah.
Rather than them just being born like bad seeds or whatever.
Exactly.
Heavy stuff.
Yeah.
And speaking of danger, he drops this line, when two killers meet, no one wins.
Ooh.
Gives me chills just thinking about it. What's the psychological game there?
It's primal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Think of it like almost like two scorpions in a bottle.
Right.
They can't not fight, even if it means mutual destruction.
Wow.
And it's about dominance, yes, but also I think it's about the terrifying prospect of showing weakness in a place where weakness is exploited.
Right. So you do have to be a certain level of hard just to survive. But then, but there's also this intelligence aspect he talks about.
Right.
That story of the guy boasting about his attack plan and how he was going to get this guy back. What was Yami B getting at there?
I think it's a difference between brute force and strategy.
Okay.
Which is where prison intelligence comes in. And in a pressure cooker like that, every action, every word is loaded with meaning.
Right.
It's about reading the room, gathering information, knowing when to make your move or not.
It's like chess, but with way higher stakes.
Absolutely.
And your reputation is basically your most powerful piece on the board.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
He was saying even the toughest guys back down from someone with a fearsome rep.
Exactly. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy, where the more others believe in your capacity for violence, the less you actually have to use it.
Wow.
But here's the twist. Yami B hints that this power dynamic is shifting.
Oh, how so?
Well, he starts talking about these postcode gangs.
Yeah, what's the deal with those guys? They sound like a whole different breed.
They kind of are.
Yeah.
Imagine a new generation raised on different codes, loyalties tied to their postcode rather than the old school hierarchy. They're more unpredictable, often more brutal, and that shakes up the entire power structure.
Yeah, he tells this story about a young gang leader who, on the surface, was respectful towards Yami B, but ultimately this kid's taking orders from his uncle on the outside.
Interesting.
So it's even within the prison walls, there are these external forces at play.
Absolutely. It highlights how much of prison life is still dictated by the outside world.
Right.
Whether it's family ties, gang affiliations, or even just the news filtering in, that external pressure can be incredibly volatile.
Yeah, and for Yami B, it wasn't just about surviving the physical violence, was it?
Right.
He talks about the mental and emotional toll it takes, even years later.
Yeah, and that's the hidden sentence, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the way that incarceration can fracture someone's sense of self, the trauma, the isolation, the constant fear.
Right.
It doesn't just disappear when you walk out those gates.
It makes you wonder, can someone ever truly leave prison behind?
It's a huge question.
But hold on, before we get too heavy, Yami B also talks about finding humanity in unexpected places.
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes you think about what allows someone to hold on to those bits of hope and humanity in those situations.
Yeah, it's like that saying, you can imprison a man, but you can't imprison his mind. Right?
It's so true.
But there's one story that really stuck with me.
Okay.
Where Yami B, he gets robbed after he's released.
Yeah.
And he says it was almost a good thing.
Right.
Oh.
And that's where things get really interesting, because for him, it wasn't about enjoying being a victim.
Right.
It was about finally understanding the impact of his own actions.
Right.
The fear and vulnerability that he'd inflicted on others.
So it took being on the receiving end to really get it.
In a way, yeah.
Wow, that's deep stuff.
It is.
And it makes me think about that whole prison intelligence thing again. Because he talks about this story. A guy's boiling cooking oil in the prison kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone freaks out.
Right, and rightly so.
Right.
Because the context is everything.
Yeah.
Right? Like, in that environment, a seemingly innocuous act like that could mean anything.
Yeah.
It's a great example of how finely tuned prison intelligence has to be.
Right.
You're constantly scanning for threats, interpreting signals, and trying to stay one step ahead.
It's like you always have to be on, right?
Wait.
And this guy, he makes like the classic mistake of announcing his plan to everyone.
Right.
Not exactly a strategic genius, this guy.
Not exactly, no. And it highlights this key point, right?
Yeah.
That information is power, but only when used wisely. Yami B learned to play the game, throwing out red herrings, manipulating perceptions to keep everyone guessing.
It's giving me serious anxiety just thinking about it.
I can imagine.
Just like always having to be like on edge and...
Right, yeah.
And speaking of manipulation, how much of prison life is just like a giant act?
That's a great question.
Because Yami B's big on the whole like reputation thing, right?
Yes.
Building that aura of don't mess with me.
Right, because in a world without traditional rules, your reputation becomes your currency, your protection.
Right.
But like you said, it's a delicate dance, you know? Project too much strength, and you become a target.
It's like walking a tightrope.
Exactly.
With a target on your back.
100%, yeah.
And all this talk about like power dynamics and stuff, it makes me wonder, like, how do you even climb that ladder in prison?
That's the thing. It's not always about brute force.
Right.
Yami B saw firsthand that the real power players were often the ones who understood influence, strategy, negotiation.
Yeah.
The guys who could make things happen without lifting a finger.
The puppet masters.
Exactly.
It's chilling how much psychology goes into it.
It really is, yeah.
He also mentions an incident where he got jumped by a group
Right.
after he got out, too.
Yeah, and as difficult as that experience must have been, it provided him with really valuable insight.
Yeah.
It forced him to confront this reality, that the world outside wasn't so different from the one he had left behind.
It's like he's out, but he's not really free.
Right, exactly.
And he talks about how no one intervened, everyone just watched.
Yeah, it's a stark reminder of the bystander effect, isn't it?
Yeah.
How easy it is to turn a blind eye when we don't feel personally responsible.
It's easier to look away.
It's much easier to look away.
But then he contrasts that with another story.
Okay.
This time he sees, I think it was a young guy being chased.
Right.
And Yami B steps in, creates a distraction, lets the kid escape.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, and it's a very powerful example of how, even someone with his past can still choose compassion.
Yeah.
Can still act to protect another human being, which speaks volumes about his character.
And maybe, just maybe, about the possibility of change.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like he saw a reflection of his own past.
Yeah.
And decided to do something different,
And Kanseki speaks to the power of empathy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To recognize the humanity in someone else.
Yeah.
Even when they're different from us. Even when they've made mistakes.
It makes you wonder if those glimpses of compassion are like the real keys to breaking free from that cycle of violence.
Because true strength isn't about dominance or control, is it? It's about the courage to act with kindness, even when faced with darkness.
And that's a powerful message coming from someone like Yami B.
For sure.
But he's honest about the challenges of leaving that life behind,
Yeah.
He talks about struggling to connect with people, feeling like he missed out on something basic.
Yeah, like he's carrying around this invisible weight.
Yeah.
All those years lost to the system.
Right.
That sense of isolation, that emotional disconnect.
Yeah.
It makes it so much harder to build healthy relationships, to trust, to truly move on.
So it's like he's fighting this battle on two fronts, against the memories of his past and then against the stigma that follows him now.
Absolutely. And it raises such a crucial question for all of us.
Yeah.
What responsibility do we have to support those who have served their time?
Right.
To help them reintegrate into society? Because if we just write them off as, ex-cons, whatever,
right,
aren't we just perpetuating the cycle?
It's food for thought for sure. Now, I want to circle back to something Yami B mentioned earlier.
Okay.
The rise of those postcode gangs.
Yeah.
He seemed really concerned about that shift in prison culture.
Because it represents a departure from the established order, right?
Right.
It's like a wild card in an already volatile environment.
Yeah.
And these young guys are driven by different codes, different loyalties.
Yeah, and he was saying they're more ruthless, more prone to violence. It's like they're playing a whole different game.
With even higher stakes.
Right.
Yeah, and the rules of that game are constantly changing.
Yeah.
Which makes it incredibly difficult to navigate,
right.
even for someone with Yami B's experience.
He told that story about the young gang leader
Right.
who, like, on the surface, was respectful towards Yami B.
Yeah.
But ultimately, this kid's answering to his uncle on the outside.
Right.
Oh.
It just highlights how much influence the outside world still has on the inside.
It's crazy. It's a complex ecosystem.
Oh, for sure.
And Yami B's story gives us a glimpse into those complexities.
It really does.
But ultimately, his story is about more than just prison walls and power struggles,
Yeah,
right?
it's about the choices we make.
Yeah.
The consequences of those choices and the possibility of redemption, even in the darkest of places.
It's a story that challenges us to look beyond the stereotypes,
100%.
to acknowledge the humanity in every individual,
Absolutely.
even those who have made mistakes. So where does that leave us?
I think it leaves us with a sense of responsibility.
Okay.
A responsibility to understand the complexities of the justice system, to advocate for rehabilitation and reintegration,
Right.
and to recognize that even in the darkest of places, there are always glimmers of hope.
And maybe, just maybe, by listening to stories like Yami B's,
Yeah.
we can start to create a world where those glimmers of hope have a chance to grow into something brighter, something more just...
Hear, hear.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, folks. It's been real.
Ever wonder what it's really like to just disappear,
Yeah.
to live life constantly looking over your shoulder?
Yeah,
Well, we're diving deep into that world today, into the world of international fugitives.
right.
We're looking at a case study from the Philippines.
Okay.
And, wow, you provided some firsthand accounts for this one.
I did.
It's a wild ride.
Absolutely. And I think, this isn't just about like thrilling escapes and, although we'll get to those.
Right.
This deep dive, it gives us a glimpse into like the psychology of someone who is living on the edge.
Yeah.
It shows us the realities of law enforcement across borders and even how international relations kind of ripple effects
Wow.
play into all of this.
Okay, so let's unpack this. Our subject, Derek, starts his story with what seems like a shockingly easy escape from the UK. He gets a new passport, even though his old one was confiscated. How is that even possible?
Well, this is something, that it
Yeah.
really exposes vulnerabilities, right, that are in these systems.
Right.
Security measures, they vary wildly from country to country.
Right.
And you can't forget the human element in all of this.
Oh, yeah.
Mistakes, they happen.
Of course, yeah.
But what I find particularly compelling in this case with Derek is how he immediately goes into, the psychological impact of his escape. He talks about, like, the raw anxiety,
Yeah.
the palpable relief, like when he's finally in the air and, away.
Yeah.
It's not just an adventure at this point.
Yeah.
It's a complete roller coaster of emotions
Right.
that he's going through.
So then he manages to live a relatively normal life for a whole year. What does that tell us about fugitive life or even the effectiveness of international law enforcement?
I think it's a fascinating contradiction, right?
Yeah.
It seems to suggest that blending in, at least for a while, might be easier than we think.
Yeah.
Particularly in a place like the Philippines, which,
Right.
it's got a very diverse population, tons of islands.
Right. Yeah.
But as his story will show,
Yeah.
that normalcy doesn't last very long.
Because it all comes crashing down with that tip from the hospital, right?
Exactly. And this is a really good example of how social networks, even seemingly insignificant ones,
Yeah.
can unravel a fugitive's in their attempt to hide. You just never know who is watching. You never know who might have a reason to reach out to the authorities. It's a very stark reminder that the past has a way of catching up to you.
Yeah. Okay, so that hospital tip, it really blows his cover. This is where Derek's story takes a turn, right? It goes from a guy laying low to like full-on fugitive mode.
Yeah, it does. That escape from the hospital, it's a turning point in his story, puts him in a much more desperate situation.
He goes to some pretty extreme length to stay ahead of the game at this point.
He does.
Fake IDs,
Right.
constantly moving around.
Yeah.
The paranoia must have been like through the roof. And his descriptions are so vivid.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget this isn't like some, Hollywood action flick.
Right. It does sound like something ripped right out of, a thriller or something.
Yeah.
But as you said, the stakes were very real for this guy.
Oh, yeah.
And this is where we see the toll that, that this life on the run
Yeah.
really starts to have on him. Derek talks about developing PTSD.
Right.
He struggles with addiction,
Yeah.
even turning to morphine at one point just to cope with this like relentless pressure.
You mentioned PTSD. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah.
How did that manifest, in his case? Because his offenses, I mean, they weren't violent, so to experience that level of trauma, it makes you think about what must have been going on in his head, the guilt, the fear.
Yeah, no, you're right. The psychological impact of this kind of life, it can be really, really significant, even
Yeah.
if there's no physical violence involved. In Derek's case, he describes these really vivid nightmares, flashbacks to his escape. He's in a constant state of like hypervigilance, looking over his shoulder. It really shows you how brutal the mind can be. Right. Almost as brutal as any kind of physical, environment.
So, and it sounds like that's not uncommon.
No, it's not. Not at all. Actually, research suggests that a pretty high percentage of fugitives
Yeah.
end up experiencing these kinds of things, symptoms like that, and they'll often turn to, drugs or alcohol.
Self-medicating.
Yeah, exactly, to try to numb kind of that psychological pain.
And then on top of all of that,
Yeah.
you've got, the added layer of danger with the new Filipino president, right?
Yeah.
His stance on drugs at the time.
Right.
Derek mentions that, a few times in his
Ugh.
account, how it changed everything for him.
Yeah.
So can you explain that? What does he mean?
Yeah, so this is where, the geopolitical landscape, it really comes into play.
Yeah.
So the new president at the time, he had taken a much harder stance on drug offenses.
Okay.
And this led to all these crackdowns
Uh-huh.
and much harsher punishments. And for someone like Derek, I mean, he's already, dealing with addiction,
Right.
paranoia.
Right.
This change, it just amplified all the risks for him.
Yeah.
Getting caught, it wasn't just about serving time at this point.
Right.
It was potentially a death sentence.
So we've got Derek dealing with PTSD,
Right.
a growing drug dependency,
Yeah.
and this ever-present threat of the Philippines' crackdown on drugs.
Right.
It's a lot.
It is.
Yet he still manages to evade capture for years.
I know.
What finally leads to his decision to surrender?
That is a question that I think intrigues anybody who has followed, a fugitive story.
Right.
Because how do you get to that point? Well, in Derek's case, it was a combination of things.
Okay.
The pressure was just relentless at this point.
Right.
It was getting to him mentally and physically.
Yeah.
And there's this one part in his account, it's really poignant. He talks about the guilt and the fear.
Right.
But it wasn't even just for himself,
Right.
He was worried about his partner and their kids.
Right. He does mention them.
Yeah.
His family.
Yeah.
He talks about how, he's
Yeah.
carrying all this guilt because, his actions had consequences
Of course.
that went way beyond his own life at this point.
Totally.
It's one thing to choose that life, on the run.
Right.
It's another thing entirely to put your loved ones through that.
Yeah, the uncertainty, the fear. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
well, that's a lot to put
So that awareness, that sense of responsibility, that's what finally drives him to reach out to the British Embassy.
Exactly.
And his account of that process, it's a whole other story.
Right.
He talks about this
It's wild.
almost surreal encounter
Yeah.
with a security guard at the embassy. And it turns out this guard, he's connected to the authorities.
Wow.
So, that's the part that I had to read 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
This security guard ends up being instrumental in facilitating Derek's surrender.
I know, right?
That sounds like something out of a movie.
It does.
In your experience, how common is that kind of thing?
Honestly, it's probably more common than you would think.
Really?
When you're dealing with fugitive cases, it's complicated. There's
Mhm.
so many different people involved, motivations.
Right.
And not all of them are, straightforward or,
Right.
good guy, bad guy. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
It's possible this guard, he sees this guy, Derek,
Yeah.
and he's desperate.
Yeah.
Maybe he felt some kind of empathy for him,
Right.
This guy needs a way out.
Right.
She needs help.
Right.
Or maybe it was strategic,
Okay.
a way to get Derek to trust him
Okay.
and then, make the surrender easier.
Right.
Less risky.
So we don't know for sure,
We don't know.
but it's interesting.
It is.
Because it shows, even in these crazy high-stakes situations,
Yeah,
there's still that human element there.
there is. There is.
So Derek ends up back in the UK,
He does.
faces justice,
Yep.
and, based on what he says,
Mm-hmm.
he's a changed man.
Right.
The guilt,
Oh, yeah.
the remorse, the impact on his family.
Yeah.
It's clear he still carries the weight of all of his choices.
And he'll carry those for the rest of his life, I'm sure.
This story is just, I don't know,
It's intense.
it's a huge reminder that what we do has very real consequences.
It does.
And not just for us, but for everybody around us.
Yeah, actions have ripple effects.
And sometimes those ripple effects,
Yeah.
they turn into, like, tidal waves,
It really do.
We've covered a lot in this deep dive,
We have.
Like, the mechanics of how to escape.
Right.
The psychology of what it's like to be on the run. The reach of international law enforcement.
Yep.
But for me, I think the biggest takeaway is just, like, the human cost.
It's a good takeaway.
It makes you stop and think,
It does.
Every choice we make,
Yeah.
it has these consequences.
It does, yeah.
Sometimes those consequences are bigger than we could have ever imagined.
And that's life, right?
And that's life.
That's what we're exploring here.
That's it. That's the deep dive. Ever heard of a criminal who writes their own rulebook? Well, today we're diving into the life of a guy, calls himself London's craziest gangster, Mr. Fish.
Catchy name.
Right.
Mm.
But get this, he's a bank robber, dresses in drag, loves Andy McNabb. The whole thing is wild.
Definitely not your average criminal.
Not even close.
Oh.
And we're getting all this straight from him, told his story on Sean Atwood's true crime podcast, No Filter.
Sounds juicy.
Oh, it is. But before we jump into the crazy heist and prison tales, gotta set the scene right. Because Mr. Fish makes him tick.
Always key, understanding the psychology behind the actions.
Exactly. And from what I gathered, it was all about challenging the system, proving he was smarter, more cunning. Almost like this intellectual game to him.
See that a lot, not just about the money or power, but that thrill of outsmarting everyone, beating the odds.
And nothing screams that louder than his most insane heist. The armed robbery in drag.
Okay, that got my attention.
He went after this town hall, one of the most secure buildings around, surrounded by police stations, guards everywhere. He wanted the challenge.
Bold strategy.
Mr. Fish in a nutshell. So where does he get the inspiration for this? Naomi Campbell and, wait for it, Andy McNabb.
That's a combination I wouldn't have predicted.
Neither would I. He's reading one of McNabb's books, right? Trying to figure out how to get past security, all these checkpoints. Then, bam, he reads about this attack, using women for missions, especially when men would stick out.
Clever, exploiting those unexpected vulnerabilities.
Light bulb moment.
Oh.
He gets silicone implants, a wig, the works, transforms himself into, as he calls it, a great big pink gangster.
I can only imagine.
His plan: disarm him with humor, make him laugh. And it worked. He waltzed right past security.
The power of distraction, even when you think you're on high alert.
Exactly. But here's the Mr. Fish twist. It wasn't the crime that got him caught. It was his mouth.
Let me guess, he couldn't help himself.
Nope. He's got the money, about to make a clean getaway, when one worker finally realizes what's up. He planned to say something like, "My house is getting repossessed," downplay the whole thing.
Makes sense. Keep it low-key.
But he gets flustered, panics, threatens the worker, and runs.
Impulsivity strikes again.
Classic Mr. Fish. Ends up getting caught, slapped with a 99-year sentence, and his reaction, 99 years. Could be worse. There's people doing natural life. Might as well enjoy it.
Wow, talk about making the best of a bad situation.
That's Mr. Fish for you. And that little glimpse right there, that's the perfect intro to his whole approach to prison life. Because if anyone knew how to not just survive, but thrive in that environment, it was him. The guy had a whole philosophy for prison, like some weird self-help guide, how to thrive behind bars,
Makes sense, though. Survival instincts kick in, finding ways to cope, hold on to some sense of control.
Right. And he wasn't shy about sharing this wisdom, especially with new inmates, like a mentor.
Interesting. Even in that environment, humans seek connection, purpose.
Totally. And his advice was surprisingly practical. Like, no posters on the walls, keep all your stuff tucked away in a box.
Smart less is more in prison, less to be targeted, less for someone to use against you.
He was big on that, avoiding those power games.
Which are everywhere inside, can't escape it.
And at the top of that power structure,
Yeah.
the guards, his second rule, always be respectful to them.
Interesting, playing the long game.
Oh, absolutely. He'd be all cheerful, greeting them with good morning, even though he's the one locked up.
Pick your battles.
He told this story. Guard asked him once, "Why so happy? I'm stuck here, you're getting out." Mr. Fish, without missing a beat, goes, "Well, you're one day closer to retirement, and I'm one day closer to release."
That's brilliant. Disarming humor probably earned him some favors, too.
Definitely. But even knowing the rules, prison's unpredictable. Things change. He learned that the hard way, messing with the pecking order in the yard.
Ah, the Yarg microcosm of the whole system.
So in one prison, Wandsworth, everyone walked in these circles, specific paths, like a target, most powerful inmates in the center.
Visual representation of the hierarchy.
Exactly. But it gets transferred, new place, different rules.
Yeah.
Muslim group was running things, no more circles.
Uh-oh, recipe for disaster.
Right. Mr. Fish, oblivious, bumps into someone while walking, tells the guy off. Turns out it's one of the leaders of this group.
Oops. Wrong guy to mess with.
Understatement. He knew he messed up. They were giving him the look. But then it gets weirder. He gets in a fight, and the only one who helps, a white inmate he knew.
Alliances shifting, survival mode.
And get this, the guards. They hesitated, didn't intervene right away.
Power dynamics shifting again. Even the guards have to be careful.
Exactly. So you got this powder keg, right?
Yeah.
But Mr. Fish, he does the unexpected. He becomes a peacemaker.
Really? Didn't see that coming.
Me neither. He talks to the group leaders, appeals to reason, said he's not there to cause trouble, just wants to do his time.
Risky strategy, but it worked.
Somehow, yeah. He reminds them, fighting amongst themselves only makes things worse. They're all stuck there together.
Pragmatic approach. Very strategic.
Right. This violent past, but in prison, he becomes the conflict resolution guy, like his own weird community service. But this peacemaker thing, it went beyond just the big stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He had this way of handling smaller conflicts, too, like this story about a stolen watch.
Let's hear it.
So, inmate gets his watch nicked, something valuable, I guess, and Mr. Fish, being Mr. Fish, decides he's got to fix it.
Sounds about right.
Now, instead of just, roughing the thief up, he cooks up this whole elaborate plan.
Had a flair for the dramatic.
Oh, totally. Starts belting out this ridiculous song, top of his lungs, all about being a proud member of Her Majesty's prison service.
Creating a diversion.
Exactly. Chaos everywhere. Guards rushing in, confusion. And in all that, he swipes the watch back, returns it to the owner.
That's amazing. Talk about resourceful.
He knew how to use those chaotic moments to his advantage.
Definitely a master manipulator.
But he also knew when to stand his ground, especially about who he was. He talks about this time felt like he had to address the elephant in the room, his sexuality.
Prison's not exactly known for being open-minded.
Right. So he calls a meeting, middle of the yard, and just comes out and says it. Look, I'm gay. Problem.
Wow. Bold move.
He knew the risks, but he figured living in fear would make him a target.
Sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Exactly. And it worked. No one challenged him.
He earned their respect by being upfront.
Like that honesty, that authenticity, it gave him a different kind of power.
Interesting. And that led to him becoming the violence reduction rep.
You got it.
Yeah.
Went from this self-proclaimed gangster to a mediator, advocating for other inmates, even working with the prison staff.
Talk about a turnaround, finding purpose in an unexpected place.
It really makes you think, right? The capacity for change, even in those circumstances.
Definitely. But it also raises the question, what happens when someone like that leaves prison? Can they adapt back to the outside world?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And he talks about those struggles, the culture shock, the paranoia. He'd gotten so used to the prison routine, the outside world was overwhelming.
It's like entering a whole new reality.
And his friend Lee, who he talks about, had it even tougher, navigating all the bureaucracy, the stigma of having criminal record.
Highlights the challenges ex-offenders face even after they've served their time.
It's a whole other system to navigate. And it makes you realize we need better support for these guys, help them reintegrate, rebuild their lives.
Absolutely. Everyone deserves a second chance.
Couldn't agree more. And both Mr. Fish and Lee, they did manage to get back on their feet.
How so?
Mr. Fish, he started his YouTube channel, sharing his experiences, kind of a cautionary tale, but also a way to connect with people.
Turning his past into something positive, that's great.
And that's what's so fascinating about his story. He breaks down all these stereotypes about criminals, about prison life.
Shows the complexity, the humanity that exists even in those places.
Exactly. Mr. Fish, he reminds us that everyone has a story. And sometimes the most unexpected people can teach us the most valuable lessons. Okay, so gotta say, some deep dives we get are like, kind of like opening a history book, But this one feels like we're about to crack open like a wild night out told by, well, the kind of guy who tells those stories.
Oh, I know the type.
Yeah, exactly. So we're diving into this story. This guy calls himself the King of the Night, Dekahegi.
King of the Night.
Right. And the source material, it's like, I don't know, reading a very enthusiastic self-report. Like if you took self-mythologizing and added a disco ball.
Right, because everyone knows those are the most reliable narrators.
Oh, totally. But that's what makes it fun, right? So Deka, our king, picture this. Slicked back hair, tattoos galore, constantly comparing himself to, like, a prize fighter or something.
Ah, so we're dealing with a classic case of someone crafting a persona. It's fascinating how often that pops up, this need to control how others see us. In psychology, we call it impression management, often a way of masking insecurities, wouldn't you say?
Totally. And Decca, he's not exactly subtle, right? Like, the source material even says he's always saying he's the most feared and respected guy around, which, come on.
Yeah, that's not exactly the mark of someone secure in their position. It's like they need constant reassurance from the outside world to validate their self-worth.
Validation? Or
Yeah.
maybe just attention?
Could be both, right? They often go hand in hand.
True, true. Okay, so Decca, king of the night, where does he go to claim his kingdom?
Let me guess. Somewhere with flashing lights and loud music.
Bingo, a club. Friday night, prime time for ego inflation.
The perfect stage for a carefully crafted persona.
Oh, he waltzes in like he owns the place, scanning the room, locks eyes with two women at the bar. I'm already cringing just picturing it.
The spotlight effect. He probably thinks every eye in the place is on him.
Guaranteed. And this is where it gets good, okay. He marches right up to them, and I quote, "Hope you brought your best selves tonight, because Decca Heggie is in the building."
Oh, wow. That's a choice. I'm actually curious to know what their reaction was.
Right. Surprisingly, they weren't immediately turned off. The source material actually says they were more amused than anything. Like, maybe they've seen this act before.
Maybe they recognized the insecurity lurking beneath the bravado.
Or maybe they just had a good sense of humor about it.
It's a survival tactic in those situations.
So Decca, ever the gentleman, buys them drinks. And this is where it gets interesting, because he starts telling stories.
Ah, yes, the stories. This is where the self-mythologizing really comes out to play.
Oh, absolutely. It's like suddenly he's the most interesting man in the world, right? Full of daring escapes, impossible feats of strength. He's practically a superhero in his own mind.
And the alcohol probably isn't helping keep those stories grounded in reality.
Oh, for sure. But here's the thing. Does he believe it, or is it all just, like, performance art?
It's a good question. It's like when people exaggerate stories to impress a date. Is it a conscious lie, or have they convinced themselves it's true? Maybe a bit of both.
Right. It's like, what's that thing? Selective memory. Like, maybe he's rewritten his own history in his head.
It's entirely possible. Our minds are remarkably good at holding on to narratives that reinforce our self-image, even if they're not entirely accurate.
And the night goes on, right? More drinks, more stories, and the stories, they just get, like, more and more unbelievable.
Classic case of alcohol loosening those inhibitions. What starts as embellishment turns into, well, full-blown fiction.
Oh, yeah. It's like he's competing in some kind of, I don't know, most outrageous tale contest. Like, I swear, at one point, the source material says he's standing on a table, shirt halfway unbuttoned, telling everyone about the time he wrestled an alligator.
It's almost like he wants to be called out, don't you think?
Oh.
Like, deep down, he's looking for someone to say, okay, now you're just messing with us.
Maybe. Or maybe he's just so caught up in his own performance that he can't tell the difference anymore.
That's the danger of relying on external validation, isn't it? You lose sight of what's real, what actually matters.
And speaking of seeing through things, the women he's with, yeah, they're on to him.
They're not buying the act.
Not for a second. The source material actually uses the phrase more bravado than brains to describe their take on Decca.
Ouch. But also accurate. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance, you know? True confidence doesn't need all that noise.
Right. It's like the louder someone proclaims their greatness, the less likely they are to actually be great.
Exactly. It's like that saying, empty vessels make the most noise.
Okay, I love that. Stealing that one. But anyway, so Decca, oblivious as ever, he's misinterpreting all of this, right? He thinks they're laughing with him, not at him.
The ego, it's a master of delusion.
Tell me about it. And it gets better. So the night's winding down, and what does our king of the night do?
Don't tell me. He invites them back to his castle.
His lion's den, as he calls it. Like, seriously, who talks like that?
Someone who's really leaning into that whole alpha male fantasy.
Oh, 100%. And of course, the women politely decline, which he somehow interprets as them playing hard to get.
Denial, a powerful drug.
So the night ends, right? Decca's convinced he's ruled the kingdom, showered in glory and admiration.
And the reality is?
Well, let's just say the reality is probably a lot less glamorous and a lot less accurate.
And that disconnect, that gap between self-perception and how others see us, That's where things get really interesting. Makes you wonder, does Decca ever figure it out?
Does he ever have that moment of self-awareness where he realizes maybe, just maybe, he's not the king of the night? Makes you think, right? Like, how many decaheggies are out there just, I don't know, living in their own little self-made movie?
More than we realize, probably. We all do it to some extent, you
Yeah.
know?
Mhm.
We create these narratives about ourselves, these carefully curated versions we present to the world.
Oh, totally. It's like we all want to put our best foot forward, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes it feels like we're practically strapping on a whole new pair of legs.
And that's the thing, isn't it? True confidence, it's not about the performance. It's about being comfortable with who you are, even the messy bits.
Exactly. Like, maybe it's okay if you're not the king of the night. Maybe being the court jester is more your style, or even just like a regular dude enjoying a night out.
Right. It's about finding those genuine connections, those people who appreciate you for you, not for some inflated persona you're trying to project.
And you know what? Sometimes those connections, they come when you least expect it. Maybe even when you're not trying so hard to impress everyone in a 5-mile radius.
Absolutely. Because at the end of the day, authenticity is way more attractive than any fabricated crown or self-proclaimed title.
So to all the decaheggies out there, and let's be honest, we all have a little bit of deca in us. Maybe just take a breath, ditch the act, and see what happens. You might be surprised who you connect with when you let the real you shine through. And hey, on that note, we'll leave you with that thought. Until next time, keep those deep dives coming, and remember, sometimes the most fascinating stories are the ones we tell ourselves. Ever just find yourself scrolling through YouTube and you're like, wait,
Yeah.
how does this person have thousands of followers?
Right.
Like,
Totally.
what's going on here?
Yeah.
Well, that's what today's deep dive is all about.
Yeah.
We're pulling back the curtain on internet fame,
That's right.
and we're using one streamer's content to kind of see how this whole thing works.
Huh?
You sent us this live stream, this guy who calls himself Dika,
Yeah.
and oh boy, is there
a lot
a lot to unpack. He is like a digital anthropologist's like dream subject,
Okay.
because Dika's not like this weird outlier, right? He actually represents a much larger trend.
Okay.
And his live stream, it's like a masterclass
Oh.
in how these online communities form.
Like a whole thing with parasocial relationships where, viewers feel like they actually know the person
Right.
behind the screen.
They're best friends,
Yeah, exactly.
even though they've never met.
Exactly. And the thing is, a lot of these creators, even the ones who are just like seemingly chatting,
Yeah.
they often have an angle, like they're working towards something.
See, I wouldn't even have thought of that. I would just assume they're just being themselves. But that makes sense.
Yeah. And speaking of angles, Deca starts right from the get-go, like, hit that like button,
Yeah.
subscribe,
Huh.
become a member. All of that, it's like content is secondary.
Liz is first.
Exactly. And that's because for a lot of these creators, platforms like YouTube, they're not just a hobby, it's
Right.
how they make money.
That's their job.
Exactly. Every subscriber, that translates to potential income.
Uh-huh.
In fact, Deca even mentions the algorithm. Did you catch that?
Oh, yeah, multiple times, actually.
Right. So he's signaling that he understands how these platforms work,
Okay.
how content gets seen, how it gets promoted,
Okay.
which it makes you wonder, how much of this live stream is actually off the cuff.
Right. It's all planned out.
Exactly. Maybe he's crafting his content specifically to game the algorithm to get those views up.
It's like he's giving us a peek behind the wizard's curtain.
Exactly.
Speaking of wizards,
Yeah.
this live stream
Yeah.
has enough drama for a whole fantasy epic.
Oh, tell me about it.
He is calling out other YouTubers left and right.
Mhm.
We've got cyberbullies. We've got Mr. Christie.
It's like nonstop.
It's
it's giving like major digital feud energy.
It is. It is.
And you know what? That's totally by design.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Because this whole us versus them mentality, that's how you build a community online.
Oh, okay.
By creating these rivals, these enemies,
Right.
Deca's giving his followers a reason to band together, a reason to like rally behind him.
Okay. So it's like picking a side in the schoolyard,
Exactly.
but it's online.
Exactly. It's that same in-group, out-group dynamic, but it's amplified. It's global.
Global schoolyard.
Right. And the language he uses plays a huge part in that. He throws around words like trolls and
Haters, hypocrisy.
yes, and those terms, they're not just like random insults.
So they have like some specific meanings.
they carry a lot of weight within that online world. Like, trolls aren't just annoying, they represent a threat to Decca's whole community, right? And when he calls out haters, he's not just complaining.
Right.
He's discrediting them, basically telling his followers, don't even listen to them.
Right. Like, these opinions are irrelevant.
Exactly. And then hypocrisy, that's like the ultimate takedown.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Like, he's saying his opponents have no moral high ground, you know?
So he's trying to control the narrative, basically.
Exactly. It's like he's saying, this is my story and I'm sticking to it.
Okay, so it's all about control. But then it gets kind of blurry because he starts mixing in all this stuff about his personal life.
Yeah.
Like legal issues he's dealing with, relationship problems, even hints at mental health struggles.
Mm-hmm. Right. And that's where things get really interesting because how much of what we're seeing is real and how much of it is, carefully curated.
To get a reaction.
Exactly. Is Decca genuinely trying to connect with his audience?
Right.
Or is he just using his personal life as, like, content,
To get clicks.
Exactly. And it's a question we should be asking about a lot of what we see online.
It makes you wonder, what's the line?
Exactly. Where does that line exist?
Between, being relatable and...
And explaining your own life for entertainment.
It's kind of creepy when you think about it like that.
It really is.
Like, how much are we really getting manipulated?
That's the question, isn't it?
That's a whole other can of worms, though.
It really is.
Yeah. And it's not just, his personal life. He also brings in some, pretty intense topics.
Yeah.
Like, he keeps mentioning the establishment and even compares himself to, Jimmy Savile.
Yeah.
And, I mean, if I remember it correctly, Savile was...
Yeah, not a good dude.
Not a role model.
No, not at all.
So why even bring him up?
Well, it's interesting, right? Because Decca's tapping into this whole online phenomenon. It's like the allure of conspiracy.
Okay.
By presenting himself as, this underdog, battling these unseen forces.
Right.
He's playing into this narrative that really resonates with a lot of people online, this idea that, there's more to the story.
There's a deeper truth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're not getting the whole picture.
It's like he's building a whole mythology around himself.
Exactly. And he's the hero, obviously.
Of course.
Fighting the good fight. And that actually ties into another theme we see a lot in his content, which is this emphasis on, physical strength and masculinity.
Oh, yeah.
He's constantly talking about how much he weighs. Did you catch that?
18 stone. Right.
Yeah. Which, if my math is right, is over 250 pounds.
That's a lot. And then he's always going on about his workouts, how tough he is, all that.
Exactly. It's like he's cultivating this alpha male persona.
Right. Because he's trying to prove something.
Exactly. And it might seem kind of surface level, but it actually speaks to how these traditional ideas about masculinity are playing out online.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's about asserting dominance, but not necessarily through physical force,
So, words are his weapons.
Exactly. It's about verbal sparring, being able to withstand criticism, always being in control, even when things get heated.
Which is weird because he's also, constantly trying to get attention.
Right.
But then he acts like he's too good for anyone who actually gives him attention, even the people he calls trolls.
It's that paradox I was talking about.
Oh, right.
They need the attention, both positive and negative.
Because it keeps them relevant.
Exactly. It feeds the algorithm. But then they also want to position themselves as, victims of that attention.
Oh, so it's pay attention to me, but don't you dare judge me.
Exactly. A very delicate balancing act, and we can't forget the financial side of all this.
Oh, right. The whole become a member, donate, buy my merch spiel.
Exactly. Because at the end of the day, this is a business for Decca.
Yeah, I always forget about that.
Right. This isn't just him, venting or building a community. He's trying to make a living.
Which I get, but it does make you wonder. How much of what he's saying is actually real?
Right.
And how much is, calculated to get those donations?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it really highlights why it's so important to be, a critical consumer of online content. We can't just take everything at face value.
Yeah, we got to think for ourselves.
Exactly. We have to question people's motivations, recognize that there's often more going on than what's being said out loud.
So, don't check your skepticism at the digital door.
Exactly. And that goes beyond just deco, right?
Right.
We have to be aware of our own biases as viewers. Why are we drawn to certain personalities? What needs are being fulfilled for us in these online spaces?
It's an introspection time, folks.
Exactly. Now, there's one more point in my notes that I wanted to touch on before we move on.
Okay, yeah. What's that?
Decca seems to have this thing about anonymity. he's really bothered by creators who don't show their faces.
Oh, yeah, he called out a few people for hiding behind their usernames.
Right. And it's just so interesting because here he is,
Yeah.
operating under a pseudonym, carefully crafting this online persona, but he's demanding authenticity from everyone else.
It's like he's saying, you can't judge me, you don't even know the real me, but then again, he's out there putting his whole life on blast.
Yeah, or at least the version he wants us to see, which I think brings us to the really important part of all of this.
Okay, lay it on me.
This isn't just about Deca, right?
Yep. So what are you saying?
This is about, like, all of us. We're all just kind of trying to figure out this digital world.
Right, where it's like anyone can be anyone.
Exactly, where you can just present a completely different version of yourself.
And it's easy to get sucked in.
Oh, totally. Like, you get caught up in the drama, the personalities, this whole, like, exaggerated reality.
It's so constructed, though.
Totally. But that's the thing about the internet.
So where does that leave us?
Well,
I mean, what are we even supposed to do with all this?
think of it this way. What we just listened to with Dika.
Yeah.
That's like a crash course in media literacy.
Okay.
It's entertaining, don't get me wrong, but it's also, like, a huge warning sign.
Like, don't trust everything you see online.
Exactly. Everything's filtered. There's always an angle.
So we got to be more careful.
We have to be more discerning, more critical.
Don't just accept everything at face value.
Exactly. Ask questions, you know? Look for other perspectives.
Okay.
And maybe the most important thing,
Yeah.
be aware of your own role in this whole thing.
What do you mean?
Why are you drawn to certain content? What buttons are being pushed for you?
It's like we all need to do a self-audit.
Basically. Like, figure out what you're looking for online.
Don't get lost in the sauce.
Exactly.
It's so easy to get lost in the sauce.
It really is, especially these days.
Oh, for sure.
But hey, that's why we do these deep dives, right?
Right. To help make sense of it all.
Exactly.
Wow, tonight we really went deep.
We
We
did.
covered internet fame,
The algorithm,
online community,
and a whole 9 yards.
even like a little digital psychology.
We did. It was a journey,
It really was.
but a good one.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Always learning something new.
Always. And to everyone listening, next time you're about to click on that live stream or you're scrolling through that endless feed, just like take a second.
Yeah.
Remember Dika and all the stuff we talked about today?
Yeah.
Ask yourself, what's the real story here?
And who's actually benefiting from my attention?
Good one.
Gotta keep those questions front of mind.
Facts. And on that note, we'll catch you on the next deep dive.
Can you ever really apologize for something publicly?
Yeah.
Like, once the whole internet's seen it, can you ever hit reset?
Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of wondering about today.
Okay.
So buckle up, everyone, because today's deep dive is messy.
Yeah.
We're talking about a live stream transcript so raw, it makes a boxing match look like totally chill.
Wow. What's fascinating to me is, like you said, it's raw.
Right.
No script, no retakes, just like human interaction, but in the digital age.
It's like holding up a magnifying glass to the internet.
Sure.
And not just any humans. We're talking Dia and Liam.
Right.
These two UK YouTubers who are practically famous for their, well, online feuds. So, yeah, listener discretion is advised.
Right, yeah.
Things get a little spicy.
It's interesting because it goes beyond the online drama. This deep dive is about like when online personas collide with real life.
Okay, I like that.
Public apologies, accusations, this whole feud, it all kind of blends together.
So let's just jump right into it.
Okay.
First up, Dea. This self-proclaimed ex-gangster turned, get this, YouTuber.
Okay.
He even has a podcast.
Does he really?
It's called The Official All or Nothing Podcast.
Wow, that's quite a title.
Right.
And even in the live stream, he's so blunt,
Oh, tell me about it.
like even aggressive, you know?
It's all over the place. He's like, I'm just a normal lad, but then bam, threatening someone.
Exactly.
Or bragging about fights he's been in. It's wild.
And it gets even more complicated
Oh, yeah.
because he's got this criminal record.
Right.
He's got a sexual assault conviction that he talks about, but it just creates more tension.
Which leads us to our other YouTuber, Liam.
Okay.
Also, no stranger to online feuds.
Right.
But in this live stream, you can tell he is walking on eggshells. He's
Yeah.
trying to clear his name, but you can just tell this could blow up at any second.
He's in a tough spot.
For sure.
He wants to talk, set things straight, but you can tell he's thinking, Is this a game to Dea?
Totally. Like, is this whole thing some kind of setup? And that's what makes this whole thing so captivating. It's this back and forth, this like controversy vortex. Liam's trying to get Dea to own up to stuff. And Dea, well, he's basically a master of deflection.
It's more than just deflecting, though, right?
Oh,
It's like
yeah.
playing the victim, personal attacks, even just like changing the subject completely.
Oh, and it gets weird, like really weird. So picture this. Liam's trying to have a serious conversation. And Dea just comes out of nowhere talking about how he has, and I quote, harder shits than Liam.
What?
I know.
Wow, that's...
It's bizarre.
It is.
But it works. It shuts Liam down completely.
It's like he controls the whole conversation, even if it's with, like, cringy humor.
And it's that control that makes you question, like, his whole reformed thing, you know? He's calling out other YouTubers for being fake, but then he's doing the same thing.
It's like he wants to have it both ways.
Yeah.
He says he's changed, even apologizes for things, but then uses his past to shut down any conversation that's uncomfortable.
And don't even get me started on that sexual assault conviction. He talks about it so casually, like it's no big deal.
It's so uncomfortable to listen to. Like, he uses phrases like slapped her ass or propositioned her for sex.
I know.
As if it's nothing.
It's really disturbing. And then when Liam tries to say something about it,
What happens?
the live stream glitches out, cuts him off completely.
Oh, come on.
Talk about suspicious timing.
Right. It makes you wonder, was that real or was that Dea controlling things again?
Exactly. It's like, where does Dea's online persona end and the real him begin?
It all gets so blurry.
It does. And that's where things get really interesting and honestly, a little scary. It's crazy, right? Like we build these online personas, these versions of ourselves.
Yeah.
But then what happens when that image doesn't match up with reality?
And with Dea, it's like he's constantly trying to balance things out. He wants to be the reformed tough guy, the guy making documentaries about knife crime.
Right.
But then his actions don't always line up.
It's like he wants to have it both ways, you know?
Exactly.
He'll admit to his past, even apologize for some of it,
Right.
but then he uses that same past to shut down anything that makes him uncomfortable.
And that's where the whole harder shits thing comes in.
Yeah.
As ridiculous as it sounds,
Oh, totally.
it's not just about being shocking.
Yeah.
It's about him showing he's in control.
Like, this is my show. We're talking about what I want to talk about.
Exactly.
Which again makes you wonder about the reformed thing.
Right.
He's out here calling everyone else fake, but he's doing the same thing.
It's a pattern you see everywhere, not just online.
Oh, for sure.
People trying to run from their past, but ending up making the same mistakes.
It's like he's using his past as a shield, but also as a weapon.
100%.
He can say he's being transparent by bringing it up,
Yeah.
but if you question his version of events, boom, you're attacking him.
It's a way to shut down the conversation. Avoid taking responsibility.
Like when Liam tries to ask about when Dea found out about his past,
Yeah.
Dea just attacks him, saying he's stirring up drama.
Classic deflection.
And then when Liam tries to actually talk about the assault, Dea downplays the whole thing, uses like the most insensitive language.
It's hard to listen to.
It is. And it's not even the first time he's been aggressive like this.
What do you mean?
Remember how he talked about those fights he was in? Or when he threatened that other YouTuber? There's just this constant aggression, like he needs to be in control.
And that's what's so unsettling about this whole thing.
Totally.
It reminds us that what we see online, these personas,
Right.
they don't erase what happens in real life.
And sometimes it feels like those online personas are just a way to hide from it,
Exactly.
to hide from who you really are, what you've done.
It makes you wonder how often this happens, you know?
Oh, yeah.
How often do we buy into someone's online persona without really seeing the person behind it?
It's a good question. And it makes you think about Liam, too.
Right.
He came into this wanting to clear the air, have a real conversation.
Yeah.
And instead, he's walking on eggshells, trying not to set Dea off.
It's because Dea has all the power in this situation.
Right.
He's the one with the platform, the audience.
It's like he enjoys the conflict, the drama of it all.
And as messed up as it sounds, that's what makes it so hard to look away.
Like a car crash. You know it's bad, but you can't help but watch.
Exactly. But it's easy to forget that there are real people involved here.
Totally.
Real lives being affected.
This isn't just some show. The stakes are real for Liam. It's easy to forget, you know, that there's like a real person on the other side of the screen.
It is. It's easy to get caught up in the online world and forget that these are real people with real lives being impacted.
And Liam's a perfect example of that.
He is. Just because it's online doesn't mean it doesn't hurt.
Exactly. And it makes you think about who has the power in these situations.
Right. Like, who's controlling the narrative?
Dedea, with his platform and this whole persona he's built up.
Right.
Liam's just trying to defend himself and salvage what's left of his reputation.
It's tough. Online visibility is a double-edged sword, you know. It's great to have a voice, connect with people,
For sure.
but it also makes you vulnerable. One minute you're just talking,
Right.
and the next you've got thousands of people judging you.
It's a lot to handle, for sure. And it's like, who can you even trust online anymore? Everyone's got these carefully crafted personas.
It's true. You have to remind yourself that there's a real person behind those posts.
It's so easy to get wrapped up in the drama of it all.
It is. It's like that saying, don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Yeah.
You've got to be skeptical.
So what's the takeaway from all of this?
For me, it's about being aware. Aware of how these platforms work, how the lines between online and real life are blurred, and our role in it all. Like, we're not just bystanders.
Exactly. We can't just passively watch this stuff. We have to think critically, you know? Question what we're seeing. Remember, there are real consequences to all of this.
Well said. This deep dive, it wasn't just about Dia and Liam.
Totally.
It was about us, too. How we interact with the online world.
Because it does affect us, whether we realize it or not.
It does.
This was a lot.
It was. A
Yeah.
lot to think about, for sure. But that's what a good deep dive does.
Exactly. Leaves you with more questions than answers.
And hopefully a new perspective on things.
For sure. So to everyone listening, next time you're watching a video about some online feud, remember this conversation.
Remember the people behind the screens.
Yeah.
The power dynamics.
Mm.
And most importantly, your role in it all.
And on that note, it's time to wrap up this deep dive. Thanks for joining us on this wild ride through the underbelly of UK YouTube.
Until next time.
Happy diving!
Okay, so are you ready? All right, so get ready to dive into some serious pre-fight mind games with this one.
Oh, yeah?
This is Deca Heggie we're talking about.
Yeah.
Bare-knuckle boxing champ.
Right.
Going up against the shadow boxer. A YouTuber trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah.
And honestly, this interview you sent in,
Mm-hmm.
it is absolutely wild.
Yeah.
But we're going beyond the trash talk here.
Absolutely.
We're trying to figure out what this tells us about, like, the fight game today,
Yeah.
you know?
I think it's a really fascinating look at the clash between that old school, like, boxing mentality
Yeah.
and then sort of the new world of online hype and,
Yeah.
you know, and just
Heck,
spectacle.
because you've got Heggie, he's all, like, you know, grit,
Mhm.
experience years in the ring.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Exactly. And then you
Yeah.
got the shadow boxer. He's coming in hot with this whole self-promotion angle.
Yeah.
Like, right off the bat, he calls this whole thing the biggest train robbery in boxing.
It's amazing.
Claims Heggie's getting played just by showing up.
Mm-hmm.
Party's like, is this guy serious?
Yeah.
But there's this weird, like, undercurrent where it's almost like he's trying to convince himself as much as Heggie.
I think that's what's so brilliant about it, right? Because on the one hand, he's playing this, like, David versus Goliath role.
The underdog.
Yeah, even though he clearly understands, like, the money to be made here, you know, he's got this online following.
Right.
But by constantly saying Heggie's making a mistake, it's like he's subtly shifting the pressure
Oh, interesting.
onto the champ. Right. It's like psychological warfare,
Wow.
but it's like aimed at the business side of things too.
Yeah.
You know?
And it gets, honestly, kind of uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he brings up dormant steroid Jews' heads that he's knocked out,
Yeah.
implying Heggie's never been in a real fight.
Right.
And you could practically see Heggie, like, biting back a retort.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he keeps it together.
He does, and that's the thing. Composure is key in these situations.
Right.
Because remember, this is all, you know,
Gamesmanship.
yeah, it's tactics. They're both trying to get in each other's heads before they even step in the ring.
Yeah.
And the shadow boxer, even if he is, you know, being a bit of a jerk, he knows how to push buttons.
Oh, he knows exactly what he's doing.
He does.
Because then he starts in on how he's not getting drug tested.
Right.
He even admits to taking testosterone, which, by the way, is allowed in this fight. But he's doing it to get under Heggie's skin, because Heggie's always been about clean fighting.
Totally. And it plays into this whole narrative that he's trying to build.
Right.
Right? Like Heggie represents the old guard, you know, stuck in his ways.
Nice.
Yeah, bound by tradition.
Yeah.
And the shadow boxer is this, you know, disruptive force
Yeah.
who's willing to bend the rules.
Right.
Now, whether that's genuine or just part of his persona, that's up for debate.
Yeah.
But it's definitely working, right? Like, it's getting people talking.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And he knows how to play to an audience.
He does.
Like, he throws out these lines like, how much should the pay-per-view cost?
Smart.
Directly to the viewers,
Yeah.
bringing them into this whole spectacle.
It's very meta.
It is. And then there's this weird moment where he gets kind of patriotic.
Right.
Starts talking about the whole country coming to Thailand.
Chuckles.
Throws in a God Save the Queen.
Oh.
What's that about?
Well, it's actually a classic tactic, right? He's tapping into this idea of national pride.
Okay.
You know, positioning himself as the people's champ, fighting for something bigger than himself.
Right.
And it's a way to broaden his appeal, you know,
Yeah.
connect with viewers on an emotional level.
Huh, interesting.
And you see this time and time again in boxing, especially leading up to a big fight.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So we've got like this shrewd businessman, master manipulator, and a patriot.
It's a lot.
This is a lot to unpack.
It is.
And we haven't even gotten to like how they're actually going to fight yet.
I know, right? But you know what's interesting?
What's that?
Even with all the bluster, you actually start to see their fight plans come out a bit,
Oh, yeah.
you know, tucked in there.
Yeah, like Heggie, even though he's being kind of quiet,
Yeah.
he does start hinting at how he thinks this is going to go down.
He does.
Says something like, my punches, they just get stronger as the fight goes on.
It's true.
Almost like he's saying, good luck knocking me out in the first round, buddy.
Right. Because what's he going to do if he can't put Heggie away early?
Exactly.
And then even more telling, he's listing off these combos, right? Jab, left hook, right, uppercut.
And he just rattles it off like it's nothing.
Right. But that's the thing. That's not just him bragging about how tough he is.
So what is he doing?
He's laying out his strategy, plain as day. That combination, that's all about wearing someone down. Exactly. He's known for it. His relentless pace is going to try to drag the shadow boxer into deep water, see if he sinks or swims.
Which makes sense, especially since the shadow boxer himself even says, like, his cardio might be a weakness.
Right. He's putting all his eggs in the first round knockout basket.
Says, if you don't get me out in the first round, I can take you down the stretch.
But that's a big if.
Huge if.
Right. It's like he knows deep down he needs that haymaker early.
Because
The
otherwise...
longer it goes, advantage Heggie 100%.
Okay, so classic matchup then, right?
Yeah.
You got the veteran playing the long game
Right.
versus the young upstart who needs that quick win.
Absolutely. But then there's that other layer.
What's that?
The self-promotion game.
Oh, right.
The shadow boxer. He never misses a beat. Plugging his channel, his concrete hands bit, the whole thing.
It's true. Every other sentence is like, subscribe, like, follow me.
He gets it though, right?
Mhm.
He understands, like, these days, being a fighter isn't enough.
It's a business.
It's a brand, gotta be an entertainer, a personality, the whole 9 yards.
Love it or hate it, you got to respect the hustle, I guess.
Exactly, and he's good at it.
Oh, he's great at it.
He knows what he's doing.
Because then he goes on this whole thing comparing himself to Jesus Christ.
Right. Out of nowhere.
I mean, talk about over the top.
But again, don't underestimate that shock value.
It gets people talking.
Exactly. Keeps them guessing, are they supposed to take him seriously?
Is it all a joke?
Right, but that's the point, all that buzz. It's views, followers, sponsors.
He's playing a different game.
Oh, he's playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers.
And just when you think you figured him out, he drops this bomb.
Oh, what's that?
He says this could be his last fight.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, claims that if he beats Heggie, that's it. He's out, retiring on top.
Wow.
So now it's not just about winning or losing, it's legacy, right?
Yeah.
Going out on his own terms,
good.
the whole 9 yards.
Because even if he loses...
He already said he was thinking about retiring.
Exactly. Softens the blow, controls the narrative again.
This guy's playing 4D chess,
He is.
and I'm not sure Heggie even knows what game they're playing.
But like we said, that's the shadow boxer's whole thing, right?
Thrives on chaos.
Exactly. Got to keep everyone guessing, even if it means like we don't know what's real, what's performance anymore.
It's all part of the show.
100%. So how do you even fight someone like that?
Yeah, how do you prepare for a guy who's just making it up as he goes along?
$1 million question, right? And it gets to the heart of why this whole thing is so fascinating.
Because, let's be real, for all the talk, all the mind games,
Mhm.
these guys are still going to step in the ring
They are.
and throw down.
Yep.
But before we get into that, we got to talk about these claims the shadow boxer is making. Right? Because this is Deca Heggie we're talking about. He's no slouch.
Exactly. He's the champ for a reason.
So is the shadow boxer for real, or is it all hype? Because he really doesn't hold back at all, does he?
Nope, not even a little bit.
At one point, he just comes out and says, I don't think I could be beaten 100% fit.
Right.
Then it's comparing himself to a Premier League fighter, putting Heggie down in, like, Division 3.
It's masterful, honestly.
Is this guy for real?
Well, whether he believes it or not, the tactic is brilliant.
How so?
He's using humor, these little pop culture references.
Right.
It's disarming, and it lands, especially with a younger audience online. They eat that up.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And for Heggie, who's coming from this, like, old school boxing world.
Yeah, more traditional.
Exactly. It's got to be jarring. Like, how do you even respond to that?
You're right. It's like two totally different worlds colliding.
100%.
And the insults, they just keep on coming.
Oh, yeah, he's relentless.
Driving Heggie into the ground, breaking his jaw. Even comparing himself to a fine-tuned tiger.
But see, it's not just trash talk.
What do you mean?
There's a method to the madness. He's constantly hitting that point that he's the future of fighting.
Evolution, not revolution.
Exactly. And then there's that weird bit about the ladyboys.
Yeah, I had to rewind that part a few times.
Right.
Like, what is he even talking about?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
The point is to throw Heggie off to get a reaction.
And the fact that Heggie doesn't take the bait.
That actually works in his favor.
Yeah.
Shows he's not letting the shadow boxer get to him.
Right, keeping his composure.
Exactly. This whole thing hinges on what happens between their ears just as much as what happens,
In the ring.
Yeah.
And then that's it. The interview just ends.
No way, seriously.
It cuts off mid-sentence.
So abrupt.
Like it was staged almost.
Right, like they planned it.
Leaving us wanting more, wondering what else they were going to say.
Which, let's be real, knowing the
Rich
shadow boxer.
Fan all along.
Oh, 100%. He knows how to work an audience, even when they're not in the room.
So what does this all really tell us at the end of the day?
I think the takeaway here is that we can break down the trash talk, look at the strategies.
Right.
But what the shadow boxer understands better than maybe anyone is the power of the narrative.
The story.
Yes, and love him or hate him, he's already changed the conversation, made it impossible to ignore him.
He's playing chess while everyone else is still setting up the checkers.
Exactly, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
So next time you're watching any competition,
this isn't just about fighting.
now pay attention to what's going on outside the ring, the field, the boardroom.
Where the real game is being played.
Because sometimes that's where the real fight is won or lost.
100%.
This has been a wild one.
Tuckles. Tell me about it.
Thanks for deep diving into this with me.
Anytime, man.
We'll catch you all in the next one. All right, so get this. We're diving into a story. YouTube fight clubs, controversial guests, bad decisions, you name it.
This one really makes you think about online personalities and like who they really are when the cameras are off.
Yeah, this is from that Central Club interview on YouTube where the host gets way more than he bargained for with this guest, Decca Heggie.
Decca Heggie, big name in the YouTube fight scene, known for, shall we say, being a bit of a loose cannon.
You can say that again. So the Central Club host, he knows this guy, Darren G, right? And Darren is really into this whole fight world. He's the one who tells the host, dude, you have to get Decca Heggie on your show. It'll be amazing.
And the host probably thought this is going to be my big break. I can already see the clicks.
Right. And I mean, who wouldn't want more viewers?
Totally. But that's where you got to watch out, because big personalities often come with big red flags. And in this case, one of those red flags is Decca Heggie's history of, well, not exactly being reliable, let's say.
Yeah, this guy's the king of cancellations. He bailed on the interview like 3 times.
3 times? I mean, come on, think about the host's time, the effort, the money wasted. That kind of disregard, even before they've met face-to-face, it speaks volumes.
It's not like it was easy to reschedule either. This was during a huge rugby weekend in Cardiff.
Oh, wow. So the city's packed hotels are booked solid talk about adding stress to the situation.
Exactly. I can't even imagine trying to navigate that kind of chaos.
Yeah.
But the host, he's determined to make it work. Rents a camper van for Decca to stay and plans out activities, even offers to take him to the rugby match.
Wow, going above and beyond. Maybe even overcompensating a little. It's like he felt the need to appease Decca.
Yeah, maybe. There's definitely a sense of like, I can handle anything naivete going on here.
Yeah.
Little does he know.
Little does he know what he's gotten himself into. This is just the tip of the iceberg. So Decca's on the train to Cardiff, right? And he decides to give the host a call.
As you do.
And with every call, it's becoming clearer and clearer.
This guy, Decca, he's been hitting the miniature bar a little too hard.
Oh, yeah. Those little bottles of whiskey were no match for Decca. But the crazy part is, even though he's, a little toasted and known for being, well, a bit much, he actually seemed to really enjoy himself at the rugby match.
It's weird, right? This guy lives for online drama, controversy, the whole 9 yards. But put him in a crowd of rugby fans.
Yeah.
He's just one of the lads having a good time.
Yeah.
Maybe the miniatures had something to do with it, too.
Maybe. But that little glimpse of normalcy, yeah, it doesn't last long. After the match, the host is probably thinking, time to wind down. I know I would be.
Yeah, but not Decca. They go back to the host's parents' house, and guess what?
Let me guess, another rugby match broke out.
Close. An after-party is in full swing.
Oh boy, adding fuel to the fire?
Uh.
Why does that not surprise me?
And keep in mind, the host has other interviews lined up.
Yeah.
He needs things to go smoothly. But Decca clearly missed the memo.
This is where all those red flags we talked about, the cancellations, the pre-gaming on the train, it starts to make more sense. At this party, Decca starts making some comments to the host's aunt, and let's just say they weren't exactly appropriate.
Yeah, at the time, he was kind of brushed off like, oh, Decca's had a bit too much to drink. You know how it is.
Yeah.
But looking back, knowing what we know now, it's kind of creepy. It's like a little warning sign of what's to come.
It's easy to miss those signs, especially at a party. But they're there for a reason. And as the night goes on, things escalate. Decca's getting handsy, making people uncomfortable. And then there's the incident with the dog.
This is where it gets really bad. I gotta warn you.
Oh, no.
The host's in bed at this point, sound asleep. He has no clue what's going downstairs.
It just goes to show you the host had this image in his head of Decca,
Right.
like a wild but harmless guy. He had no idea how bad it could actually get.
It's like we were talking about before, online personas versus reality. Sometimes we forget there's a whole other side of the story.
Big time. And in this case, the other side of the story is about to come crashing down.
So it's like 6 a.m., I'm out cold. My girlfriend wakes me up, freaking out. Your phone's been blowing up all night. Your family.
Yikes. Talk about a way to start the day.
Right. And remember how my dad was so chill about Decca even after all the cancellations and weird vibes? Yeah, well now he's leaving me voicemails calling Decca a total psycho, telling me to get home ASAP.
Oh boy, the tide is turning.
Big time. And my mom. My mom, who's the sweetest, most patient person you'll ever meet. She's using words I've never even heard her say before. Turns out Decca's been arrested.
Seriously?
Yeah, and suddenly I'm drowning in this wave of emotions.
Yeah.
Anger at Decca, for sure, but also this huge sense of responsibility. Like, I brought this guy into our lives and it blew up in my face.
So what do? Do you try to salvage the interview? Distance yourself completely?
Right. It was a mess. Part of me wanted to just crawl back into bed and pretend this was all a bad dream. But I knew I had to deal with it. So I go to the police station to drop off Decca's stuff, thinking that's that. But then the police call, and they're like, yeah, Decca's asking for you.
Wait, really? He's asking for you?
I know, right?
Right.
Like, we're best mates, and this is just a little misunderstanding. And get this, the police, they know Decca, and not just his name. They've dealt with him before.
So this isn't just a case of a loud, obnoxious guest. This is something way more serious.
Exactly. It's like that thing we were talking about, online personas versus reality. They can be so convincing, so carefully crafted, that we forget there's a whole other side.
A side you don't see coming until it's too late.
Tell me about it. So I'm freaking out, but I still do the interview with Decca, trying to keep it together with my head spinning with all this other stuff. After I drop him back off, I finally hear the truth from my friends who were at the party that night. Remember how we talked about Decca acting weird with the dog?
Yeah.
It was bad.
Yeah.
Like way worse than I could have ever imagined. I can't even repeat it here.
Wow. And it wasn't just that, right? The comments to your aunt, the way he treated your parents, it's like a switch flipped.
Exactly. And honestly, I'm just relieved my brother wasn't there. He's got a bit of a temper, and things could have gotten really ugly.
Yeah, things definitely could have escalated quickly.
It messed me up for a while.
Yeah.
You know, you think you know someone, and then they do something like that.
Yeah.
It makes you question your own judgment.
I can only imagine. And you stayed silent about it for a long time. Why was that?
Part of it was just not wanting to relive it, you know? It was a really tough experience, but there was also this weird guilt I felt. Like I was partially responsible for bringing this guy into our lives.
Because you were the one who invited him on the show.
Yeah, and I know some people would have milked this whole thing for views, released the interview right away, and watched the drama unfold.
It's easy to get caught up in the numbers game, but it sounds like you made the right call.
I hope so. But it's tough because, yeah, it's content, but it's also real life with real consequences. And I think that's what I want people to take away from this whole thing. It's so easy to get caught up in the excitement of online personalities, but we have to remember there's a real person behind that screen. And sometimes those red flags we see, they're not just quirks, they're warning signs.
Yeah. It's a good reminder for all of us to be a little more critical, a little more discerning about who we choose to follow and support online.
Exactly. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about entertainment. It's about accountability, responsibility, and understanding that our choices have real-world consequences.
Well said. I think that's a good place to leave it. A lot to think about, for sure.
For sure. Thanks for diving into this with me.
Kenny.
Okay, so get this right. Dirty Decca, this UK podcaster, he's gone, like totally nuclear online. And it is wild. Accusations, raw emotion, the whole 9 yards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we're diving into this whole thing, this YouTube video. And even the title is intense, like, quote, Dirty Decca Heggie and Ron Swanson,
Right.
end quote. But it has boxing gloves and one of those exploding head emojis.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Yikes.
Like, buckle up, right? This is going to be good. But here's the thing. It's not just like, some random drama. Decca, he's really laying bare some, like, deep stuff about building a career online these days.
Right. And what's so fascinating about this is that we're seeing this raw, unfiltered side of him. This isn't some carefully crafted persona. It's raw emotion. And it really makes you think about the pressures these creators face that need to be constantly on, you know?
Yeah. And it's like this glimpse behind the curtain, right? And Decca is holding nothing back. He's talking about feeling betrayed by people he thought were friends, online trolls, just this feeling of constant attack.
Yeah.
It's intense. He even mentioned this recorded conversation with someone named Ron Swanson. That seems to be at the heart of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. See, this kind of thing, it highlights something really important about online spaces. These kinds of disputes, they're more common than you might think. You've got content theft, personal disagreements, just this constant pressure to stand out, to grow your audience. It's a breeding ground for conflict, you know?
Totally. And social media, it just throws gasoline on that fire.
Absolutely.
And you can hear in Decca's voice, like, the frustration, the hurt, it's palpable. There's even this part where he's like, do they want me to commit suicide? Which, honestly, that's really concerning.
Yeah. It's a really dark side to all of this. That statement really highlights the mental toll this online harassment takes, this constant feeling of being attacked from all sides. It's exhausting. And when it spills over into your personal life, your relationships, your mental health, that's when it goes from online drama to something much more serious.
It's true. And to make things even more, like, layered, Decca's not giving specifics. He mentions these expose videos and trying to clear his name.
No, or missing pieces.
Yeah. We're missing pieces of the puzzle.
It's like we're only getting one side of the story, which is so often the case online. We get these raw emotions, but no context. It's a good reminder to be careful about jumping to conclusions, right? When we only have part of the story.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder, what's the full picture here? Decca, he talks about people like digging into his past, spreading rumors, just trying to ruin his reputation. It's like he feels under attack from all sides.
And that feeling, that constant scrutiny, judgment, it's incredibly isolating, isn't it?
It is.
This constant fear that someone's always watching, waiting for you to mess up, it's exhausting.
Yeah. Okay, but here's what I find really interesting. On the one hand, Decca's asking to be left alone, talking about the negativity. But then on the other hand, he's using some pretty harsh language himself, calling people bums and bastards. It's a little contradictory. Right?
Absolutely. And it speaks to this weird paradox of online life, doesn't it? Like, we crave authenticity, but get so easily sucked into the drama and negativity. It's like these platforms, they're designed to make our voices louder, but sometimes that amplification makes us come across as more aggressive than we mean to, you know?
So true. Okay, so zooming out for a sec, what does all this say about the world of podcasting in general? Is this level of drama just part of the game?
It's a good question, and while I wouldn't say this is an everyday occurrence, Decca's experience does reflect some of the challenges of building a career online, especially in a place like the UK. The podcasting scene there is different.
Oh, how so?
Well, for one, the UK's podcasting scene is super crowded, right? You've got tons of people all vying for listeners. That creates pressure, and unfortunately, sometimes that pressure boils over.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's like this pressure cooker of talent and ambition. Everyone's fighting for their space.
Exactly. Decca's outburst, it's unsettling, but it is a reminder that even online, it's still real people with real emotions. And online, those emotions can get amplified, sometimes with real-world consequences.
Totally. Like, we see those curated online personas, but there's a whole person behind them.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's like Decca's reached his breaking point.
It seems that way, yeah.
When Decca was talking about wanting to be left alone, it really got me thinking, like, is true privacy even possible these days?
Yeah.
Especially online.
Right.
It feels like The more connected we all are, the harder it is to hold on to any privacy.
It's such a paradox, isn't it?
Yeah.
We want connection, right? To share our lives, be part of communities, but that comes at a price, and that price is often our privacy.
Exactly. And it's not even just about what we're putting out there ourselves. It's all the data that's collected about us behind the scenes, tracked, analyzed, traded.
Yeah.
It's like we're always being watched, categorized, and like commodified.
You're right, and that constant feeling of surveillance, it creates this unease, this pressure to always be on, to perform. I think it keeps us from truly being ourselves online.
It's like living in a digital panopticon, always under scrutiny.
Yes, and that's what makes Decca's story so interesting. He's right in the middle of it all, this struggle between being authentic and wanting to protect himself.
Totally. He's open, he's vulnerable with his audience, and he keeps getting burned. It makes you wonder, when does being authentic become self-destructive?
It's a question we all have to ask ourselves these days, Whether you're a public figure or just someone who uses social media, finding that balance, it's tricky.
It really is. And honestly, it's bigger than just us as individuals, too. The platforms we're using, those algorithms, they're designed to keep us engaged, even if it's bad for us.
Totally. I mean, these companies have a responsibility to make their spaces safer, to empower users, not exploit them.
Right. There's this part where Decca says he thinks the people coming after him get off on it. He actually calls them bullies, which is, is that fair? Is it really bullying if it's happening online?
It's a tough question. I think the internet makes it harder to define traditional bullying. But here's the thing. Words have power. Doesn't matter if they're spoken or typed. If the intent is to hurt, intimidate, silence someone, I think you can absolutely call that bullying.
You're right. It's easy to forget there's a real person behind the screen. That anonymity can make us pretty callous.
It's true. We forget that everyone online, they have their own lives, feelings, struggles.
And you know what I've been thinking about? What about the people watching this unfold? The followers, the commenters, those who share the posts?
Yeah.
We're not off the hook here, are we?
Not at all. Our likes, our shares, we all contribute to this ecosystem of online drama. Every time we engage, it tells the platforms, give us more of this.
It's like this giant feedback loop of negativity.
Exactly. So we have to be aware of that.
Yeah.
Be mindful of what we consume and how we engage with it. We need to be more critical, more empathetic.
You're right. Instead of jumping to share or leave a snarky comment, maybe we just take a beat. Ask ourselves, are we part of the problem or part of the solution?
100%. We need to be a force for good online. Be more compassionate. Create a better digital space. Remember, words have power, and we can choose to use them to lift each other up.
So well said.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned the UK podcasting scene being especially competitive. What makes it different from other places, like here in the US, for example?
Well, the UK has this long history with audio storytelling, right? Think radio dramas, comedy shows, they're already primed for audio content.
That's true.
And the UK is small, geographically speaking, so it's like everyone is competing for the same pool of listeners.
It's a smaller pond, but with a lot of big fish.
Exactly. And in that environment, you have to stand out. You have to hustle. It creates a lot of pressure, which can be both exciting and, well, we're seeing how it can go wrong.
Yeah. And Decca, he's made a career of being outspoken, pushing boundaries.
Right, but that's a tightrope walk, especially online. One wrong step
And it's all over the internet.
Exactly.
It's interesting, though, because even though he's out there, Decca also seems to really dislike the business side of things. Like, he said he hates always having to grow his audience, get sponsorships, all of that.
Well, that's the eternal struggle for artists, isn't it? Art versus commerce. You want to create authentically, but you also have to make a living.
It's true. It's a balancing act. Okay, but there's one more thing that really stood out to me. Decca keeps mentioning this enhanced DBS he's waiting for. He's adamant about getting it, making it public, even though his family is advising against it. What is that about?
Yeah, that is interesting. It shows how our online and offline lives are inseparable now. So a DBS check, it's basically a background check required for certain jobs in the UK, especially anything involving children or vulnerable adults.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So for Decca to bring it up publicly like this, whatever he's facing must be serious.
Definitely raises the stakes. It also makes you think about this whole idea of online transparency. There's this expectation, especially for someone in the public eye, to be open about everything. But that can backfire, especially with sensitive information.
Absolutely. It's like, what do? Do you address it head on and risk more scrutiny?
Mm.
Or stay silent and let the rumors run wild? There's no winning, is there?
Right. It highlights this strange thing where our online selves can feel separate from our real lives, but then they collide and, well, it gets messy.
We're all living these double lives now,
Yeah.
anyway. Online personas, carefully curated. But behind that, we're all just figuring it out as we go.
Exactly. We're all just messy, complicated people trying to find our way.
That's the truth. So we've talked about a lot here. The pressures of life online, the wild world of UK podcasting. What's the takeaway for people? What can we learn from Decca's story?
Those are the big questions, right? I don't know if there's an easy answer, but I do think Decca's experience is a chance for all of us to look at how we behave online. Are we being the best versions of ourselves?
It's a call to action, for sure, to create a digital world with more compassion, more empathy.
Exactly. And that starts with each of us making that choice.
You know, it's funny, right? Decca's story is like this weird microcosm of the whole online world.
Mm-hmm.
The good, the bad, the pressure, I don't know, it just makes you think,
I know exactly what you mean. So we're all still figuring out the rules of this digital age.
Totally. And the rules are changing every 5 minutes. It's exhausting. Like, be authentic, but also don't you dare say the wrong thing.
Exactly. 1 minute, it's all about being real. The next, you're getting canceled for something you said years ago. It's like, how can anyone keep up?
Right. And it creates this culture where everyone's terrified to speak their minds,
Absolutely. It's this fear of making a mistake, of being judged. And it pushes us all further away from the authenticity we claim to want.
It's so true.
Yeah.
And Decca, he sees it, He hates this whole thing of having to build his brand, grow his audience, all of that. But at the same time, he's trapped in it, like all of us.
It's that classic push and pull. Be true to yourself, but also play the game, get those followers. It's like, what do you even choose?
And the more successful you get, the bigger the target on your back, right? It's like people are almost waiting for you to mess up.
Oh, totally. There's definitely a bit of schadenfreude going on there. That feeling of, see?
Yeah.
They're not so perfect after all.
I know. It's kind of messed up when you really think about it. But I guess that's just part of being human, huh?
Yeah.
Capable of amazing things, but also a little bit cruel sometimes.
That's it, right. The highs and lows of humanity. And I think that's why Decca's story resonates. It's a reflection of all our complexities, our own contradictions.
It's a cautionary tale, for sure. Be careful what you wish for, because online fame has a dark side.
And honestly, it's bigger than just fame. It's about how we exist in this online space, how to be ourselves, but also protect ourselves, the need for connection, but also the importance of privacy. It's a lot.
So where do we go from here? How do we create a better, kinder digital world? One where we can actually, be ourselves without fear?
Honestly, I don't know if there's a single answer, but I do think it starts with us, each of us making a conscious choice to be better. Think before we post, be respectful, choose empathy.
That sounds pretty idealistic.
Maybe, but the online world is here to stay, right?
Yeah.
It's part of our lives now, so we have to at least try to make it a place that reflects the best of us, not the worst.
Reclaiming the human in the digital. I love that. Well, on that note, I think it's time to wrap up this deep dive. It's been quite the journey.
It has.
From the wild world of Dirty Decca all the way to the meaning of life. Almost. But seriously, thanks to everyone for listening and for, thinking about all of this with us. It's been a good one. Right, so today we're diving into a world that's pretty wild, really British bare-knuckle boxing.
Yeah.
But we're not just looking at the sport, right?
Right.
We're trying to understand this guy, Decca Heggie.
Yeah.
He's all over YouTube, this channel, Hedgehog Live.
Okay.
And, let me tell you, this guy, he's
Yeah.
a piece of work, this Decca Heggie.
It's fascinating, isn't it? This persona that he's cultivated.
Yeah.
It's almost like a character,
Yeah.
And it clashes so dramatically with these little glimpses we get
Totally.
of his insecurities.
Yeah, it's like he's decided tough guy. That's the role he's playing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Constantly going on about how he's undefeated, the hardest man in Britain, even calls himself the governor. I mean,
Right.
who does that?
Yeah. It's a calculated move, though, right? I mean, when you think about it,
Yeah.
by claiming that title,
Yeah.
he's putting himself in this lineage,
Definitely.
with these legendary figures like Lenny McLean, Roy Shaw.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if he's earned it or not. It's about establishing that dominance, that
Right.
authority.
And then he throws in these curveballs.
Yes.
He'll be talking about how he had a really rough childhood.
Yeah.
Mentions like sexual abuse, even
Right.
suicide attempts.
Yeah.
And then suddenly he's like, oh, but I'm actually really insecure.
Yeah.
I don't trust people. I want a stable relationship.
It's jarring, isn't it?
It is. It's really jarring.
Because you sit there and you think, okay, are these admissions genuine?
Yeah.
Is he actually trying to connect with people, trying to be vulnerable?
Yeah.
Or is this calculated? Is this a way to gain sympathy?
Oh, totally.
Build trust so that he can exploit it later?
Yeah, and then we get to Stephanie.
Oh, boy.
These phone calls,
Talk about
they are something else.
toxic masculinity.
Honestly, it's like a crash course in toxic masculinity.
Absolutely.
He goes back and forth between, like, showering her with affection.
Yeah.
Almost like love bombing her and then just berating her for, like, the smallest thing.
It's the slightest little thing.
You know, and he demands constant attention, tells her who she can and can't talk to.
Control. It's all about control.
It's like he wants a girlfriend who's basically just an extension of himself.
Exactly.
Not a real person with thoughts and feelings.
100%.
Remember that bit where he just loses it?
Oh, I know exactly what you're going to say.
Because Stephanie says she thinks some guy on TV is good looking.
Oh, come on.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Normal people do that all the time.
Right. Like complimenting someone's appearance, that's allowed.
Exactly.
But he twists it around, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Makes it seem like she's attracted to this random guy just because she said that he was good looking.
Yep.
Classic gaslighting.
Totally.
Making her doubt her own perceptions and
Yeah.
feel guilty for something totally normal.
And then he gets on to her past relationships,
Oh, here we go.
like fixated on it.
Yeah.
He brings up how she's only been with 3 guys.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Right. Like it's some kind of ammunition he can use against her.
Yeah, like it's a bad thing or
Mm.
something.
It's all about asserting his dominance,
Right.
implying that he's superior because of his own, alleged experience. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is where the contradiction really hits you.
Yeah.
Because he says he respects women,
Right.
but then he tries to shame her for her past,
Exactly.
even though he's the one always bringing it up.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
It really doesn't.
And speaking of, respecting women,
Yeah?
did you hear about the story about his ex-girlfriend?
No. What happened?
So he wasn't cool with her even looking at other men.
Seriously?
Not even, like, pictures in magazines.
Wow.
He admits to ripping up a magazine
No way.
because she said another guy was attractive.
That's just unbelievable.
It's really something.
It's this pattern, isn't it?
It is.
This need to control, this possessiveness.
Yeah.
He doesn't see women as like individual people,
Right.
with their own thoughts and feelings and agency.
Exactly.
It's like they're possessions to be
Yeah.
controlled.
Exactly.
But then he talks about his Nana,
Oh, here we go.
how much he loves her, how he goes to bingo with her every week.
Right. It's like he flips a switch.
It's almost comical.
Right. It's just contradiction after contradiction.
It really is.
He's trying to present this image of himself as this loving grandson.
Yeah,
But then his behavior towards women he's actually involved with
right.
tells a completely different story.
It really makes you wonder,
It does.
which one is the truth?
Yeah.
Is it all fake?
Or is it some weird mix of both?
Yeah, and that brings us to like another layer of this whole Decahegi thing.
Okay.
This gang he claims to run, the firm.
Oh, yeah. The fur.
Over 300 guys, apparently.
Right.
Involved in security, protection.
Mm-hmm.
He even mentions looking over drug deals.
Which, that's a bit sus, if you ask me.
It's all very sus.
Yeah.
So is this real or is it all just part of the persona?
That is the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It really is.
We'll dig into that right after this.
So we're back, and I got to say, my head's still spinning from those Stephanie calls.
Yeah, there's something else.
But now we're getting into the firm business.
Right.
This supposed gang, 300 strong, that Decahegi says he runs,
Yeah.
all about security, protection.
Mm-hmm.
But then he throws in that looking over drug deals bit.
Yeah, which,
Kind of muddies the waters a bit, don't you think?
It does. And that's the thing with Heggie, isn't it? He makes these bold claims, But when it comes to the details, he gets really vague.
Totally, yeah. It's all, I don't like to talk about it online.
Right.
Which, let's be real, makes the whole thing sound even fishier.
Exactly. If it's all on the up and up, why the secrecy?
Right. Like if you're proud of your security work, why not be open about it?
Exactly. So it makes you wonder, is this a real organization?
Yeah.
Is he exaggerating?
Or is it something else entirely?
Yeah. Is he trying to scare people with this gang talk?
Yeah.
Or is it all about looking tough,
Attracting a certain type of follower.
Exactly.
It's like he's dropped us right into some gangster film.
Yeah.
And not even a good one. Like some low-budget thing.
Right. Where everyone's trying way too hard.
Exactly.
And that performative aspect, I think that's key to understanding Heggie.
I think so, too.
Like, take his claims about going nationwide with the security business, yeah.
Yeah, taking over doors all over the UK.
Right, it's less of a business plan and more like...
A movie script he's writing in his head.
Exactly.
Oh, and don't forget the name dropping.
Oh, God, the name dropping.
One minute it's Tyson Fury's trainer, the next he's doing security for some big-time celeb.
Right, he's always trying to build himself up.
Yeah, like he's rubbing shoulders with the elite.
Creating this aura of importance.
But how much of it is actually true?
Who knows?
It's like he's building this whole mythology around himself.
Yes.
With these exaggerated stories and these unlikely encounters.
It doesn't even matter if it's true, really.
It's about the image.
Exactly, the narrative he's creating.
But then he goes and flips the script again.
Ooh, how so?
He starts talking about being scared of being exposed.
Oh, right.
About trolls online, making up rumors, fake police reports.
Right, you'd think the hardest man in Britain wouldn't be bothered by a few internet trolls.
Right.
Classic deflection tactic, though.
Is it?
Yeah, you see it all the time. Playing the victim.
Oh, interesting.
It's a way to shut down criticism, control what people say about you.
So he wants to be the untouchable hard man, but also the misunderstood victim.
Exactly. And that's what makes him so fascinating, right? You never know what you're going to get.
He keeps you guessing.
Exactly.
And it all ties back into this thing he does, blurring the lines between truth and fiction.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, remember that story about him jumping off a bridge?
Oh, yeah, that was a wild one.
Claims he only survived because a police van happened to be driving over at that exact moment.
Oh.
It's so out there.
It's so over the top.
Like, he can't help but embellish, even when it comes to something as serious as, like, mental health.
Right, and suicide.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what makes analyzing him so frustrating.
It is, isn't it?
He gives you these little glimpses of vulnerability, these things that could be real struggles.
Yeah, yeah.
But then he frames them in such a theatrical way.
Yeah.
You just never know what to believe.
It's like he's performing authenticity.
Right. Like, he wants us to see him as this complex person, but he's so aware of the image he's putting out there.
It makes you wonder, is that self-awareness just another part of the manipulation?
Oh, that's a good point. Like, is he doing all of this on purpose?
Right. Is there some bigger plan we're not seeing?
Or has he just gotten so lost in this persona that even he doesn't know it's real anymore?
It's like trying to grab onto water.
It really is. Just when you think you've got a handle on
It
things.
slips right through your fingers.
Exactly. And that's what we're going to try to unpack in this final part of our deep dive.
Into Decca Heggie, the enigma.
The one and only. So we've really gone deep into Decca Heggie's world, haven't we?
We really have, yeah.
All these contradictions, the wild claims, the relationships, the lines between what's real and what's, performance.
Still a lot to unpack.
It really is. And I think there's this one element we haven't really talked about yet.
Okay.
But I think it's actually key to understanding, like, the whole Decca Heggie puzzle.
Yeah. I'm intrigued. What are you thinking?
I think it all comes down to the audience.
Ah,
Like, every word he says, every story, every time he exaggerates something, it's all for them, for the people watching.
That's a really good point. Actually, you're right. He's always aware of the camera.
Right.
Of us, the audience, the people watching these videos, analyzing him.
Yeah, it's not just about him living his life. It's like he's documenting it.
Exactly.
Creating this narrative,
Absolutely controlling how he's seen.
Yeah, and it's like, remember when he's on the phone with Stephanie?
Ah, here we go.
And he tells her to call him the governor during sex.
Oh, God.
It's not just controlling at that point.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
a performance.
Right.
He wants that reaction.
Of course.
He needs to be that hard man, even in, like, the most intimate moments.
It's all for the persona. It's crazy.
It really is. It speaks to something deeper, though, don't you think?
Yeah.
Like, this need for validation,
Oh, totally.
for attention, even if it's negative attention.
Right. It doesn't matter. As long as people are talking about him.
Exactly. He
Yeah.
needs that notoriety, the controversy.
And that's why Decca Heggie is such a fascinating case study.
He really is.
Because is he this master manipulator
Right.
playing us all like a fiddle?
Pulling the strings.
Or is he just a guy who's really struggling
Yeah.
and looking for connection in, like, the only way he knows how?
Yeah. It's sad, really.
It is, and you almost feel bad for him.
You do.
But then he does something else, and you're like, wait, hold on.
Exactly.
We'll never know for sure, I guess.
I don't think so. It's probably a bit of both. Yeah, a mix of all these things, his personality, what he's been through, this whole internet age where everyone's trying to be famous.
It's a recipe for this kind of persona, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the point.
That
They
makes sense.
spent all this time trying to figure out the real Decahegi.
Yeah,
But maybe that doesn't even exist.
that's a good point.
Maybe this is it. The performance, the contradictions, the way he's built this whole persona.
It's like a character you can't break out of, you know?
Exactly. Maybe that is the real Decahegi, or at least the version he wants us to see.
And that leaves us with more questions than answers, really.
Doesn't it? It always does.
But I think that's the beauty of a deep dive like this.
It is, you know.
It's not about judging anyone or saying who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah.
It's about looking at the gray areas, the complexities.
Of human nature, right?
Yeah. Especially when it's playing out online for the whole world to see.
So, what do we make of Decahegi? I don't know.
It's tough to say, isn't it?
He's a piece of work, that's for sure.
That he is, but I have a feeling we haven't heard the last of him.
Me neither. Not by a long shot.
And maybe, just maybe, that's exactly what he wants.
Maybe you're right. All right, so get this. Today, we're diving into a story that's going to have you wondering about prison life and fandom. You know, just human nature, really.
Oh, this is a good one.
We're talking Decahegi, right? So a bare-knuckle boxer. Guy's practically got a cot on reserve in the prison system, am I right?
Yeah, he's got a history, that's for sure. But
But this time,
this time it's different.
it's not his fists making the headlines. It's something else. Something much, well, weirder.
Definitely unexpected.
So lay it on me. What's the story with this Deca guy? What's got everyone buzzing this time?
All right, well, buckle up, because it all starts with Decca becoming a jailhouse heartthrob.
Wait, hold on. Do you say heartthrob? As in women are swooning over this guy while he's locked up?
You heard right. The article we've got here, it lays it all out. It's actually pretty wild.
Okay, you've got to give me the details. How does a bare-knuckle boxer, someone who settles things with his fists, become a heartthrob from behind bars?
Well, picture this. Decca's in his cell, right? Standard prison fare. And one day, out of the blue, a pink perfumed envelope appears on his cell floor.
A pink, perfumed envelope. Sounds like a scene straight out of a movie. All right, I'm hooked. Who sent it?
It was from an inmate, woman named Sharon, locked up at a different facility. Apparently, she'd caught a glimpse of Decca in some, YouTube video or something. And that was it. She was smitten.
Love at first YouTube viewing. That's a new one.
Right. And the kicker is, in the letter, she's going on about this heart of gold she sees in him beneath the, the rough exterior.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of the bad boy appeal. But come on, one letter, even one as flowery as that, doesn't make you a heartthrob.
Yeah.
What happened next?
Oh, it didn't stop there. That's the thing. That pink envelope, it was like a beacon or something. Soon, Decca's cell was practically overflowing with letters. Photographs, too. Even hand-drawn portraits. All from women in prisons across the country.
You're kidding. So we've moved past a single admirer. This is a full-blown fan club. What are they writing in these letters? Are we talking marriage proposals already?
Huh. Not quite proposals, but it's pretty close. I mean, they're comparing him to romantic heroes for crying out loud. Declarations of love, promises of tattoos in his honor, the works.
Wow, this is insane. The guy's a legend. But I gotta ask, what's the vibe like in the prison? Are his fellow inmates lining up for autographs? Or are they a little less enthusiastic about Decca's newfound fame?
Yeah, you can imagine it's not all sunshine and roses. The article, it introduces this character, Johnny Big Nose, and let me tell you, the name fits the stereotype.
Oh boy, I think I can picture this guy. So Big Nose is not exactly thrilled about Decca's fan mail, right?
Not one bit. Johnny, he's the embodiment of every jealous inmate rolled into one. He even confronts Decca, demanding to know, "What's your secret, mate?" Like it's some kind of magic trick.
Oh, this is too good. I bet Decca ate it up.
Yeah.
So did he share his secrets? What's the secret formula for becoming a prison heartthrob?
Well, Decca being Decca, he just shrugs it off, Plays it cool, credits it to his mystery and winning personality. Though, reading between the lines, you can tell he's loving the attention. Oh, he's definitely soaking it up.
Who wouldn't? It's like he's the king of the castle, but instead of ruling through fear, it's fan mail and hand-drawn portraits.
It's a fascinating dynamic, really.
Totally.
Yeah.
But it makes you wonder, what is it about this guy? I mean, these women haven't even met him. They're falling for, an idea of him.
That's just it, isn't it? It's this whole parasocial thing.
Parasocial. You're going to have to break that down for me.
Right. So it's like, when people get super invested in celebrities, like they feel like they actually know them.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But that's usually reserved for, movie stars and pop singers, not exactly hardened criminals.
Right, but in this case, it's amplified. Think about it. These women are in prison. Their world is small, controlled. Decca, through these letters and rumors, he becomes this blank slate for them.
So they're projecting their own desires onto him, their fantasies.
Exactly. He's this blank canvas onto which they can paint their ideal man, their escape from the realities of prison life.
And the fact that he's locked up in another prison probably adds to the allure. He's unattainable.
Oh, absolutely. No chance of a messy breakup when there's a wall of bars between you.
True, very true. But this bad boy thing, it's almost cliche, isn't it? Why is that so appealing, especially in a place like prison?
Well, it's more than just being a bad boy. It's what that represents. A sense of rebellion, a disregard for rules.
Which, in a place like prison, where rules are everything.
Exactly. It's a powerful image. Plus, there's the strength aspect, the feeling of protection, which can be appealing in an environment where vulnerability is often seen as a weakness.
So Decca ticks all the boxes. He's tough. He's mysterious. He's completely unavailable.
The perfect fantasy boyfriend, at least within the confines of the prison system.
All right, so we've talked about the letters, the infatuation, but what about, the perks? Don't tell me those hand-knit scarves weren't making their way through the prison mailroom.
Oh, you better believe it. The article, it talks about Decca receiving all sorts of gifts. Sketches, mixtapes, you name it. And we're not talking about just little trinkets here. These were expressions of adoration, tokens of affection.
I've got a whole economy built on Decca-Heggie fandom.
It's remarkable, and it really highlights how social hierarchies exist everywhere, even in prison.
Right, so where does this newfound fame place Decca in that hierarchy?
It's an interesting question, isn't it? He's not running a smuggling ring or anything.
But he's got something else. Something that transcends the traditional power structures.
Absolutely. He's a source of fascination, envy, even amusement. And get this, even the guards get swept up in the whole thing.
Wait, what? The guards, are they asking for his autograph too?
Not quite, but close. Remember Big Dave, the tough-as-nails guard from the article?
Yeah, what about him?
He goes to Decca for advice.
Advice? About what?
Relationship advice. Apparently, Big Dave's marriage is on the rocks, and he sees Decca as some kind of love guru.
You've got to be kidding me. A prison guard is taking relationship advice from a bare-knuckle boxer serving time.
I know, right? But that's the thing about this story. It's full of these absurd, head-scratching moments.
It's like the whole prison system is tilting on its axis a little bit.
And it's all thanks to Decca-Heggie and his unexpected fan club.
I mean, you really couldn't make this stuff up.
It's a reminder that life, even behind bars, can be stranger than fiction.
No doubt about that. But it also makes you think, doesn't it? What does this say about us? About our need for connection, even in the most unexpected places? It's kind of like he's accidentally become this, I don't know, like a folk hero or something.
It's the accidental part that makes it so interesting, right? Like these women are building up this whole image of him, and who knows how accurate it actually is.
Right, like are they picturing Romeo in there? And Decca's really more like, I don't know, like a bruiser with a soft spot for stray cats. We don't really know.
Exactly. And yet that image, that fantasy, it has real power. I mean, look at the impact it's having. He's shaking things up without even trying.
It really is wild. Okay, so the big question, does Decca know the effect he's having? Like, is he leaning into this heartthrob thing?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Part of me thinks he's got to be in on the joke.
Right, like winking at the guards while he's reading his fan mail?
But there's another part, and maybe this is me being a bit too optimistic, but maybe there's a part of him that's genuinely touched by it all.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, even if it's based on a fantasy, this kind of attention, it can be, well, validating.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, we're talking about a fundamental human need here. Connection. It's something we all crave. And in prison, where you're cut off, isolated.
That need's got to be even stronger.
Exactly. So maybe these letters, they're a reminder that even in the toughest circumstances, even behind bars, that need for human connection, it finds a way.
It's a powerful thought, isn't it? That even a bare-knuckle boxer can become a symbol of hope, of romance, even if it's all thanks to a few pink envelopes and a whole lot of imagination.
This whole story, it makes you think about the things we seek out, the meaning we create, even in the most unexpected places.
Decca-Heggie prison heartthrob. Who would have thought? It's funny, it's bizarre, and you know what? It's kind of beautiful in its own way.
Absolutely. And it reminds us life can surprise you. Sometimes the most profound truths, they come from the most unexpected places, and that's something worth remembering.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay.
So, next time you think you've got it all figured out, remember Decca-Heggie and his unlikely fan club. There's always more to the story than meets the eye.
Okay, so get ready because today we're doing a deep dive on someone I think you guys are going to find really interesting. We're looking at Dekahegi.
Yeah, this should be a good one.
Yeah, you've sent us a bunch of YouTube clips, and it's like raw footage of this guy's life.
Raw is a good way to put it.
He's a former bare knuckle boxer, and now he runs a security firm and a fighting company.
Yeah, a real Renaissance man.
This guy, Dekahegi, he seems like quite the character, like one of these guys where we're really going to have our hands full with this deep dive.
Yeah, for sure.
We're piecing together a picture of him based on these little snippets, these glimpses into his life. It's really interesting how much of what we see feels like a performance.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's constructing a persona for the camera. Like,
Yeah.
who is Dekahegi trying to convince us or himself?
That's such a good point.
You know?
Yeah, and he really doesn't hold back on the self-promotion either. He's constantly going on about being this undefeated fighter,
Right.
about having connections to Tyson Fury's camp,
Of course, gotta have that.
about running with a firm.
Yeah.
It's almost comical how over the top it is.
Like a caricature almost.
He even compared himself to Charles Bronson at one point.
Right. Well, that name dropping is interesting.
Mm.
It speaks to this desire to align himself with a certain image. The tough guy, the one you don't mess with.
Yeah.
He seems to be crafting this image of power and invincibility.
But then he tries to soften the edges a bit. You know, he talks about being a changed man, respectful of women because he loves his Nana.
Right.
So it's like he's trying to balance this tough guy persona with this image of someone who's sensitive deep down, you know?
Yeah. And that's where we start to see the potential signs of what psychologists call narcissistic personality disorder. This often involves having a grandiose sense of self-importance, a deep need for admiration, and a lack of empathy. And while we can't diagnose anyone from afar, these boasts and contradictions do seem to fit that pattern.
It really makes you wonder what's driving this need to control the narrative, to shape how people see him.
Yeah, what's he compensating for? Makes you wonder.
And speaking of contradictions, things take a turn when he interacts with Stephanie, this undercover journalist who reached out to him. What starts as somewhat charming quickly reveals some concerning behaviors.
Like what?
Well, he starts complimenting her, telling her she's different from other women, but it doesn't take long for those compliments to morph into something. Well, less flattering.
Less flattering how?
Well, he actually says to her at one point, "You're mine now," and starts dictating how she should behave, who she can and can't talk to.
And that's a classic example of coercive control. It's a pattern of behaviors used to dominate and control a partner. And it's not just about jealousy either. It's about power and isolation. You see, he's trying to cut her off from her support system, making her more dependent on him.
Yeah, it's really unsettling to hear. Like, he even tells her to delete social media, says he doesn't trust her contacts. It's like he's trying to trap her in his world.
Exactly. And that isolation is often a precursor to more serious forms of abuse. By controlling her access to information and support, he gains a dangerous level of power and influence over her.
It's chilling to think about. And what's striking is how quickly he jumps from these attempts at charm to outright rage. Like, one minute he's complimenting her, and the next he's furious over the mere suggestion that she might find someone else attractive, even hypothetically.
Yeah, that level of possessiveness is really concerning. It speaks to a deep-seated insecurity and a need to control her every thought and feeling.
Yeah.
He's projecting his own fears and insecurities onto her, making her responsible for managing his emotions.
It's a lot to unpack, and just when you think you have him figured out, he flips the script and starts talking about his own vulnerabilities.
Yeah, this is where things get even more complex.
Yeah.
He reveals some very personal and painful experiences, talking about past sexual abuse, suicide attempts, struggles with mental health.
It's heavy stuff, and you can't help but feel a sense of empathy for anyone who's gone through such trauma. But then the question arises, is he using these past experiences as a way to deflect responsibility for his current actions?
That's the big question, isn't it? I mean, it's crucial to acknowledge that trauma can have a profound impact on someone's behavior. However, it's never an excuse for abuse.
And the timing of these confessions is interesting, isn't it? It often seems to happen right after he's been particularly controlling or aggressive towards Stephanie.
Exactly. It's like clockwork. He explodes, she pushes back, and suddenly he's the victim, seeking comfort and understanding. It's a classic manipulation tactic designed to shift the focus away from his harmful behavior and back onto himself.
It's like he's almost weaponizing his past trauma to avoid being held accountable for what he's doing in the present. Right.
And it makes it that much harder to figure out what's genuine and what's manipulation.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a good reminder that human behavior is rarely black and white.
Right.
People can be both victims of trauma and perpetrators of abuse.
For sure.
And I think it's not about excusing his actions, but understanding the complex factors that might be driving them.
Yeah, absolutely. And just when we start to delve into this whole other layer of his personality, he pivots again.
What's he on to now?
It's back to the firm and his business dealings.
Ah, yeah.
Remember all that?
Of course.
Yeah, so he's going on and on about his security business, right?
Yeah.
But then there are all these little comments about violence weapons expanding his influence,
I see.
and it starts to feel a lot more ominous than it did before.
Yeah, this is where those underlying threads of control and power all seem to converge. He boasts about his security business, but then there are these mentions of violence, weapons, expanding his influence. It starts to feel more ominous, like how much of this is performance for the camera.
It's like he's trying to intimidate people almost.
Yeah, is he trying to intimidate potential rivals? Or is this a glimpse into a darker reality, a world where he really does wield that kind of power?
Yeah, and it really makes you think back to those original questions we had.
Like what?
Like, who is Decca Heggie?
Right.
What is the purpose of all these videos?
Yeah.
And what about Stephanie? I mean, this is an undercover journalist who's going undercover to get this footage of him.
Right.
And she's putting herself in a potentially risky situation.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Her presence adds a whole other layer of complexity to this story. Is she a willing participant in this, aware of the image he's trying to project? Or is she in over her head walking a tightrope to expose something darker?
It's hard to imagine anyone willingly subjecting themselves to that kind of treatment.
I know.
But then again, journalists often go to great lengths to get the story.
Oh, they absolutely do. And that raises questions about the ethics of it all. Is it responsible to engage with someone like this knowing his tendencies potentially putting yourself at risk? Or is it important to expose those tendencies to show the world what's hiding behind the bravado?
It's a tough call.
It really is.
And there are no easy answers.
Not at all.
But you know what I think is so interesting about this whole deep dive is that it forces us to confront these questions head on. We live in a world that is just saturated with curated content.
Oh,
Like everyone has this perfect, polished version of themselves online.
oh yeah.
And then you have Decca Heggie.
Yeah.
This raw, unfiltered glimpse into one man's complexities, contradictions, and disturbing behaviors.
And you know what's left for you, the listener, is this: don't take everything at face value.
It's so true.
Question the narratives you encounter both online and in your own life. Look for those subtle signs of manipulation and control. And never underestimate the power of insecurity and the lengths people will go to mask it.
Well said. Decca Heggie might just be some name that you stumbled upon online. But this deep dive into his world, I think it reminds us that things are rarely black and white. Be critical, be curious, and keep asking questions. Until next time.
All right then. Ready to dive into this Decca Heggie thing? I gotta say, this one's got the internet spun up, and it's not just the arrest itself, you know?
No, not at all. It's the whole free speech can of worms, right? What you can say online, what you can't.
Exactly. So we're digging into this live stream, Hedgehog Live, this guy Hedgehog Man and his co-host Chrissy. They're breaking down Heggie's arrest, pulling straight from news articles and stuff. It's actually pretty wild.
Yeah, and the speed at which this all went down is, well, it's pretty telling, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. So Hedgehog Man's going through these articles, right? And he lays out the charge. Racially aggravated offensive online content. That's under the Malicious Communications Act, which I'm guessing most people don't know about.
And for good reason. It's pretty dense legal stuff. But essentially, it makes it illegal to send anything seriously offensive or threatening through, well, pretty much any online platform.
So emails, social media, the whole shebang.
Pretty much. And the racially aggravated part is important because it means the offense was specifically designed to, stir up hatred based on race. That can mean a much more serious sentence.
Wow, okay. And get this, Heggie's actually in custody until his court date, which Hedgehog Man seemed to think was a big deal.
Yeah, it's not usually a slam dunk like that. You got to wonder if they're making an example out of him, especially with all the, the climate we're in right now.
It's a thought, for sure. And it gets even crazier because there are two other guys who were arrested around the same time as Heggie. Hedgehog Man said it's part of a bigger police operation, targeting something they're calling potential planned disorder.
They even arrested one guy, Billy Thompson, just for a comment he made on Facebook about the police.
Yeah, and he got hit with a 12-week jail sentence, which, I mean, that's just for a comment, one comment. even if it was bad, it raises some serious questions about, like, is that really fair? Is that going too far?
12 weeks. That's insane. You really have to think twice about what you say online. And there's a third guy, they didn't name him, facing charges for, get this, encouraging violence against police and trying to start trouble on Facebook. But here's the thing. He says he's not gutty, which means this is going to court, and the whole thing about what encouraging violence actually means online, that's going to be a huge deal. This could set a precedent, you know?
So it's not just about saying something awful. It's about what the courts say is going too far. This is big.
Huge. Think about it. Someone posts something in one country, and it causes problems on the other side of the world. Whose laws are we talking about then? It's a global mess.
Makes you realize how much power our words really have, right? It's not just a small thing anymore.
And then there's a whole other issue. Who's supposed to be in charge of all this? Is it the governments? Is it the social media companies?
That's the million-dollar question, right?
Ah.
And it's not just theoretical either. Hedgehog Man pointed out that all of Hagee's videos, even the ones flagged by people on YouTube as bad, they were all still up when he got arrested.
Exactly. It shows how tough it is for these platforms to manage everything. They're stuck between letting people speak their minds and stopping things before they get out of control. There's no easy answer. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, you get freedom of speech, right? That's kind of a big deal in a democracy. But then you've got people potentially getting hurt, you know, violence, discrimination, all that. It's a tightrope walk for sure.
And the way they just swooped in on Hagee and these other guys, it does feel like a show of force, doesn't it? Like Hedgehog Man said, a sweeping up. It's like they're trying to send a message.
Right. He really hit on something there, even if his language is a little, you know, colorful. Is this really just about these specific guys, or are they making an example out of them to scare others into line? That's a whole other can of worms when you think about it. Especially with everything going on, like Hedgehog Man said something about national disturbances mentioned in the article. That's got to play into it, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, even if they are guilty, what's the best way to handle it? Is throwing them in jail really the answer? Or are there better ways to deal with this stuff, you know, the hate speech, and stop it from getting worse?
It's a massive question. And honestly, I don't think there's one easy answer. I mean, education's got to be a part of it, right?
Yeah.
And talking to each other, actually trying to understand where this stuff comes from in the first place.
For sure. But it's got to be a conversation we're all having, not just like judges and lawyers. This is bigger than that. Speaking of, there was this one comment Hedgehog Man read from his chat that really stuck with me. It was like, all these comments are being screenshotted. Kind of creepy when you think about it.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, for sure. On one hand, it's good for accountability, right? People thinking twice before they say something horrible. But then there's a whole big brother thing, you know? Is it okay to constantly be watching what everyone's saying, even if they're not technically doing anything illegal?
It's like everyone's walking on eggshells, terrified of saying the wrong thing.
And the thing is, it's not just some shadowy government agency listening in. Hedgehog Man pointed out that the police didn't even have to ask YouTube for Hagee's videos. It was all right there for anyone to see. Which I guess is the price of admission these days, isn't it? Everything's out in the open.
Yeah, the whole digital footprint thing. It's not just what you post today. It's everything going way back.
Right, and that's where these social media platforms, they've got a lot of power, right? They're not just letting us post whatever. They're deciding what we see, what gets promoted, all that. It makes you wonder about their responsibility here. Like, even if someone's not breaking the law, don't they have some obligation to protect people?
It's a lot to unpack, that's for sure. And with every case like this, it seems like more questions pop up than answers. But you mentioned earlier, the third guy, the one from Maryport, he actually pled not guilty, which is different. Do we know anything more about that, like what his defense is going to be?
It's really interesting, right? Unfortunately, Hedgehog Man's live stream didn't really get into all the legal nitty-gritty. But it'll be really interesting to see how this all plays out, because this could have a big impact on how we think about online speech going forward.
Yeah, no kidding. So it sounds like this case, it could come down to how the courts interpret these laws. Like, what exactly does encouraging violence even mean when you're talking about the internet?
Right. It's not black and white. It's not just someone saying, I'm going to go do this horrible thing. It's more nuanced than that. It's about context and intent. It's going to be fascinating to see how this case shakes out.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot to think about, that's for sure. But before we go too far down that rabbit hole, I wanted to loop back to something else Hedgehog Man said. He seemed almost kind of, I don't know, wistful maybe, when he was talking about Hagee's older stuff before things got really dark.
It's like we forget these people online, the real people, you know.
Right.
It's easy to get caught up in the drama, but there's a human being behind all of this. And it makes you wonder, What is it about being online that makes people say and do things they'd never dream of doing in person?
It's like we're all living in some crazy reality show, but the stakes are way higher than just who gets voted off the island, right?
Yeah, it makes you think about those who are on the receiving end of Heggie's, his hate. What impact did his words have on them? How do we even begin to measure the harm caused by online hate speech?
That's a really good point. It's easy to get caught up in the legal stuff, the free speech debate, but at the end of the day, real people are getting hurt by this stuff.
Exactly. And it's something we need to keep in mind as we have these conversations.
Yeah, it really makes you stop and think about the human cost of all this. It's easy to get caught up in the headlines and the legal back and forth, but this is real life.
Absolutely. And it reminds us to, approach these conversations with a bit of empathy and understanding. But I'm curious, you mentioned earlier about the charges against Heggie. What exactly was it that got him in trouble? We keep hearing about this racially aggravated offensive content, but what does that really mean legally speaking?
Right, like what's the line here?
Well, if I remember correctly from Hedgehog Man's live stream, he was charged under something called the Malicious Communications Act. We touched on it a bit earlier, but it basically covers a whole bunch of stuff related to online communication.
So it's not just about, like, hate speech then?
No, it's broader than that. But in Hagee's case, it sounds like it was the racially aggravated part of his most that really got him in hot water. It suggests that the authorities thought he was trying to stir up racial hatred, or at the very least, that his posts were motivated by some kind of racial bias.
That makes sense, and it seems like that's what makes these cases so tricky, right? The intent behind the words.
Yeah.
It's not always as simple as someone saying, I'm going to go hurt someone kind of thing.
Exactly. And that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Where do we draw the line? When does offensive speech cross over into hate speech? When do words online turn into actual harm in the real world? These are the questions that courts all over the world are trying to figure out, and there's no easy answer.
It's like we're making up the rules as we go, right? The law is trying to catch up. Social media is changing everything, even what we think of as free speech. It's a whole new world.
It really is. And this whole case with Heggie and these other guys, it shows just how fast things are moving. We've got these preemptive arrests, people getting banned from social media as part of their bail conditions, the possibility of serious jail time just for something you said online. It's a lot to take in.
No kidding. It definitely makes you think twice.
Hmm.
But before we wrap up, I wanted to circle back to the unnamed guy, the one from Maryport. He pled not guilty, which is interesting. Did Hedgehog Man say anything more about that, like what his defense might be?
He didn't really get into the weeds on that one. But if I had to guess, I'd say his lawyers are probably going to go after the whole encouraging violence and promoting disorder thing. They might argue that his posts, even if they were offensive, were still protected under free speech.
So it could be a battle of interpretations then.
Exactly. It could all come down to the specific words he used, what he meant by them, whether the prosecution can actually prove that his online stuff was directly linked to a real risk of violence or public disorder.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. This could have a ripple effect on how we understand online speech going forward.
No doubt. This case, and all the ones we've talked about today, they really highlight how important it is to have these conversations about free speech in the digital age. And not just the legal stuff, but our values, our responsibilities as citizens of this online world. What kind of digital world do we want to live in?
Right, one where we can speak our minds, but also keep each other safe. It's a tough balance to strike.
You said it. And this case, for all its messiness and complications, it's a good reminder that we've got to keep working at it.
Well said. Well, that about wraps up our deep dive into the Decca Heggie case and what it means for free speech online. We hope this has given you something to think about and maybe even sparked some important conversations of your own. Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch you next time. All right, so get ready, because today we are diving into a world that's raw, brutal, and completely captivating.
Yeah, this one's a wild ride, that's for sure.
We're talking bare-knuckle boxing, but not just the sport itself. We're going deep into the life of a champion whose story is more gripping than any fight could ever be. Decca Heggie.
And you weren't kidding about a wild ride. Drugs, near-death experiences, you name it. This guy's life has it all.
You got that right. We're talking about the self-proclaimed most trolled man in the UK, Decca Heggie.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got that title for a reason, and we are going to unpack all of it.
But is that the whole story? Is he really just a walking controversy? That's what we're here to figure out. But before we get into all that...
We could start at the beginning.
Exactly, at the beginning. So, Decca Heggie, bare-knuckle boxing champ, where does it all begin?
Well, his childhood is definitely not what you'd expect. I mean, this is a guy who went from being absolutely terrified to fight back against bullies to becoming a bare-knuckle boxing champ.
Wow, that's quite a transformation.
Yeah, you could say that again. It's almost like he went from 0 to 100, just like that.
So where did he grow up? What was his childhood like?
He grew up in a place called Old Harrowby, which is a housing estate in Carlisle, England. And let me tell you, it wasn't the easiest place to grow up. It was rough around the edges, and it seems like Decca's childhood was marked by a lot of fear, especially when it came to this one bully.
I see. So this bully really had a lasting impact on him.
Oh, absolutely. And it makes you think, right? Like, how much of Decca's drive, his need to prove himself, stems from those early experiences?
It's like he's trying to rewrite his story, conquer those past demons.
Exactly. And then you've got his dad, who went by the nickname Diet Chips.
Diet Chips. Okay, I'm going to need some more information on that one.
Right. It's the most ironic nickname ever. Everything we've read about him screams hard as nails. Like, the kind of guy who you wouldn't want to mess with, you know, a real tough guy persona.
And you can imagine that probably influenced Decca in a big way.
Oh, absolutely. It's like he inherited this tough guy blueprint.
So we've got a rough childhood, a tough guy father figure. It's almost like a recipe for ending up in a world like bare-knuckle boxing. But for those of us who aren't familiar, what exactly is bare-knuckle boxing?
Well, picture boxing, right. But take away the gloves, the rules, all of it. It's just two guys in a ring, bare fists, going at it. Brutal, raw, and often very dangerous.
You said dangerous, and I think it's important to remember that it's not just the fighters who are at risk here. Decca's own family has been threatened because of his involvement in this world.
Absolutely. Decca himself said it's always linked to the underworld. And when you think about it, it makes sense. There's a lot of money involved, shady characters, you know, the whole 9 yards.
It's a whole other level of intensity, a whole other world. And Decca seems to have been drawn to that world, almost like he was trying to conquer his past demons by facing them head on.
Right. It's like he's both running towards something and running away from something at the same time.
A classic case of fight or flight. But in Decca's case, he always chooses to fight.
Exactly. And this is where things get really interesting because Decca's story doesn't just stop at bare-knuckle boxing. This guy, he dabbled in acting, podcasting. It's like he was searching for something more.
Trying to find his place in the world, maybe?
Maybe. Or maybe he was trying to outrun the bare-knuckle brawler label.
Either way, you can't deny that this guy's life was anything but ordinary.
Oh, absolutely not. He was a walking contradiction, full of complexities and contradictions, and that's what makes his story so fascinating.
So we've got this guy, right, this bare-knuckle brawler trying to make a name for himself outside the ring, trying his hand at acting, even starting a podcast. It's like he's trying to outrun his past, but the past keeps catching up with him.
It's like he's got this energy inside him, this need to prove himself, but he's not sure where to direct it.
And that's where things get really interesting, because even when he's trying to do something different, it seems like trouble just seems to find him. Like that incident with the road workers while he was recording his podcast.
Oh, yeah, that was a whole thing. I mean, talk about a guy who can't seem to escape conflict, even when he's trying to do something as simple as recording a podcast.
It's like wherever Decahegi goes, drama follows. But even with the acting and the podcasting, the thing that really seemed to blow up, the thing that really made him infamous, was the online world. It's like he stepped into a whole new fighting ring, and this time the stakes were even higher.
Absolutely, and this is where that most trolled man in the UK label really takes hold. And to understand it, you have to wrap your head around the sheer scale of the online hate he was receiving. This wasn't just a few mean comments here and there. We're talking organized campaigns to discredit him, to ruin his reputation.
Wow, organized campaigns. That's intense. But what was it about him that attracted that level of hatred?
Well, it's ironic, but it seems like his openness, his willingness to talk about his past struggles, that's what made him such a target.
Really? You'd think that would make people more sympathetic.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But it's almost like the more vulnerable he was, the more ammunition he gave to the trolls, and the accusations were relentless. Rumors about his personal life, claims that he was faking his attempts at reform, people trying to sabotage his acting and podcasting gigs. It was constant.
It's like they wanted to see him fail.
It often seems that way. And knowing Decca, I bet he didn't back down from those online battles.
Oh, I doubt it. This is a guy who's made a career out of fighting.
Exactly. His instinct was always to fight back, to meet aggression with aggression. But in the online world, that often backfires.
Because it just fuels the fire.
Exactly. Every angry response, every attempt to defend himself, it just gave them more to work with. It's like he was trapped in a digital echo chamber of hate.
And this brings us back to that whole nature versus nurture debate. Was this need to fight, this inability to back down, is that a product of his rough upbringing? Or was it just part of who he is?
It's a question that's probably crossed Decca's own mind a few times, I'm sure, because even when he's trying to create a different path for himself, even when he's trying to be the better man, he ends up right back in the ring, battling it out with these faceless antagonists.
Like a self-fulfilling prophecy almost.
And that's what makes Decca's story so tragic in a way. He's battling his own demons, yeah, but he's also battling a force that's bigger than him, a force that's designed to keep him trapped in that cycle of conflict. And it makes you wonder, can he ever truly break free? Or is he destined to forever be the most trolled man in the UK?
It's a question that I don't think has an easy answer, but it's definitely a question worth exploring. It's like he's fighting a losing battle, but he keeps getting back up.
He does. He keeps going. And you know what? That's something you got to respect about Decahegi, that resilience.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can say what you want about the guy, but he's a fighter.
That's for sure.
He's got this undeniable spirit, And it makes you wonder, what is it that keeps him going?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Is it that need for redemption? Is it that desire to prove everyone wrong?
Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe it's just who he is.
Maybe. But whenever it is, it makes for a captivating story.
Absolutely. Decahegi is a walking contradiction, a guy who's both deeply flawed and strangely compelling.
He is. And, his story, it's a reminder that things aren't always black and white.
Right, there's a lot of gray area.
Exactly. And sometimes the toughest battles are fought within.
And those battles, they're not always pretty.
Nope. They're messy, they're complicated, and they rarely have easy answers.
But they make us human.
They do, and they make us question everything.
And on that note, we'll leave you to ponder the enigma that is Decahegi. The bare-knuckle brawler, the ex-con, the internet punching bag, a man who reminds us that sometimes the toughest opponent is ourselves.
The Deep Dive is a production of Your Company. Don't forget to subscribe and leave us a review. So you want to understand Paul Venus, huh? The man behind the bare knuckles.
Yeah.
Well, we dug into this really raw interview he did on YouTube on the Content Cast channel. And man, let me tell you, this is not your average boxing story.
It really makes you think about what toughness even means.
Right.
We picture physical strength, but Venus's story, it's like there's this whole other level to it.
It's deeper than that.
Yeah.
So he's from South Bank in England.
Okay.
And I don't know if you know about South Bank, but it's known for being, well, rough.
Yeah.
And his childhood, it was rough too. I mean, we're not talking just like, little schoolyard scraps here and there.
Right.
This was brutal, like constant bullying.
Wow.
He was picked on for something as simple as having different colored eyes.
No.
And there's this crazy story about how his dad almost gave him a knife to defend himself.
No way.
His mom thankfully stepped in and stopped that, but can you imagine?
I can't even imagine being in that situation as a parent,
Right.
wanting to protect your kid, but
That's how bad it was.
yeah, you got to do something.
That's exactly.
It makes you think, right? Like you ask what makes someone a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Often it's stuff like this,
Yeah.
like a whole bunch of terrible experiences and a lot of times trauma that they never really dealt with. It shapes how they see the world, how they make choices.
And like the bullying wasn't bad enough. Venus was attacked
What?
randomly,
Yeah.
beaten almost to death, and then chased for I don't even know how long, but he says it felt like miles by this guy who kept saying he was going to kill him.
Oh my gosh.
It's terrifying to even hear him talk about it.
I bet. It's like that saying, hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder about that guy who attacked him.
You know what really struck me, though? He talked about how the worst part wasn't even the beating. It was that he wet himself.
Oh, wow.
Like he was more embarrassed about that.
Yeah.
And it just, I don't know, it says a lot about guys,
Yeah.
how they're raised to just suck it up.
Bottle it up.
Yeah.
Don't be vulnerable.
But it's got to come out somehow.
Exactly.
And so you have this crazy thing where he goes from being completely terrified to being the tough guy that everyone else is afraid of.
It's wild how that happens, right?
Like a self-fulfilling prophecy or something.
Totally. Like that switch from victim to aggressor.
Yeah.
It's a pattern we see a lot in these stories.
Hmm.
And it makes sense in a way. It's like if
Yeah.
you've been abused, you learn to use those same tactics to survive.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to be the one who's weak anymore.
Right. And fear is a powerful motivator. Like
Yeah.
it can make you do anything to protect yourself, but sometimes that protection turns into wanting to be in control, to dominate so you're not dominated.
Exactly. So he's this tough guy, right? But then there's this other guy, kind of a local legend in the area, Lee Duffy.
Okay.
This Duffy guy, he was notorious. He'd rob people, right? And then he'd use the money to buy everyone drinks.
It's like a weird Robin Hood thing, but not really.
Exactly. Like, what do you...
It's that bad boy image.
Yeah, yeah.
The outlaw thing. And it's so appealing, especially to young guys looking for belonging or someone to show them how to be powerful, especially somewhere like South Bank.
Right. But Venus even admits it's a dangerous path to go down. These guys, they rarely get a happy ending.
No, they don't. Duffy, for instance, he got stabbed to death when he was young.
Yeah. It's sad, but even though Venus knows that lifestyle is messed up, he still kind of romanticizes it.
Well, yeah, we love those stories.
We do.
Survival, underdogs, beating the odds, even when it's more complicated and way less glamorous in reality.
So true. And then, to make matters worse, drugs enter the picture.
Oh, no.
And it's not just like, oh, I'll try this. He dives in head first.
Yeah.
Starts at 15.
15. That's tough, man.
Yeah.
You're just figuring life out at that age. So much uncertainty.
Right. And think about everything he went through already. It's like he was almost destined to go down a difficult path.
Yeah. And that's exactly when drugs hook you. When you don't know who you are, what you're worth, drugs can make you feel like you belong. They feel like a solution, even if it's a dangerous one.
Totally. So it's this awful cycle. Starts small, right?
Yeah.
But soon he's fully addicted, robbing drug dealers to get his fix. I mean, this is someone who already lived on the edge. The drugs just amplified everything.
Yeah. Yeah. It's classic addiction. Doesn't matter who you are or where you came from. It takes over.
And it wasn't just him suffering.
Right. It never is. Ripples out to everyone around them.
His family, everyone. He was lying to them, stealing from them.
It's heartbreaking, really.
It gets even crazier.
Yeah.
His house gets shot up because a drug deal went wrong.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. And I think that was a big wake-up call for him.
You think? It just shows how dangerous that world is, how quickly things spiral.
It all ends with him in jail.
Wow.
But get this, he said prison wasn't even that bad.
Really? Why not?
Because of his reputation. He was the tough guy, remember?
Ah, I see.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
He said the worst part was being away from his family.
It's like they say, right? The bars aren't what gets you, it's what they keep out.
Exactly. And for Venus, being cut off from his family, that was torture. He couldn't handle it. And 6 months in, he tries to kill himself.
Wow. You never know what someone's going through. We often forget that there are people hurting behind those walls. The guilt, the isolation. It's a lot to carry.
Yeah, and he said he just took a bunch of pills.
Oh, God.
Didn't even really know if he wanted to die or just, I don't know, escape from it all,
The pain.
The pain, the guilt.
It's a lot.
Thankfully, he was okay. Threw the pills up.
Wow. What a wake-up call, though, right?
Absolutely. I mean, talk about a rock bottom.
Yeah, and I think that's when his mom really stepped in.
She seems like an amazing woman.
It takes a special kind of strength,
Especially, and I hate to bring this up, but she was a recovering addict herself.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so she knew. She understood what he was going through.
In a way that most people couldn't.
And she never gave up on him, even when he was telling her, I'm not like those other guys.
Denial's a powerful thing.
It is, but she just kept gently, encouraging him to see that there might be another way.
It's amazing how often just planting that seed can make a difference.
It really is. And you know what's crazy? He finds comfort in prayer, starts meditating, keeping a gratitude list.
Seriously?
All from a jail cell.
That's incredible. It's like finding light in the darkest place.
Right. But it wasn't all sunshine and roses after that. He was still struggling.
Oh, of course. It's
Yeah.
a lifelong battle, right? It's not like you just flip a switch.
He talked about his brain being wired differently. Like he was always chasing that high, that intensity.
It's like their reward system is stuck on overdrive.
And that's where bare knuckle fighting came in. It was like this outlet for all that energy.
It makes sense when you think about it. The guy's whole life had been about fighting, pushing limits.
He even said it's the closest you can get to a real street fight, legally anyway.
I bet. So he's found a way to, I don't know, make it work for him.
Right, channel it into something positive. But I gotta ask, can people really outrun their pasts?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah. It is, because even after everything, he's still human. He talked about how those nasty comments online, people from his old life saying he'll never change, it still bothers him.
I get that.
It's like this guy has faced down some of the toughest dudes out there.
Right.
But those words still sting.
It shows we all have those insecurities.
We do. But here's the thing. Instead of letting it get to him, he uses it as fuel, channels it all into his training.
Turning that negative energy into something positive.
It's actually kind of inspiring. He's driven, wants to prove him wrong.
And he's doing it. He's found success in the ring.
He has. It's really something. It makes you wonder if all that, that toughness he had to build up, maybe it was meant for this?
Maybe it was. Like you said, it makes you think, can you outrun your past? Or does it always have a hold on you?
It's like, even though he's come so far, you can tell he's still looking for that peace.
I think we all are, in a way.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it all boils down to.
Finding that peace within yourself.
Exactly. So what's the takeaway here? What can we learn from Paul Venus?
It's a powerful story, right? About overcoming adversity, the human spirit, all that.
It's inspiring. It makes you think anyone can change, no matter how dark things seem.
Exactly. There's always hope. And for Venus, it seems like finding his purpose, really grappling with his demons, that's what led him to where he is now.
It's a reminder for all of us, right? To own up to our mistakes, find our purpose, and most importantly, never give up on second chances.
Couldn't say it better myself.
Well, that's Paul Venus for you, a real story of transformation.
Absolutely.
And hopefully his story can inspire someone out there who needs to hear it.
I think it will.
Yeah, me too. All right, so get this South London rival gangs brutal murder that rocks the whole community, and right in the thick of it, you've got this social media guy, Bouncer. You with me? Good. Because today, we're diving deep into this case, trying to figure out, did Bouncer snitch? And send this other guy, Tyrone Bailey, straight to prison for life. We've got court documents, news articles, even whispers from people who knew Bouncer inside. This is going to be good.
What gets me is how this whole thing comes down to words, Like you say on the streets, what holds up in court, it's like one wrong statement, maybe even twisted out of context, can completely screw someone over for good.
No kidding. And we're not talking some hypotheticals here. This is about a 16-year-old kid, Stefan Prasad, gets attacked. Brutally, witnesses said. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie, just awful.
Yeah, and those court transcripts, they don't sugarcoat it. Multiple attackers, using hammers, bats. I mean, it paints a pretty gruesome picture of the kind of violence that comes with these gang wars, chilling stuff.
Chilling is right. See, Prasad and the guy who ends up convicted, Tyrone Bailey, they're on opposite sides of this feud that have been brewing for years.
Yeah.
But here's where it gets really interesting. Bouncer, our social media guy, he knew both of them.
Talk about stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Right.
That whole tangled web of relationships makes Bouncer's role in all of this so messed up. Was he loyal to the victim? His friend? Or did he have some sort of allegiance to Bailey that nobody knew about?
Okay, so let's rewind to April 2005. South London, Prasad and his friends get into it with this other group. Starts with shouting, but then escalates fast. We're talking a full-blown brawl.
Witnesses called it total chaos. People running everywhere, weapons in hand. This wasn't just some scuffle between kids. This was a planned attack, and those involved were out for blood.
And tragically, Prasad ends up outnumbered, beaten so badly that he dies from his injuries a few weeks later, 16 years old. Just heartbreaking.
And the medical reports are rough to read. The level of force used, it was clearly meant to do some serious damage.
Absolutely. Now, multiple people are charged with Prasad's murder, including Tyrone Bailey. And this, my friend, this is where Bouncer enters the picture. He wasn't at the fight, but he did something that would come back to bite him big time. He talked to the police.
And here's where it gets really tricky. Legally speaking.
Yeah.
You got to remember, at this point, Bouncer, he's not a suspect or anything. He's just a guy who might have some info.
Right.
Right. Problem is, what he tells the police, that becomes like this crucial piece of evidence in their case against Bailey.
Okay, so break down this interview for me. What Bouncer actually say?
So Bouncer tells the police that after the attack, Bailey comes up to him, confesses straight up.
Yeah.
Said something like, yeah, I hammered him, deserved it. Tough guy talk.
Wow. And did he describe Bailey's demeanor? Like, was he shook up, remorseful at all?
Not even close. Actually, Bouncer told the police that Bailey was bragging. Like he was proud of what he'd done.
Sickening.
That's messed up.
Uh-huh.
But here's what I don't get. Bouncer's in Jamaica during the trial. Right. So how does this interview even make it into the courtroom? Seems like that should be inadmissible. Right. Yeah. So that's where these legal loopholes get kind of crazy. The judge had to figure out if it was reasonably practicable to get Bouncer back to the UK for the trial. Basically, could they realistically get him there? And they decided, no way. So that's when the interview became admissible as evidence.
Hold up. So even though Bouncer's miles away, kicking it in Jamaica, his words are right there in the courtroom.
Yeah.
That's got to be a nightmare for Bailey's lawyers.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not like this was the only thing they had on Bailey, but Bouncer's interview, it definitely adds fuel to the fire. You know what I mean? It backs up the prosecution's whole story.
But wait, there's more. We dug up some pretty damning stuff from an online chat room, like an early version of social media dedicated to Prasad after he died.
Right. So there's this message, full of slang, obviously, but it basically admits to being part of the attack. Now, nobody proved for sure that it was Bailey, but
the prosecution used it anyway, to suggest that Bailey was online bragging about the whole thing. You combine that with Bouncer's interview. Suddenly, they're painting this picture of Bailey as some heartless thug who's proud of this horrible thing he did.
And it works. You can see how that kind of narrative would sway a jury, even if they've got doubts about some of the evidence taken together.
Yeah.
The story starts to feel very convincing.
So they find Bailey guilty of murder, sentences him to a minimum of 14 years. Case closed.
Well, not so fast. Because this whole Bouncer situation, it just wouldn't go away, even after the trial was over.
Yeah, because there's the court of public opinion,
Right.
and that's a whole other beast.
Exactly.
And for Bouncer, even though he was miles away when all this was going down, that word snitch, it stuck with him. He said on record that it wasn't like that the cops twisted his words, made him out to be the villain.
Yeah, classic defense, right? I was misquoted. They took it out of context. We hear that all the time.
Yeah.
But in this case, with so much at stake, it really makes you think twice.
Totally. And look, we did our homework right, dug through those court documents, and they don't exactly paint Bouncer as some innocent bystander. The guy clearly knew about the bad blood between Prasad and Bailey, knew that whole world, those streets, like the back of his hand.
Exactly. And that's what makes this whole insider account from someone who knew Bouncer in prison so interesting. This person claims Bouncer swore he never meant to snitch, said the police pressured him, threatened him with charges. Can you imagine the pressure he was under?
No kidding. Talk about a lose-lose situation. You cooperate with the cops. You're a snitch, risking your neck on the streets. You keep quiet. Who knows what they'll try to pin on you?
Seriously, it's like picking your poison. Makes you question who you can really trust when you're caught in that kind of web.
No doubt. It's a mess all around. But even with all the evidence, all these different sides to the story, there's still this big question mark hanging over everything. Would Tyrone Bailey still be locked up for murder if Bouncer had never said a word to the police?
$1,000,000 question.
Right.
Impossible to say for sure. The prosecution clearly thought the interview was damning enough to use in court. But there were other witnesses, too.
Right. Other evidence presented at the trial. It makes you wonder what else they had on Bailey. Did they ever find the murder weapon? Were there fingerprints? Right. And even if we could see all the evidence ourselves, most of us, me included, would be totally lost trying to decipher all that legal jargon in the court transcripts. It takes a special kind of brain to connect all those dots.
Well, that's where maybe AI could come in handy. Imagine software that could analyze all that data, not just what's said in court, but forensic evidence, witness testimonies, even old social media posts, like those chat room logs. We're talking next-level deep dive.
Sign me up. But even AI is not perfect, right? It's not like it's got all the answers or can just rewrite history.
Of course not. At the end of the day, it's just a tool. It can process information, maybe even spot patterns we miss. But it can't replace human judgment, human empathy. And in a case like this one, where emotions are running high and the line between right and wrong is so blurry, those human elements are everything.
It's funny. We started this whole deep dive trying to figure out if Bouncer snitched. And here we are realizing it's not a simple yes or no question. It's about loyalty and betrayal. And the weight of words in a world where staying silent can be just as dangerous as speaking out.
Exactly. And if there's one thing we can take away from all of this, it's that even with mountains of evidence, sometimes, it's the questions that linger, the ones with no easy answers.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot of gray areas to navigate.
Makes you think, what would you do if you were Bouncer? Facing that impossible choice, trust the cops or protect your own. Tough call. Big thanks to our expert for helping us untangle this web. And to all you listeners out there, stay tuned for our next deep dive where we'll tackle another case that has everybody talking. Did Killicom from Birmingham snitch? The rumors are flying and we're here to cut through the noise. Catch you on the flip side. Okay, so we're going to do a deep dive today into the story of Liam Ditchfield, a former gang member from Liverpool. You guys know we love to go deep, and this one's pretty intense.
Yeah, his story really stays with you.
It does. It does. So we're going straight to the source. Ditchfield's own words from these YouTube interviews he did. And what's incredible is how raw and unfiltered he is.
It's definitely not what you'd expect.
Right, like he doesn't hold back, which makes it at times difficult to hear, but it also makes it so powerful because you get that true sense of what he went through.
I agree with that. I mean, you can really tell he's not shying away from anything.
Yeah. And one of the things that struck me right away was how he described the Liverpool gang scene. He called it the jungle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that image, right, that word, the jungle, it just like hits you.
It just kind of makes you think, like, what is that like to be in that environment?
Exactly. You can almost feel the atmosphere he's describing, this idea that you're trapped constantly looking over your shoulder.
It's interesting, though, right? Because that one word, the jungle, it gives us this really clear understanding of the environment that can lead to these gangs forming in the first place.
Oh, absolutely.
When we think about a jungle, we think danger. We think unpredictable survival of the fittest. And I think that's reflected in a lot of these situations where you have these communities facing poverty, lack of opportunity, and joining a gang can feel like the only way to gain any kind of power, any kind of protection.
It's almost like a false sense of belonging.
Totally.
In Ditchfield, he talks about how hard it was to even try to escape that life, even when he wanted to go straight. It was like this magnetic pull just dragging him right back in. He even says, like, he would try to leave, but the gang's all he ever knew. And so it was this constant pull back to what felt comfortable, even though it was clearly so destructive.
Yeah. And that pull is so strong, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of times people think, oh, you just leave a gang, you just walk away.
Yeah.
But it is so much more complicated than that. And what we often forget is that these gangs, they offer this sense of belonging, this sense of purpose, sometimes even this warped sense of family that's just really hard to find in other places in their lives. And then on top of that, you add the very real threat of violence for even thinking about leaving.
Right.
And it's no wonder it's such a struggle for people to break free.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you're constantly looking over your shoulder wondering if today's the day.
Exactly. And that fear is so powerful.
It's kind of like that feeling never really goes away, even when he ends up in prison, because when Ditchfield talks about being incarcerated, the word he uses over and over again, it's control.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like you can almost feel those prison walls closing in, just the sense of being completely powerless.
And using that one word, control,
Yeah.
it's so striking because it really emphasizes that lack of agency, the constant surveillance, and it's almost like this really dehumanizing aspect of prison life.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, like, being in that environment for someone who's already experienced the trauma of gang involvement, what kind of psychological impact does that have? Does it actually help, or does it just make things worse?
That's the big question, isn't it, about prison reform? Like, what is the purpose? Is it about punishment or is it about rehabilitation? And I think Ditchfield really grapples with this because on the one hand, he talks about this need for control, but on the other hand, he seems to be suggesting that the prison system itself might actually reinforce this cycle of control and anger that he's already caught in.
So if prison's not the answer, then what is? Because he does seem to be searching for some kind of solution.
Well, he hints at a few alternative approaches that are gaining some traction. Like he talks about the need for programs that focus on education and job training, giving people actual skills they can use to reintegrate into society.
Right, giving them something to hope for.
Exactly, empowering them to break free from that cycle of crime and incarceration. Because right now it seems like the system just keeps perpetuating it.
Yeah, it's like we're not really addressing the root causes. We're just kind of putting a Band-Aid on the problem and hoping it goes away.
Right, and that's not a long-term solution.
And then there's this other phrase he uses. It's really interesting. He talks about restorative justice. Have you heard of that?
Oh, yeah, that's a really fascinating concept.
And then there's this other phrase he uses. It's really interesting. He talks about restorative justice. Have you heard of that?
Oh, yeah, that's a really fascinating concept. It's about, like, actually trying to repair the harm that's been done instead of just focusing on punishment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, like, bringing together victims, offenders, even the community to, like, figure out solutions that actually work for everyone involved.
So it's less about retribution and more about actually trying to address, like, the underlying issues.
Exactly, and I think for someone like Ditchfield who's been trapped in this cycle of violence and crime, to even consider that is huge.
It's like he's almost searching for a way out, not just for himself, but for other people who might find themselves in similar situations.
Totally, and that's where I think the power of storytelling comes in.
Because he keeps talking about redemption. Like, sharing his story is almost like this warning. Like, he genuinely believes it can help someone else avoid going down the same path.
And it very well might, because for someone like him to be able to share his experiences, it can be incredibly therapeutic.
Oh, yeah.
It allows him to kind of reclaim his narrative, make meaning out of all the chaos.
Right.
But it also has this potential to reach other people who might be headed down a similar road and show them that there are other options.
It's like a beacon of hope.
Exactly.
But even with that, you still have to wonder, like, can someone truly find redemption after a life like his, especially given how open he is about the things he's done?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Like, can people really change? Are they defined by their past?
Right.
And I think Ditchfield's story really forces us to confront those questions without giving us any easy answers.
He doesn't try to hide from his past either.
No, he owns it.
He owns it completely, and yet you still see this desire in him to use those experiences to make a difference somehow.
And that's what makes it so compelling.
He says at one point, it's about breaking free. And I think what he means is not forgetting where you come from, but using it to build something different, something better.
You like that idea of turning your wounds into wisdom.
Yeah, and it makes you think, is redemption really about erasing the past? Or is it about confronting it head on and then choosing a different future?
I don't think there's a single answer to that.
Probably not.
But I do think Ditchfield's story shows us that it's possible to create a new path for yourself even after you've been through something incredibly difficult.
It's a powerful reminder that the choices we make and the circumstances we find ourselves in, they're all connected. And it's not always easy to untangle those threads.
It's complex.
It is complex, but it's a story that stays with you long after you've heard it. And I think that's what makes it so important.
It definitely makes you think.
It does. And sometimes that's all it can ask for, right? Something that challenges our assumptions and makes us look at the world a little differently.
Absolutely. And Ditchfield's story definitely does that.
It does. So if you're looking for a story that will stay with you, that will make you think, make you question your own perceptions, then this is definitely one worth checking out. And who knows, maybe it'll even inspire you to look for your own form of redemption in whatever way that makes sense for you.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, buckle up, because today we're diving headfirst into a life that's anything but ordinary.
Oh, absolutely.
Marvin Herbert.
Yeah.
This is a guy who went from, well, a name you didn't want to hear whispered in London to, well, let's just say he's marching to the beat of a very different drum these days.
Totally different.
And we're lucky enough to have some excerpts from a recent interview he did.
Oh, wow.
And trust me, you are going to want to hear this.
I can't wait.
So right off the bat, what struck me is how open he is about his past.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't shy away at all.
Not one bit.
We're talking large-scale criminal activity, violence. He even admits to kind of being an attention seeker, wanting that biggest, baddest reputation.
And, that need for validation, that desire for control, it often comes from somewhere, right? Like he talks about the social climate when he was growing up, the abuse he saw, and you start to think,
Yeah.
how much of that shaped his need to be the one calling the shots?
Yeah.
To have the power.
And he even says that his generation put a stop to a lot of the abuse that was happening, particularly in, like, care homes.
Mm.
They fought back, and sometimes brutally.
Yeah.
And he says that ultimately they stopped it.
It's a complicated thing, right?
Totally.
Because on the one hand, you've got this almost vigilante justice narrative,
Right.
But on the other, how can you ignore the fact that these kids were forced into survival mode in the first place?
Exactly.
Like the system failed them.
Totally.
And that's a huge part of this.
And then there's a story he tells about, I think it was a beggar who wouldn't join him in the criminal world, and he beat him up.
That story for me really sums up the contradictions in Marvin's journey.
Oh, tell me more.
Because was it pure cruelty?
Yeah.
Or was it this warped sense of tough love?
Yeah.
Like he genuinely thought he was showing this guy the only way to make it, to survive.
Right.
It's dark, but it adds this whole other layer to the work he does now with HMP, his organization for at-risk youth.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's trying to atone for those past actions, but offering a different path forward for these kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's heavy stuff.
It is.
It really makes you think.
It does.
And here's where things get really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So today, Marvin's living, a pretty simple life. We're talking like a porta cabin, limited funds.
Really?
A far cry from the life he used to have.
Wow.
Makes you wonder, Did he choose this, or is it kind of, the price he's paying for his past?
It's a question you keep coming back to, right?
Right.
But remember how he talked about proving people wrong?
Yeah.
About finding strength in being alone?
Yeah.
Maybe this is another way he's doing that. This
Mhm.
time proving it to himself.
I see. Yeah.
Like, this is my choice, this is my strength.
But he talks about eating healthy, funding these projects,
Yeah.
and he's practically skint. How's he making that work?
This is where Marvin's logic kind of takes a detour,
What do you mean?
He says, this is how you see who's real and who's not.
Oh, interesting.
That real growth, it comes from scarcity, from having almost nothing.
It's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it?
Totally.
You'd think you'd need, resources to really thrive.
But maybe he's proving something there too.
You think?
Like he's defying expectations, even his own, and maybe that's how he operates best.
And speaking of defying expectations,
yeah.
can we talk about these 26-hour workout circuits?
Yeah, it's intense, right?
26 cities, 26 months, 26 hours of nonstop exercise.
It's wild.
What is the method to this madness?
It's like he traded one obsession for another, right?
You think so?
That all or nothing energy he had,
Yeah.
it's still there, but channeled differently.
Interesting.
Like now it's all about pushing his body to the absolute limit.
But is it just physical?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Is it just about testing his body, or is there something more,
Like what?
I don't know, a need to manage his past? Maybe even punish himself a bit,
It's definitely intense.
Oh, for sure.
And he goes into a lot of detail.
Like a lot.
Describing every, power clean, burpee. He even talks about specific punches on a heavy bag.
It's something.
But I gotta say, he seems to have found something that works for him.
Yeah, you can't deny that.
Even if it sounds absolutely crazy to us.
And that's the thing about reinvention, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes in the most unexpected forms.
Mm.
Maybe this madness, this is how he regains control.
How do you mean?
Like he's taking all that intensity,
Yeah.
that energy that used to fuel his, his darker side,
Right.
and he's channeling it into this.
Wow.
It's like he's rewriting his story, literally with every beat of sweat.
And we can't ignore some of the, shall we say, unconventional stuff he talks about.
Oh, yeah, the guy's got his own methods.
Like what?
He mentions drinking from, get this, a bacteria-filled cup.
What?
Bacteria.
Ah.
Who knows with this guy?
Yeah.
And then there's the extreme fasting, even hints at out-of-body experiences during these workouts.
It's a lot.
It really is.
It definitely makes you rethink what reform even means,
Absolutely.
Like, he's got his own unique, some might say, bizarre worldview.
Yeah, but there's this conviction there,
Right.
a belief that this, however strange it seems, this is his path.
Makes you think, what is success, really?
Exactly.
If not finding what works for you.
Even if it doesn't fit the mold.
Even if it makes no sense to anyone else.
Exactly. It's his life, his journey.
So he even says he's going to be knighted.
What?
Can you imagine?
Right.
Sir Marvin Herbert. It's almost funny.
It's wild.
But with this guy, you never really know.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Right.
It's that unpredictability
Yeah,
that makes his story so compelling.
totally.
Because you're left thinking,
Yeah.
is he delusional?
Right.
Is he ambitious?
Yeah.
Or is there something else there? Like a real chance that something remarkable could come out of all this chaos.
And he connects all of this
Yeah.
to this bigger plan
Okay.
orchestrated by, the universe itself.
Right.
Throughout the whole interview, he
Yeah.
talks about this spiritual side of himself.
Interesting.
Speaking to the universe, getting guidance, this unwavering faith in his path.
And that's where his personal philosophy really comes in,
Mhm.
this blend of new age ideas and conspiracy theories. It's a lot to process, but it just shows you
Yeah,
that human needs to make sense of things,
absolutely.
to ask the big questions.
Totally.
Even if you don't agree with his answers, you got to admire that.
He even says that the universe
No.
helped him walk again after he got shot.
Oh, wow.
Said he stopped the morphine
Really?
because the universe told him he'd be walking in 2.5 years. And
Serious?
guess what?
No way.
He was walking again.
It makes you think, right?
Yeah,
About the power of belief.
for sure.
Like whether you call it divine intervention, placebo, whatever.
Yeah.
Marvin's belief in something bigger than himself, it's undeniable.
And then he goes on about this reality being a simulation.
Oh, boy.
Humans as, spiritual beings trapped in physical bodies.
It's a lot to unpack.
I know, right?
But it's that human thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Try to understand our place in all of this
Yeah.
questioning reality.
it's deep.
It is.
Even his lifestyle,
Yeah.
the fasting, the workouts, that bacteria cup.
Pick up.
He sees it as like rejecting what society says
Okay.
and going back to a more natural way of being.
So it's like he's built his own system,
Yeah,
his own set of beliefs that make sense to him
totally.
in a world that, let's face it, can feel pretty chaotic.
For sure.
Yeah.
So where does that leave us?
That's the million-dollar question, right?
Is Marvin Herbert a reformed gangster turned spiritual guru?
Mhm.
Or is he, I don't know, still figuring it out, one 26-hour workout at a time?
I think that's the beauty of it, really.
Yeah.
His story, it's open-ended, full of contradictions.
Yeah.
He makes you rethink everything you thought you knew about
God.
redemption, success, what it even means to change.
And he just might be headed for Buckingham Palace.
Who knows? Maybe he will.
With Marvin, anything's possible.
That's for sure.
Well, he did say that everyone has a purpose, right? That
Yeah.
the universe has a plan.
Yeah.
Maybe he's onto something.
Maybe we all are.
Something to think about
Definitely.
as we wrap up our deep dive on the enigma that is Marvin Herbert.
Absolutely. What a story. Wow. This 3D Fight Club interview really sent us down a rabbit hole with this one. It's bare knuckle boxing, but UK style. And I don't know about you, but I'm hooked.
Yeah, it's like we're getting a look behind the curtain of something most people just see, those crazy headlines.
Exactly. And we've got Dougie Joyce, the guy, the brains behind 3D.
Yeah.
And 1 minute, he's like this businessman talking about global expansion, working with cage stars, legit organizations. Like he's diving into these accusations about the organization, about his brother Johnny Joyce.
Yeah, and
Okay.
he does not hold back at all.
Yeah.
I mean, this is someone who seems to just run towards controversy.
Okay, so let's unpack this whole Dougie Joyce thing, because it is a wild ride. Like, he goes from talking about these legit business deals, like their new sponsor, by the way, who know a hangover cure was like a sponsorship opportunity? That's fascinating to me. But anyway, he goes from that straight into pulling out what he says are legal documents from his solicitor to fight back against the stuff people are saying about his brother. He even gives us the solicitor's contact info.
That's either next level transparency or a really calculated move. Like he's almost daring people to call him out on it.
Yeah, it's bold for sure.
Hmm.
And it makes you wonder what's really going on behind the scenes. Speaking of bold, we have to talk about Dean Lynch Ward, this fighter who spends the entire interview calling for a rematch.
The Deca feud. Right? Like a whole other layer of drama playing out in this interview.
Right. And it gets personal. Dean shows these screenshots of messages
Yeah.
where Decca allegedly brings Dougie's daughter into it.
Which, yeah, that's never a good look. It goes from just trash talk to something else entirely. When you start involving family, it makes you wonder about what's going on behind the scenes, the history there, the bad blood. That goes way beyond just a fight.
For sure. Yeah, it's a whole other level to it. This whole thing with them wanting to be seen as this legitimate sporting organization, but also leaning into the drama and controversy, it's constant throughout the entire interview.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you've got Dougie talking about partnering with charities, expanding internationally. He even mentions they're advertising on billboards in Times Square.
Times Square. That's not exactly small time. But then he's like almost bragging about how much buzz 3D gets, good or bad.
And that's what makes this so interesting, right? Because are they serious about building a respected brand? Or are they playing up the bad boy image on purpose? Because let's be real, it's working. This interview alone has thousands of views. And that's before we even put out this deep dive.
It's like they're walking this crazy line between, he wanted to be this huge deal in combat sports, but then they lean into that whole outlaw image.
Yeah, and that's the question, isn't it? Because honestly, both can work so well, especially these days.
Yeah, you've got to at least admire the hustle, even if you don't agree with everything they're doing.
Totally. And it's not just about getting attention either. This interview gives us a look at how they're thinking about the business side too. Remember when Dougie starts talking about their new team? They've got a finance person now, a sponsorship guy.
And a diamond builder? Who even knew that was a job?
Exactly. But it shows they're thinking strategically,
Right.
bringing in different types of people. It's actually pretty smart, even if what they're doing is, well, it's not exactly traditional.
No, not at all. They're building a brand, and they're using every trick in the book. Those sponsorships, too. Such a weird mix. Gyms, supplement companies, a hangover cure.
Right. It's like they're tapping into this whole world that exists sort of alongside everything else, and they're packaging it up for everyone else.
It's like that early 3D Fight Club. The one they even joke about in the interview. trying to fill those huge venues. That was their trial by fire.
Totally. It was like they stumbled onto something real, maybe by accident, but it worked.
Put them on the map. And now they're trying to figure out how to do it again without, getting burned. Which brings us back to Johnny Joyce.
Yeah, the brothers' legal issues. That's a whole other thing, isn't it?
Because Dougie is so adamant that his brother is not a rapist, that those rumors are just completely false.
And he's willing to go to bat for him, putting out these documents, giving out his solicitor's info. It's bold. And it really shows that us against the world thing they've got going on.
Yeah, like they're saying, we're not afraid to fight anyone inside the ring or outside of it.
And honestly, whether those documents are real or not, just the fact that he's showing them to everyone, it just plays into their whole story. It's almost like he's challenging anyone who doubts them.
It's all part of the show, isn't it? It's like they know other people are watching, trying to copy him.
Yeah, trying to catch that lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
Right. Tough to fake that.
And Dougie even calls out these other guys in bare-knuckle boxing, saying they're all just mimicking 3D, trying to get attention.
He sounds kind of proud, though, right? Like, we did it first. Everyone else is just playing catch-up.
Yeah, but it makes you think, are they cool with just being the bad boys? They talk about Dubai, working with cage stars, more established places. It's like they want to be taken seriously.
Maybe it's more about control. They know what people think of them, and they're using it.
Yeah, they're in charge of the narrative now.
Exactly. Not running from their past, but making it part of their future. It's honestly a pretty interesting thing they're trying to pull off, being the bad boys, but also wanting to be legit and grow.
Like, yeah, we're the controversial ones, but we're also here to stay.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, is a pretty powerful message.
Makes you think, though, about us, too, right? We eat up the drama, the crazy stuff, but are we paying attention to the actual sport, the athleticism, these guys' stories?
Yeah, it's easy to get caught up in the headlines, the controversies. But when you really listen, like we did with this interview, you have to look deeper. See the ambition, the hard work, the risks they're taking to build this thing 3D.
It's like a microcosm or something.
Right. This whole mix of keeping it real, image, spectacle, actual competition, it's everywhere.
Makes you wonder, what's real anymore? Does it even matter? As long as we're entertained.
Man, big questions, and I don't think they're easy answers. But this has been great. You've given us a lot to think about. This whole 3D thing, it's wild, it's messy, and it's definitely not over yet.
No kidding. Whether they can make this jump from, viral sensation to a real global brand, who knows? But they've got our attention, that's for sure.
And these days, isn't that half the battle?
All right, everyone, welcome in. Today, we're going deep on online reputation. And let me tell you, this one's a doozy.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about those digital footprints, the ones you think are long gone, but then, bam, they reappear when you least expect it.
Like that friend request from high school you thought you'd buried forever.
Exactly. And for our case study, we're dissecting a YouTube video that throws a real curveball when it comes to this whole internet never forgets thing.
Hit me with it.
Okay, so picture this. The video's titled, Get This, Video Craig Hedgehog Man, Brutal Attack on Female Friend Watch Till End. Yeah, I know, it's a mouthful.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot to unpack, and it's on.
Channel called Typical Tom. So right off the bat, you're thinking, what am I getting myself into?
Right.
And the content doesn't disappoint. The man in the video basically admits to assaulting a female friend back in 2008.
He admits it, just like that.
Well, he says he was blackout drunk, that they've reconciled since then, even mentions getting a police caution at the time. But here's the kicker. The way he talks about it is so casual. It's like he's talking about spilling his coffee, not, assaulting someone.
And that's what's always so unsettling, isn't it? The way something so serious can be brushed off so casually, especially online.
And the thing is, this incident happened years before he started making videos, which he says was back in 2011. It's the perfect example of how our digital pasts can come back to bite us.
Yeah, it really highlights how crucial online reputation management is. This isn't something you can just ignore and hope it goes away.
It's like a digital shadow. You can run, but you can't hide. And this video, it just keeps getting weirder. Like, he's talking about this assault, but he's also cracking jokes, making these off-color comments. At one point, he even asks viewers who they think was better in bed.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then there's that title, totally clickbaity, clearly designed to draw people in with the shock value. It all feels very calculated,
Totally. And that brings up a whole other issue. The ethics of Typical Tom sharing this content. Is this responsible reporting? Or just exploiting someone's past for views. Should he have reached out to the woman for a statement? Even as the information is already out there, how you present it makes a world of difference.
Right. It's like, how much control do we actually have over our own narratives online? What if something you said or did years ago suddenly resurfaced? Makes you think twice.
It definitely makes you more aware of your own digital footprint. I mean, imagine if this YouTuber had spent years building a positive online presence, creating valuable content, engaging with his audience authentically. Maybe this resurfacing incident wouldn't have hit so hard. It's all about building that foundation.
Exactly. It's not just about damage control. It's about proactively creating something positive that can withstand the storms.
Think of it like building a house, right? Every online interaction, every piece of content, that's a brick in your foundation. The stronger you build it, the more resilient it'll be.
So where does that leave us then? What's the takeaway for folks at home navigating this crazy digital world?
Well, for starters, we've got to be mindful. Mindful of the content we create, what we share, how we engage, but it's also about taking ownership. What do you want people to find when they search for you online? Because once it's out there,
It's tough to erase.
that's it.
So here's a thought. If someone Googled "why you" right now, what story would your online presence tell? Something to ponder. That's all the time we have for this deep dive. Thanks for listening. All right, so we're diving into Young Spray's story today. You sent over this intense interview with him from the Realer Than Most podcast.
Oh, yeah, I remember you mentioning that one.
And let me tell you, this isn't your typical polished, PR-managed interview. This is raw, unfiltered Spray, doesn't hold back. He gets real about his life, his struggles, everything from his childhood to running his own label now.
Yeah, that's what I found so compelling about it. You can tell he's not trying to sugarcoat anything. It's refreshing, especially these days when everything feels so curated.
Exactly. You were right to flag it for a deep dive. So he starts off talking about moving from Dominica to England as a kid.
Right, huge culture shock, I imagine.
Totally. He talks about sticking out, facing bullying, racism. You really get a feel for how those early experiences shaped him.
It makes you think, right? Those formative years, trying to find your place in a new environment and constantly being made to feel like an outsider, that leaves a mark.
It does. And then it's not like things were easy at home either. He talks about this strained relationship with his father, the pain of not resolving things before his father passed away. You can hear that regret in his voice.
It's tough, those unspoken emotions, especially in families, right? You add cultural expectations into the mix, maybe some communication barriers, things left unsaid. It can really have a lasting impact.
Absolutely. And you can see how he carries that weight with him. As he gets older, he starts getting into trouble, run-ins with the law, and then, boom, Feltham Prison at 16 for robbery.
That's a tough one.
It is, but the way he describes it, it's almost casual, like he's talking about a summer job or something.
It's that detached tone, you know?
Yeah.
Makes you wonder if it's a coping mechanism, maybe a way to deal with the trauma.
It's like a defense mechanism, right?
Exactly. You put on a brave face, act tough,
Yeah.
but those emotions, they don't just disappear.
And for him, prison is also where things take an interesting turn. He starts writing poetry as an outlet.
That's amazing, finding creativity in a place like that.
Right. And then his brother sends him some instrumentals, and boom, those poems become rap lyrics.
It's like that spark ignited something in him.
Totally. And that's where we start to see the emergence of Young Spray, the artist.
From poetry in prison to...
From poetry in prison to, well, it's not exactly a straight line to success, is it?
Not quite.
He gets out, he's got music as an outlet, but he still ends up back in his old ways, selling drugs, back behind bars. You have to wonder how hard it is to break free from that cycle, even when you find something positive.
It's that pull, isn't it? The pressure, the familiarity. Sometimes it's easier to fall back into old habits, especially when you're surrounded by the same environment, the same pressures.
It's like he's fighting against the current. And it's not just about him, right? It's about his family, his community, that sense of responsibility he carries. But then there's this turning point, this letter he writes to the judge.
Hey, that was powerful.
He bears his soul, talks about wanting to change, wanting something different, and he gets a more lenient sentence than he expected.
Makes you think about the purpose of the justice system, right? Is it purely punitive? Or should there be room for rehabilitation, for recognizing potential?
Big questions. And it seems like that second chance, that belief from the judge, it might have been the push he needed. He gets transferred to Doncaster Prison, and this time, things are different. He dives headfirst into music production.
It's like that creative spark, it never really went away. Just needed the right environment to catch fire again.
And catch fire it does. He writes, "Get away while he's still inside." That track, it's raw, it's powerful, it's a glimpse of what he's capable of.
It's authentic, and you can hear the hunger in his voice, that desire to break free not just physically but creatively.
And the music world takes notice. He links up with North Star, forms Mandem. They start making waves in the grime scene. It's a whirlwind, right? From writing rhymes in a cell to collaborating, performing, the whole 9 yards.
It's a crash course in a whole different world. The music industry, especially in a genre like grime, it's fast-paced, it's competitive, it's all about navigating those relationships, those creative clashes.
And those clashes, they come to the forefront with Mandem, don't they? He talks about tensions within the group, disagreements about their sound.
Creative differences, those can make or break a group, especially when you've got strong personalities, different visions for where things should go.
He wanted to keep it raw, authentic, true to his roots, while it seems like North Star was pushing for a more commercial vibe. Eventually, they split.
It's that age-old dilemma, isn't it? Do you stay true to your artistic vision, even if it means sacrificing commercial success? Or do you compromise, adapt to the demands of the industry, even if it means losing a bit of yourself in the process?
Tough choices. And for Spray, going solo, it turns out to be the right move. He releases Really the Most Vol 1, and it explodes. People connect with his honesty, his rawness, that unapologetic style.
And let's not forget the visuals. He brought a whole new dimension to the grime scene with those music videos. He understood the power of creating a whole world around the music.
Totally. And then, as if to silence any doubters, he drops Really the Most Vol 2. He even admits part of the drive was seeing other artists like Hard Body coming up, that competitive spirit pushing him to go harder.
That's the thing about competition, right? It can bring out the best in artists, push them to innovate, to constantly evolve.
And the recognition keeps coming. He gets signed to Lily Allen's label, releases Invisible Tears, plays bigger shows, even does a German Whip remix that blows up. It's like he's on top of the world.
He'd made it, right? From prison cells to major labels, it's the dream. But sometimes, even dreams come with a price.
And that's what's so interesting about this part of his story, right? He's vague about the specifics, but you can tell there was tension, frustration, maybe even a sense of betrayal. He changes management, hints at disagreements about his music, his direction. It's like the industry machine, those pressures, they were starting to wear him down.
It's that constant push and pull, isn't it? Staying true to yourself versus playing the game, conforming to expectations. And for someone like Spray, who built his entire career on authenticity, on speaking his truth, I can see how those compromises would be especially difficult.
It's that moment of truth, you know, when you have to decide what really matters. Holding onto that control, that sense of self, even if it means walking away from what everyone else sees as success.
And that's what he does, right? Starts RTM Records, takes back the reins, supports artists who share his vision. I mean, talk about a power move.
It's bold. And this is where Cream comes in. Remember I mentioned I was curious about their dynamic?
Yeah, how'd that work out? I know you were interested in his whole thing about female artists, too.
Well, they're great on the podcast, really insightful. He admits he was hesitant about signing women at first.
Interesting.
But he's clear it wasn't about talent, more like some outdated ideas he had about the industry.
It's good he owns that, though.
Yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't.
Right. Shows growth. And it gets back to what we were saying about really the most being more than just a name. It's like his whole ethos. And he's not just talking the talk. He opens up about going to therapy, dealing with his mental health.
That's huge, especially in an industry that often glorifies toughness, bravado. For someone like Spray, with his background, it's a powerful message.
Right, like it's okay to not be okay, to ask for help. And then there was that dilemma segment you mentioned, the one with the listener dealing with the unfaithful partner and the drama with her child's father.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what do you say about that?
His advice, it was a trip. Street smarts meets genuine empathy. Didn't sugarcoat anything, but you could tell he cared.
That's real, though. It's not always about saying what people want to hear, but what they need to hear.
Exactly. And it struck me really the most isn't about being hard. It's about being true to yourself, even when it's difficult. And Spray, he embodies that. He's complex, vulnerable 1 minute, guarded the next, ambitious but principled, shaped by this harsh environment, but trying to create something positive.
He's a working contradiction in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But that's what makes him so compelling, right? It's that authenticity. You don't get the sense he's trying to be anyone but himself, flaws and all.
It makes you think, could we all use a little more, really the most in our lives? Where are we compromising, holding back? What would it take to own our stories, even when it's tough? Those are questions I'm walking away with, that's for sure.
Me too. Food for thought.
Definitely. All right, that was heavy, but in a good way. Thanks for bringing this one to the table.
Anytime. These are the conversations I live for.
All right, so, when someone comes out and says, I'm a Viking warrior, you kind of have this picture in your head, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And Danny Gee, he really does have that presence, but what got me about his story is that it's not all, bare knuckle fights and like street justice stuff. It's deeper than that. It starts actually pretty normal.
Yeah, it's funny listening to him talk about Doncaster. You almost forget, what he becomes later. He's into sports, loves learning, even thought about going pro in basketball, golf even.
Seriously.
Yeah, like a totally different life.
Wild. And then, bam, 14 years old, he's out on his own. Can you imagine having to survive like that at that age?
It's just...
Yeah.
It's a level of vulnerability most of us can't even fathom.
Yeah.
And to be, preyed upon, basically forced into that life.
Yeah. It's bleak, man. Like, you'd hope moving to Birmingham would be a fresh start, but it's almost like it sucked him deeper in.
Totally. All that talk about burglaries, stealing, it's not glamorous. It's just him trying to survive.
Okay.
To eat, have a place to sleep.
Yeah. And then, 16, he gets caught. Could have been put away for 5-10 years, but he still covers for the people who exploited him, I did the crime, I'll do the time, he says.
It's messed up, right? But that's loyalty in that world, I guess.
Yeah. And then he ends up in juvie, and you can feel this change when he talks about it. Like, all that swagger is gone. It gets real.
The violence, man. It's like it's closing in on you as he's describing it. And what makes it worse is his family, they abandoned him completely.
No visits, nothing.
Nothing.
Man, to be that isolated at that age, on top of everything else.
That's where the snap happens, I think. All that pressure, the bullying, feeling betrayed. He just couldn't take it anymore.
He says he went from normal to nuts practically overnight. Chillin'.
He's like, hurt them before they hurt you. It's like this switch flips.
Yeah.
And that's Danny Gee right there in the making.
The same one who says, I will hurt you more than you've ever been hurt in your life, and you will never come back for seconds. Intense stuff.
Intense, but he's adamant, even with that he's not a bully. Reacts, doesn't start it, that's his thing.
So even with all that, he's got this code.
He's got a code, yeah. And we'll see how that plays out as we go on, because he gets tested a lot. Tested, especially when he goes back to Doncaster. Thinks he can, reconnect with his mom, get a clean slate.
You'd think, right, after all that.
But nah, this is Danny Gee. Drama follows this guy. Finds his mom with his Joey character, same guy from before, still trouble.
And not just trouble this time.
Oh, no. This time it's serious. He's carved her up, tried to slit her throat. Can you believe it?
Brutal.
Brutal's an understatement. And Danny, he's right out of juvie, remember? That whole hurt them first thing is practically hardwired in him by now.
So he snaps.
He and his brother, Simon, they go after Joey. Find him in some pub bathroom. It's a whole thing. Danny lays him out, rugby tackle, bam. But it's Simon. Simon goes to town, stomps on Joey's face while Danny's holding him down.
Jeez.
Yeah, pretty intense. But get this, his own mother, she rushes in, breaks it up, and who does she go after?
Not Joey, I'm guessing.
Nope, Danny. Starts yelling at him, hitting him, the whole 9 yards. More upset about him fighting back than the guy who almost killed her.
That's messed up.
Messed up is putting it mildly. Danny's done, packs his bags, goes back to Birmingham, no family, nowhere else to go.
And that's where Tony comes in?
Tony. Now this is where it gets interesting. Remember how Danny was so sure she was the one? Turns out, he was right.
Oh, kidding.
No kidding. He's smitten. Describes walking past her house every day hoping to see her.
Oh, that's kind of sweet, actually.
It is. But of course it's not simple. Tony's seeing someone else.
Of course.
Right. Then, New Year's Eve, in front of everyone, including her boyfriend and Danny's girlfriend at the time, she grabs him, kisses him.
Bold move.
Bold doesn't even cover it.
Yeah.
A month later, they're living together.
Wow. So they moved to Smethwick, and it's not exactly a picnic, right?
Smethwick. Nay, it's rough around the edges. And Danny, being Danny, well, he finds himself in the thick of it. But here's the thing. He's got this stepson now, Anthony. And Danny, he's fiercely protective.
Protective how?
These older kids, dealing drugs, almost run Anthony over. Danny goes off on him, lays down the law, no messing around when it comes to his family. And word gets around.
That Danny's not someone to mess with.
Exactly. Guys twice his size, coming to their door looking for a fight. Danny ends up dropping them before they can blink.
Just like that.
Just like that. He tells this story. 2 guys show up, thinking they're tough. Next thing you know, they're both out cold. It's almost funny the way he describes it. But it's like Danny doesn't go looking for it, but he's ready.
It's that whole, I will hurt you.
Right. But there's also this line he won't cross. You know, it's like he's got this moral compass, even in that world.
Okay, but he loses it sometimes, right?
Oh, yeah. There are moments. And usually it's Anthony who sets him off.
Of course.
Like this one time, Anthony gets beat up by this guy. And get this, Danny says the guy looked like you.
Hey, come on, man.
I know, right? But here's the thing. Danny doesn't just punch the guy. He threatens to press charges, says he'll have the guy thrown in jail for assaulting a minor. And it works. The guy freaks out. It's like Danny knows the system, knows how to use it to his advantage.
So there's more to it than just fighting.
Way more. This is a smart guy. But just when you think you've got him figured out, he throws you a curveball. Starts talking about these like crazy experiences, almost like something out of a movie.
Walks himself out with a dart. A dart? Who does that?
It's those stories, man.
Yeah.
You could practically hear Tony in the background just shaking her head, laughing. And the mushroom stories. Don't even get me started.
Those were wild.
Wild doesn't even cover it. 1 minute he's in the Amazon, thinks he's on some chain gang. The next, his friend's the devil. It's like, this guy pushes it to the limit, you know?
Yeah.
And not just with fighting.
Yeah, he's got that curious side, definitely.
Totally. Always testing boundaries.
Though, after hearing about those Liberty caps, I'll stick to coffee, thanks.
Probably a good call.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not just about getting high, is it? It's like he's searching for something.
Definitely. So then there's the bouncing. I mean, talk about a tough guy job. But he's got this whole code, even then, right?
Oh, yeah. He runs a tight ship, makes sure everyone's safe, even the, as he puts it, dickheads.
Right. He's looking out for everyone.
Exactly. Professional, even when things get rough, which of course they do. That story about Liverpool defending his friend ends up arrested again.
Walking out of the police station, beat up, wearing that, what was it, gray woolly top thing.
It's hilarious.
Yes.
And then he gets those same cops to give him a ride home.
Yeah.
Classic Danny.
Classic. But you can tell it takes a toll, you know? All that fighting, the arrests, the drama, it adds up.
And then his dad dies. That's where you really see the cracks in the armor.
Yeah, that got to me. You could hear the regret.
His dad always wanted him to find a different way, you know, a way out.
And it's like, that's when things start to change for him. He finds meditation, starts talking about compassion. Pretty unexpected, right?
Right. This guy, the Viking warrior, finding peace. It makes you realize people can change no matter what.
It really does. So what's the takeaway here? Can you really be that tough and still find peace?
I don't know, but Danny Gee makes you think. Makes you realize people are complicated. There's always more to the story.
There's always more. Well, that was heavy, but good.
Definitely. Makes you think.
That's what we do here. Thanks for listening, everyone, and we'll see you on the next deep dive.
All right, so today we're really diving deep into someone who's lived quite a life. Daniel Lazar, former London gangster turned YouTuber. And you know we love getting into these raw stories. We're breaking down this super intense interview he did on the Sean Atwood channel. Talk about a look into the underbelly of London. Ready to get into it.
Yeah, definitely. And what I think makes this so fascinating is that we're not just talking about the crimes themselves. This is about Lazar's whole journey. Camden Town gangs, prison family, and ultimately his path to redemption. It's a lot to unpack about a life clearly shaped by some intense situations.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, so starting from the beginning, Daniel grew up in Camden Town. He describes it as this super tight-knit community, like the kind of place where everyone knows everyone.
Yeah.
But then he also talks about how this same close community ended up being a breeding ground for his early experiences with crime.
Yeah, it really makes you think about that, right? How a place that's supposed to provide community and support can actually have these underlying currents that pull people in the wrong direction, especially young people who are looking for belonging and acceptance.
And it makes you wonder how different things could have been if he'd grown up somewhere else.
Hmm.
Lazar even calls himself a people pleaser, which I thought was really interesting. Like, you don't usually picture someone involved in organized crime as being a people pleaser.
It's true. And he goes on to talk about how that desire to please, to be accepted, actually became a driving force behind his choices, almost like that need for validation was manipulated by the streets.
And that manipulation, combined with the appeal of easy money, really took him down a dark path. We're talking petty crimes like smashing car windows when he was only 12. And that quickly escalated to more serious things. He even ends up involved with a powerful crime family running drugs, participating in these big commercial burglaries.
It's clear that he got caught up in this life and it just kept pulling him deeper. But you know what struck me was his honesty about the allure of it all? Like, he talks about this feeling of excitement when he handled a kilo of cocaine for the first time. It shows how seductive that world can be, especially for someone looking for acceptance and fast money.
Yet you can see how easy it would be to get blinded by that initial excitement without fully grasping the consequences. And for Lazar, those consequences were heavy. He's really open about the crushing debt he was, the constant fear of violence, the realization of how destructive cocaine is. Yeah. And, I mean, not just destructive for the people using it, but for everyone around them. Yeah. This life of crime eventually led to prison, and he doesn't sugarcoat that experience at all. He talks about the violence, the psychological manipulation, the terrible health care. He even almost died after getting attacked over a tiny amount of drugs.
It's just constant tension, this underlying threat of violence. And beyond the physical dangers, you have the mental and emotional toll. He really paints a bleak picture of a system that often seems designed to break you.
He actually talks about being transferred to a new prison Maidstone, which was supposed to be a better place, but he called it the worst job I've ever been to, saying it was even more violent and intimidating than the previous prisons he'd been in.
Which just goes to show that even within that system, there's a whole other level of brutality. And to survive in that world, you have to learn the rules. He talks about this unwritten prison code, the consequences of snitching, the pressure to conform even when you know something is wrong.
It's like its own society with its own rules and punishments. And it makes you think about the psychological impact, like how being immersed in that environment for years can really warp your perception of the world. But even in all that darkness, there's this constant theme of family, especially the unwavering support from his mom.
Yeah, you really feel for her throughout this whole story, just her constant presence, the sacrifices she makes. It really speaks volumes about the strength of those family bonds, even in the darkest of times.
And he actually talks about how she paid off a big chunk of his drug debt at one point, which just goes to show how far she was willing to go for him. But you can tell he's carrying around a lot of guilt about that, knowing the burden he was placing on his family.
Oh, absolutely. He even uses the word leech to describe himself, like he's sucking the life out of them. And you really feel that weight of his actions, not just on himself, but on the people who loved him most.
And it seems like that realization was a real turning point for him. It's like he started to see the hypocrisy of demanding loyalty from his family while treating them so poorly.
And there's this other layer, too. He starts to realize that the whole glamorous image of the criminal world is really just a facade. He talks about how even when he had money and status, he felt like a fraud deep down.
Empty inside.
Exactly. The fear, the paranoia just ate away at him. And he realized that those relationships he had in that life weren't real. They were based on transactions, not genuine connection.
It's got to be hard learning that the people you thought had your back would turn on you in a second. But it sounds like hitting that low point, facing that brutal honesty, that's what ultimately made him want something different.
Yeah, it was a slow process for sure. But you can definitely pinpoint those pivotal moments, the guilt over his mom's sacrifices, the emptiness of the life he was chasing. And then there's a story about his father's funeral.
Oh man, that part really hit me hard. Imagine being told your dad died and you can't even go to the funeral as a free man. He had to say goodbye to his own father in handcuffs.
It's heartbreaking. He talks about this overwhelming anger he felt, not just at the situation, but at himself. Like the weight of his past actions truly hit him in that moment.
And it's a reminder that he wasn't just gambling with his own freedom, but with a chance to be there for his family when they needed him. Which brings us to another important part of his story, this idea of self-awareness as a key to breaking free from criminal behavior.
Absolutely. He's very clear about that. It's not enough to just want to be different. You have to confront your demons and acknowledge why you did the things you did and be honest with yourself about the excuses you've been making.
And what makes his story so powerful is that he doesn't try to hide from any of it.
He owns it all.
He talks about struggling with the urge to fall back into old habits, even after deciding to change. He admits that it's a constant battle.
Yeah, it's not a switch you just flip. It's a daily commitment to being better.
And that's what makes his story so relatable and so inspiring.
He's living proof that change is possible, even for someone who is so deeply caught up in that life.
And he's also honest about the challenges of rebuilding your life after prison, trying to find work, reintegrate into society, deal with the stigma.
He stresses how important it is to find a good support system, people who believe in you and want to see you succeed.
Like building a new network, a positive one to counteract those negative influences that might still be lurking around.
Exactly. And that's where his decision to embrace YouTube is so interesting. He could have tried to bury his past, but instead he's using it as a platform to connect with people, share his story.
And I think it's really brave of him to put himself out there like that, to be so open and vulnerable about his past mistakes.
It takes guts. But you can tell it's resonating with people. He's got a huge following online. And I think it's that honesty, that authenticity that draws people in.
It's like he's tapping into this fascination with true crime, but with a twist. He's not glorifying what he did. He's owning it, dissecting it, using it as a way to educate others and hopefully prevent them from going down a similar path.
Especially young people who might be vulnerable to that allure of easy money and gang life.
He even talks about wanting to be the voice he wished he'd had when he was younger. Someone who could have shown him a different way.
Yeah, it's one thing to share your story, but to actively try to use it to help others avoid those same mistakes, that's pretty powerful. Definitely, it really speaks to the idea that you can come back from anything, that you can make huge mistakes but still reclaim your life.
And he's really open about the fact that it's not like he's magically fixed now. He still struggles sometimes.
He talks about still having to fight those old urges. Like there's this one part where he talks about getting robbed. And he says in the past, he wouldn't have even thought twice about reacting with violence. But this time he walked away.
Wow, that takes serious strength.
I know, right? Because it's not enough to just know you should be different. You have to actually break those old patterns, those ingrained responses you've developed over years and years.
The whole process of rewiring your brain, basically.
Yeah. And it takes constant effort.
He talks about how important it was for him to find a new purpose, something positive to focus on outside of that criminal world.
It's like he needed something to fill that void.
And for him, it sounds like that's been a combination of his family, his work, and those creative outlets like his YouTube channel.
He's taken his experiences and channeled them into something positive.
Instead of letting his past define him, he's using it to redefine himself.
Exactly. And that's what makes his story so inspiring. It's about resilience, second chances, and the very real possibility of redemption, even after making some really bad choices.
It's a good reminder that we all have the potential to change.
Even when it seems impossible.
But it takes guts. You have to be willing to confront the hard truths about yourself and your choices.
And find the strength to build a better future.
One step at a time.
Now, one question that really stuck with me was how much our environment shapes our paths. You know, he talks a lot about Camden Town and how that close-knit community had this whole other side.
Yeah, like that double-edged sword thing.
It's supposed to be about support and belonging, but it can also lead you down a dark road.
Makes you wonder what would have happened if he'd grown up in a different place with different influences and opportunities.
Right, like how much of who we become is determined by where we come from versus the choices we make.
It's a tough question, but I think it's an important one to consider.
Especially as we think about Lazar's journey and the complexities of personal responsibility within a larger social context.
His story is a powerful reminder that our lives aren't set in stone.
We can learn from our mistakes, make different choices, and strive for a better future.
It's a story about hope transformation, and the potential that exists within us all.
Even in the darkest of places, we always have the power to choose a different path.
That's a pretty great note to end on.
Yeah, it's a good reminder that no matter what we've done or where we come from, there's always hope for a brighter future.
As long as we're willing to put in the work.
Okay, so today we're really diving into this whole world of, internet fame and how it can change so quickly. And we're using this YouTuber, Hedgehog Man Live, as our case study. You sent over some pretty wild stuff about him, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, the thing about Hedgehog Man Live, what makes this whole thing so interesting is he was very intentional about the persona that he built online. This wasn't some guy who just stumbled into it. It was very thought out. It was, aggressive rants. It was picking fights with other creators, public feuds, stirring the pot, getting that attention.
Right, that whole beef thing, as the kids say.
Yeah, exactly.
So it sounds like he was going for that, shock and awe kind of content, right? But then something happened that totally, undermined this whole tough guy image that he'd created.
Yeah, and the thing is, it started with something so mundane, an Instagram story, just a regular Instagram story. Hedgehog Man Live's partner, Amy, she accidentally revealed that they have multiple panic buttons installed in their house.
Wait, panic buttons? For real?
For real?
So was he, running some kind of top secret operation from his basement that we didn't know about? What's going on?
No, not exactly. Turns out these panic buttons, they weren't for, typical home security. According to Amy, they were for Hedgehog Man Live's, anxiety. Yeah. He was terrified of retaliation from all the people he was, attacking online.
Oh, the irony. Mr. Tough Guy online, hiding behind panic buttons offline.
Right.
You can't make this stuff up.
And, this is where the story gets even more interesting. At first, Amy kind of downplayed the whole panic button thing.
Right.
But later, I think it was after an argument with Hedgehog Man Live, if I'm remembering correctly, she goes on her own YouTube channel and spills the tea.
So she, exposed his whole act to the world. I bet that went over well.
Oh, the internet exploded.
Yeah.
Panic Button Man was trending everywhere, memes popping up left and right, mocking him, obviously. This guy was supposed to be so tough,
Okay, and just for, anyone who might not be, terminally online trending, that's when something blows up on social media. We're talking thousands, even millions of people talking about the same thing, using those hashtags, the pound signs you see before keywords. It's how stuff goes viral. So, what kind of memes are we talking about? Give me the good stuff.
Oh, there were some creative ones out there for sure. One that I remember, it was Hedgehog Man Live, right?
Mm-hmm.
Photoshopped to look like he was a SWAT team member.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of weapons, he's surrounded by this mountain of panic buttons.
Oh, that's good.
And then it became this running joke in his live stream chats, too, Every time he'd start getting, really into it, worked up about something, people would just spam his chat with button emojis.
Oh, no, I bet. So imagine, you're Hedgehog Man Live. You've spent all this time building this persona, this image of being, totally fearless. And then suddenly everyone's making fun of you for basically being a scaredy cat. What do you even do in that situation?
You'd think he would, I don't know, try to disappear for a while, lay low. But that's not what happened at all. Instead of backing down, Hedgehog Man Live goes into full denial mode.
Oh, no.
He's like, Amy's making it all up. I'm not scared of anyone. These panic buttons, they're just a joke.
A joke? Come on.
Right.
Nobody's buying that.
And that's the thing about the internet. Once that narrative takes hold, it's almost impossible to change it. People have already made up their minds. Plus, Amy was very specific with her description of the buttons, where they were, why he had them.
Oh, yeah. What did she say?
She even said he had one, right by the fridge because he'd always go for a snack when he was stressed.
Oh, no. That's too good.
And another one in the bathroom, quote, in case he got cornered while taking a dump.
Okay, that's amazing. The internet really is undefeated when it comes to, sniffing out a good story. But, okay, seriously, did this whole panic button thing ruin his career? Is that it for him?
You would think so, right?
Yeah.
But that's where things get even weirder. Instead of fading away, this whole thing, this panic button disaster, it kind of breathed new life into his channel.
Wait, what do you mean? People kept watching even after he was, exposed as a fraud?
They didn't just keep watching. His viewership grew. It's this whole panic button thing, it made him more relevant somehow, more relatable even.
So it wasn't about the tough guy act anymore. People were tuning in for the train wreck, the sheer absurdity of it all.
Exactly.
Wow.
And here's the thing. Other YouTubers saw what was happening and they jumped on the bandwagon as they did.
Oh, I bet they did. What did they do?
Parody videos, skits, There were even full-blown songs about the whole panic button man saga.
No way.
One creator even had this whole series where he pretended to be Hedgehog Man live, just like frantically hitting panic buttons every time he got a mean comment.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Which, let's be real, was pretty often.
Right, exactly. So it's like this whole thing became like a cultural moment. Everyone was in on the joke. And this is where I think Amy's role in all of this gets even more interesting. Remember how she was the one who kind of kicked this whole thing off by, spilling the tea on her YouTube channel? What
Yeah.
happened with that?
Oh,
Did she get caught in the crossfire?
no, not at all. In fact, she became a bit of an internet celebrity herself.
Get out.
Yeah, her video about Hedgehog Man Live's panic buttons, it went viral, like millions and millions of views.
Wow.
But she was smart about it. Instead of just letting the moment pass, she used it to launch her own YouTube channel.
Wow, talk about turning lemons into lemonade. What's her channel about? Is it just like all Hedgehog Man Live all the time?
She calls it, get this, Exposing Hedgehog Man Live.
Oh my gosh.
And it's actually become incredibly popular.
No.
Yeah, she shares these like behind-the-scenes stories, makes fun of his insecurities, really leans into the whole panic button persona.
That is amazing.
She really understands internet culture. Give her that.
She knows how to seize an opportunity, that's for sure. But what about Hedgehog Man Live? Did he just like sit back and take it? Or did he eventually try to, fight back? So did he ever try to fight back?
Oh, he did more than fight back. He leaned into it.
Get out.
Yeah. Like at first, I think he was trying to salvage that tough guy image.
Right.
But it was like pointless. The internet had already made up its mind.
Yeah.
So what does he do? He embraces the meme.
No way. He like went full panic button.
Full panic button. He starts selling merchandise with this big red panic button on it.
Stop it.
His catchphrase becomes panic mode activated. And get this, he even installs this giant, like, working panic button on his live stream setup.
You're kidding. So he took this thing that everyone was making fun of him for and he like made it part of his brand.
Exactly. He understood that the key to, like, survival online, especially in that world, is adaptability. You got to be willing to evolve, to roll with the punches,
Yeah.
even when they come in the form of, like, 1,000 button emojis spamming your chat.
That's incredible. This whole story is wild. Like, it really shows you the power of internet fame, but also how unpredictable it is,
Oh, absolutely.
What's the word? Mercurial.
Totally. One minute you're building an empire on this carefully constructed persona. The next you're, like, the laughingstock of the internet.
Right.
It's a high-stakes game.
It really is.
And authenticity, or at least the appearance of it, can make or break you.
And you know what's so interesting is that like Hedgehog Man Live's story isn't even that unique, right? I mean, we see the same thing happen again and again with YouTubers, influencers, really anyone who's building a platform online these days.
Like this weird phenomenon of the digital age.
Yeah.
The internet has this incredible ability to both build up and completely tear down anyone who, like, dares to seek attention in its, vast landscape.
It's true.
It's a double-edged sword, that's for sure.
So where does that leave us? What's the takeaway for those of us who, maybe aren't aspiring internet celebrities, but are still like trying to figure out how to exist in this crazy online world?
Well, I think what Hedgehog Man Live's story really shows us is that the internet is constantly changing. And, like, the people who can't adapt, who are too attached to a certain image of themselves, they're the ones who get left behind.
Yeah.
The ability to, like, laugh at yourself, to embrace the unexpected.
Yeah.
And to just, like, connect with people authentically. Even when those connections are, forged in the fires of internet memes,
Yeah.
that's the key
I love that.
to not just surviving, but actually thriving in the digital age.
That's such a good point. Well, on that note, I think it's time to wrap up our deep dive into the world of Hedgehog Man Live, panic buttons, and the wild, wild west of internet fame. It's a story that's equal parts cautionary tale, comedy of errors, and a testament to the power of, reinvention. Remember, folks, the internet never forgets, but it also has a funny way of forgiving, especially if you're willing to laugh along with it. Until next time, happy surfing.
Ever scroll past those, like, help me videos online,
Uh-huh.
and you just get this uneasy feeling? Like,
Yeah.
is this legit?
Yeah, it's like, where does actual helping end?
Right.
And maybe taking advantage begin,
It's tricky, and it's tough to watch sometimes.
especially with poverty.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
And that takes us to this whole YouTube feud, right?
Yeah.
Charlie Veach, Billy Moore, ringing any bells.
Way familiar, yeah.
So they both film in the UK, lots of content about people struggling, homelessness, addiction, heavy stuff.
Right.
But then, boom, this very public blow up
Oh, really?
about who's legit helping versus exploiting vulnerable people.
Ah, so it's like a meta commentary on the whole thing.
Exactly.
Because they both got called out for exploitation.
Oh, yeah, big time.
So it becomes this whole debate about ethics, responsibility, just because you can film something.
Doesn't mean you should. Okay, so let's break down their styles because they're pretty different. Veach, he's like in your face,
Okay.
calls himself a truth seeker, going into rough areas, camera rolling, confrontational, almost like he wants things to go wrong.
And that's where it gets tricky, right? Because on the surface,
Sounds good.
yeah, exposing injustice, giving a voice, but then he's profiting from it.
And the way he does it.
Yeah, the methods matter.
Sources said he'd just roll up on towns, Manchester, Liverpool, no warning, just filming.
Wow.
People didn't even know they were on camera, some of them.
Consent's a big deal, though.
Huge.
Yeah.
And when people called him out, he got defensive. Like, the views meant he was right.
It's a dangerous cycle, that.
And then he goes after Billy Moore, right?
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
filming in his cities.
Yeah.
Like, he owns the issues.
That's a common thing online, though, isn't it?
Totally.
This idea of, like, owning an issue or a community. It's a way to silence other voices, really, isn't it?
Control the narrative, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And it gets personal, too, because Veach tells Moore to stick to prison stories.
Given Moore's history, that's
I know, right?
like trying to put him back in a box.
Totally. So that brings us to Moore, the ex-con turned YouTuber.
Okay.
Now, he also films about poverty, but his thing is he's doing it to help.
Right.
He's presenting himself as one of them, using his past to connect.
See, that's where that line gets blurry for me. Like, good intentions,
Yeah.
but he's still making money.
Ah.
And using his past as part of his brand,
A
it's...
lot of comments picked up on that, saying
Yeah.
even if he gives back,
Yeah.
profiting off other people's misery, no matter how good you mean it.
It's still kind of iffy.
Exactly.
It makes you wonder, would he even be getting this attention
Right.
if he wasn't an ex-con?
It's a good question. And it's not like Veach is some millionaire either.
So they're both...
Kind of stuck in the system, yeah.
That often rewards this sensationalism and taking advantage.
And that's what makes it so complicated,
Because the system itself.
It's kind of messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like it doesn't matter what their intentions are, really, does it?
Because the system rewards them anyway,
Yeah.
which makes it even more wild when their whole feud explodes online.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It went from these little jabs in their videos
Right.
to like full-on Twitter wars.
Oh, wow.
Just accusations flying everywhere.
And the thing is, like, analytically, what's so interesting is they're using the same criticism against each other.
Right.
Veach is saying that Moore's using his ex-con status for sympathy views.
Of course.
And then Moore's calling Veach a poverty tourist, out of touch, just wants the clicks.
So both fakes.
Yeah.
Both in it for the wrong reasons.
Takes one to know one, right?
Totally.
And the irony is, while they're having this public fight about ethics,
Yeah.
they're feeding the problem.
It's true. The more they're fighting, the more attention it gets.
More views, more subscribers, more money.
Ugh, it's like this awful cycle.
It is.
And you know who gets lost in all of it? The people they're claiming to help.
It's so true. Their stories, their struggles, it's just entertainment.
So then that puts it on us, right?
Yeah.
As the viewers, to be more responsible.
It's so easy to get sucked into the drama.
Totally.
But, like, these are real people.
With real lives.
It's not just content.
How do we even start doing that, though?
Yeah.
Like, be more mindful, especially with how these algorithms get you hooked.
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess step one is, like, just recognizing our attention has value.
Okay.
Every click, every comment, every share, we're feeding into that.
And those algorithms, they don't care about the ethics.
Nope.
Just engagement.
Engagement.
So we have to be the ones to, like, bring the ethics into it.
Yeah.
But how do you even know when someone's actually trying to help?
Right.
Or just totally taking advantage? Are there signs to look out for? It really is tricky. Like, how do we not accidentally make things worse?
Right. It's tough. But I think one big one is the creator, are they like the hero of the story?
Oh, interesting.
Or is it actually about the people they're supposed to be helping?
So ego versus empathy.
Exactly. And then how are they talking about it all?
Yeah, the language is huge.
Are they using those stereotypes?
Right. We're trying to make it sound super dramatic.
To get us to click, you know?
And do they offer any solutions?
Or just like misery porn.
Sadly, yeah.
Okay, so look at how they're presenting it. Don't just get pulled in by the feels.
Exactly. And it's okay to be like, I don't know about this.
Yeah. Be skeptical.
Check the comments even. Sometimes other viewers pick up on stuff.
Oh, that's so smart.
Like crowdsourcing the thinking part.
Love it. Because then creators can't just get away with it.
Exactly. We hold them accountable.
So it's more than just passively watching.
Way more. Our views, our money, those are powerful.
They really are. This whole feud, it's a mess, but
Important mess.
totally. Be careful who you trust online.
Especially with stuff that seems like it's doing good.
So, to everyone listening, next time you're about to hit like, subscribe.
Yeah. Think twice. Is this helping or just hurting for profit? Because sometimes...
Good intentions aren't enough.
Not even close.
Yeah.
All right, so ready to get our hands dirty? We're diving deep into Newcastle's underworld.
And we're not talking about your charming British pubs and whatnot.
Oh no, this is the real deal. Gritty back alleys, tough as nails, gangsters.
We're talking about Patty Conroy.
A name that probably still makes a few people in Newcastle nervous, even today.
Oh, absolutely. Conroy wasn't your average crook. He became this, well, legend.
Infamous is probably the word.
True, but people knew him, feared him, and that's what we're looking at today, right? The man behind the myth.
Exactly. And luckily we've got a pretty unique perspective on Patty Conroy. In the Name of My Father, a book written by his best man.
Can't get much closer than that.
No, you can't. But just to be clear, we're not here to glorify a gangster.
Not at all.
This is about understanding what makes a man like that tick.
Yeah.
The world he came from, the choices he made.
And it all starts in 1960s Newcastle. Think poverty, crime, a whole different world than what we're used to.
That was Conroy's playground.
Pretty much. Born into it, you could say. So you gotta wonder, how much of who he became was already there? Nature versus nurture.
It's the age-old question. But Conroy's story really puts it in your face, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Even as a kid, Conroy had this shrewdness about him. Like, he saw the angles, even then. Started with petty stuff, of course. But it escalated fast.
Ambition burning a hole in his pocket.
Something like that. He wasn't content to just play the game. He wanted to run it.
And he played for keeps, didn't he? Drugs, extortion, the works.
Yeah.
Conroy's empire cast a long shadow.
He understood the currency of that world. Fear, loyalty, control. He wasn't after a piece of the pie. He wanted the whole thing.
And that kind of hunger, that's what fuels those vicious rivalries, those turf wars.
No doubt about it. And in Conroy's case, it all came to a head in a way you wouldn't believe.
Oh, I think I might. It involves a grave, doesn't it?
His father's grave, desecrated. And that's when things went from bad to, well, a whole lot worse.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we're talking about something that hits at the core of who you are.
It's about family. It's about respect.
And in Conroy's world, those things are everything.
They're sacred. The book describes it as a turning point. Conroy swore an oath on his father's memory.
To find whoever was responsible.
To make them pay. This wasn't just tough talk, you know.
This was serious business.
Life and death. This act, as awful as it was, it ignited something in Conroy.
It wasn't just about the streets anymore, was it?
No. It became a mission. Fueled by grief, rage, this need for vengeance. And that's where things take a dark turn.
You're talking about Billy Collier now.
Right. The early 90s.
Yeah. Honestly, some of the details in the book, it's rough.
The kidnapping, the torture, it's hard to even imagine.
Hard to even talk about.
And that was the point.
To send a message.
To make sure everyone knew what happened to anyone who crossed Patty Conroy.
God. It's brutal.
But that was Conroy's world. Power, consequences, control. And for a while, he seemed untouchable.
Until he pulled off the most audacious stunt of his career. I mean, escaping from a prison van going 70 miles an hour, that's movie stuff. It really is. You got handed to him, the man had a flair for the dramatic.
No kidding. Picture it. The van's flying down the motorway and suddenly slam on the brakes.
His accomplice. David Glover, right? The same guy from the Collier case.
One and the same. Glover yanks the handbrake, throws the van into a spin. Guards are crashing around, total chaos.
And that's his chance.
Exactly. Punches a guard, jumps into a waiting car, and they're gone. Just like that.
What about Conroy? Where is he in all this?
Oh, he just strolls away from the wreckage. Witnesses said he didn't even break a sweat.
Ice in his veins.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to admire the sheer balls on the guy. He was always playing a different game, wasn't he? But escaping's one thing. Where do you even go after that?
Spain. He vanished into thin air on the Costa del Sol. Can you imagine that? Patty Conroy, soaking up the sun, sipping cocktails.
It's almost funny when you think about it. This man who craved control, who lived for the danger, finds peace and quiet on a beach somewhere.
It's a side of him you wouldn't expect, right? But even gangsters need a break sometimes. Of course, it couldn't last forever.
The party always ends eventually. What happened?
Interpol caught up with him at the Malaga airport. 5 months on the run, and that's where it ended. Back to square one.
From the streets he came, and to the streets he returned. It's like something out of a Greek tragedy.
It really is. Conroy stood trial for everything. The Collier case, the whole lot. And just like that, his reign was over. Newcastle could finally breathe again.
Makes you think, doesn't it? This life built on power, on fear, on violence. What's left when it all comes crashing down?
That's the question In the Name of My Father really makes you grapple with. It's a cautionary tale, for sure, about ambition, about the price of power, about the choices we make.
Because sometimes the fall is even longer than the climb. Well, folks, there you have it. Another deep dive, another fascinating and slightly terrifying story. Until next time, keep it real and stay curious. Ever just like fall into these YouTube rabbit holes? You know, the ones you just had to tell somebody about.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Well, get ready, because that's kind of how we ended up on today's deep dive.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
We're talking clandestine broadcasts,
Yeah.
music born from rebellion, and twists you wouldn't believe.
That's juicy.
UK Pirate Radio. That's our jam today.
I am so there. Love it.
And our guide through this world, a former pirate radio heavyweight we're calling Uncle K. This guy lived and breathed this scene, especially during a time when UK music was finding its footing. We're going deep on a recent YouTube interview he did with the Central Club. Seriously, this is one deep dive you won't want to miss.
See, this is why I love these deep dives. You never know what you're going to get, but it's always fascinating.
100%. Okay, so before we get into Uncle K's wild ride, let's set the scene a bit. What exactly are we talking about when we say pirate radio in the UK?
Okay, so imagine a time before the internet, before everyone's sharing everything online, even before most people could just flip on cable TV. We're talking late 20th century here, and in the UK, radio was, well, controlled. Government had a tight grip. But then these renegade stations started popping up, pirate radio. No licenses, often broadcasting from who knows where.
So rebellious.
Totally. But it wasn't just about breaking the rules. Pirate radio gave a voice to communities that mainstream media ignored. Suddenly, you could hear reggae, jungle, and later grime music bubbling up from the streets that nobody else was playing.
So it was this whole underground movement shaping music culture.
Exactly. And that brings us to Uncle K.
All right, hit me with it.
This guy learned from a legend, Badger B. Many consider him the godfather of London pirate radio.
Wow, talk about an education.
Right.
I did hear Uncle K's first night on the air was a little eventful.
Oh, yeah. You mean?
He got robbed.
No way. Seriously.
His very first night broadcasting.
That's wild. You know, it really just shows you how crazy things were back then. High stakes.
You think that would scared him off, but
It kind of had the opposite effect, right?
total badge of honor. He even made this no equipment buying rule. After that, from then on, he only took equipment from other stations.
Yeah, we got to acknowledge that while these stories are entertaining, it was a different time. Often dangerous, always illegal, and there were consequences.
For sure, for sure.
But it does show how resourceful those early pirate radio folks had to be. Shoestring budgets, constantly battling authorities, rival stations, you name it.
So scrappy, determined, kind of like the music itself.
Yeah.
Speaking of, we got to talk about grime.
Oh, absolutely.
For anyone who doesn't know, grime is raw energy.
Mm-hmm.
Born in the streets of London, it pulls from garage, dancehall, hip-hop.
All about the lyrical skill, that fast pace, that energy.
So much energy. And Uncle K was right there as it exploded.
He was one of the first to realize it wasn't about charging DJs for airtime anymore. It was about the grime MCs.
The MCs, for anyone listening who's new to the scene, that's your rappers, your lyricists.
Spitting fire on the mic.
Exactly. So Uncle K starts cramming as many MCs on a show as he can. He just knew that raw talent, those lyrical battles, that was the future.
It was like he predicted how we listen to music now. It's not enough to just have the DJ. We want those raw voices.
He was ahead of the game.
Big time.
But let's be clear. This wasn't some fancy recording studio.
Oh, no. Not even close.
Uncle K talks about constant police raids, stations trying to sabotage each other, even getting attacked.
It was wild. Absolutely wild.
That's something out of a movie.
And it makes you think about how these cultural movements start. It's not always pretty, but it's always interesting.
And that's just the beginning of Uncle K's story. So we've got Uncle K, this total outlaw, right, living this crazy life, and it leads us to this documentary, Tower Block Dreams.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of this.
This is back in the early 2000s, yeah. And they feature a young Uncle K back in his pirate radio heyday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, fast forward a few years, and this show, People Just Do Nothing, blows up. Huge hit.
Love that show.
So good. But for people who haven't seen it, it's this mockumentary comedy about this group of friends, right? And they run this fictional pirate radio station, Corrupt FM.
Right.
And let's just say, they might have borrowed a little heavily from Uncle K's life and that Tower Block Dreams documentary.
Oh, you're saying they ripped him off?
Well, when you watch them side by side, it's hard to deny the similarities.
Like, how similar are we talking?
Scenes, characters, whole storylines. It's like they lifted stuff straight from the documentary.
Wow. And how does Uncle K feel about all this?
He's not thrilled. In the interview, he talks about feeling ripped off, frustrated.
Yeah.
Like someone turned his life into a joke, you know, without asking.
Yeah, I can see why he'd be upset. But legally speaking, I mean, can he even do anything?
That's where it gets complicated. So, remember how we said this documentary was made back in the day? Apparently, Uncle K never signed any release forms.
Wait, so they never got his permission?
Nope.
Wow.
Yeah.
And to add another layer to this whole thing, the BBC was involved in that original documentary.
Really?
Yeah, which throws a wrench into everything because who owns those rights? To his life, to these experiences, it gets murky.
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Where's the line between inspiration, drawing from something, and just straight-up copying?
Exactly. And it brings up even bigger questions about art and inspiration. Does satire, comedy, does that get a free pass? Can you just take from real life without acknowledging it?
Tough one.
Really tough.
And you can tell it eats at Uncle K. Like, they used real names from his life, MC Decoy, for example.
Wait, like the MC Decoy?
Yeah, the drum and bass MC, that's a real person trying to build a career.
Yeah.
Now he's got this fictional version of himself running around on this hit show,
That's gotta be strange.
to say the least. And then it gets even more ironic when you realize what Uncle K is doing now.
Yeah.
Because now, Uncle K is on YouTube.
Get out.
I'm serious, he's got his own channel.
No way. So he's using the platform that made the show a hit to talk about how much he hates it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes you wonder, right? Is there anyone more qualified to be talking about the ethics of content creation online than Uncle K? He was living this stuff before algorithms even existed.
It's true. He went from literally broadcasting in secret to this whole YouTube world.
From pirate radio to the digital age, it's kind of poetic.
It really is. And, for all the stuff he says about people just do nothing, it's clear he gets it. He sees the irony.
Oh, totally. But his channel is more than just him ranting about the show,
Oh, yeah. What else is he up to these days?
Everything. Weed reviews, talking about mental health, social commentary.
Wow. Okay, so he's keeping it interesting.
He definitely keeps things interesting. You get the sense, though, that he's still figuring things out, like how to move forward from all this.
Yeah. Makes you think about how we all carry our pasts with us, no matter how crazy they might be.
It's true. And Uncle K's story, as wild as it is, it kind of mirrors how media itself has changed.
Yeah.
Like you have this outlaw underground thing, then it gets documented, then parts of it end up as entertainment, and now it's all playing out online.
And we all get to watch it happen. But where do you draw the line, right? Inspiration, appropriation, who even owns a story anymore?
Especially in this age of, like, instant content, remixes, memes.
It's a good question. And not one with any easy answers.
Nope. But I think just asking the question, that's a start. And Uncle K, for all his rough edges and that whole pirate radio past, he makes you think about these things.
Absolutely. He reminds us there are real stories, real people behind all those videos we click on.
Behind the memes, the trends, the whole digital circus. So, next time you're deep in a YouTube hole, remember Uncle K?
Remember Uncle K.
It might make you look at the internet and maybe even your own life a little differently. All right, so we've got a case today that's really got people talking. 34 years, that's how long Warren Slaney's been behind bars.
Yeah, and what's interesting is now there's this whole movement popping up saying, hold on, this guy might actually be innocent.
Exactly. So we're doing a deep dive into this YouTube video. Outside Cicero Ye Warren Slaney campaign is Bang on Cicero Birmingham. It's from a channel called Yammy B TV, and it takes us right to a rally right outside the CCRC.
That's the Criminal Cases Review Commission, by the way. I had to look that one up myself.
Oh, me too. But anyway, you can just feel the energy in this video. Everyone there is totally convinced of Slaney's innocence.
Totally. It's not just about legal stuff. It's like this emotional plea,
Yeah, you see the supporters, you hear the chants, and then Yammy B, the host, starts talking about Slaney's mom, how she's sick, and his son, he's hardly known.
Really tugs at the heartstrings.
No kidding.
And they weave that in with these key points about the case. Like, get this, there's a witness who actually took back what she said the authorities basically pressured her.
Wait, seriously? They told her what, to just go along with it or something?
Basically, said something like, don't worry about it, can you believe that?
That's unbelievable. How's that even allowed?
Right. Makes you wonder, and it gets even crazier. They bring up this whole other thing. Someone came forward and admitted to planting the murder weapon.
You're kidding. Are we talking about the same case here? This is wild.
They claim this person said Slaney wasn't even involved.
Hold on. They're saying he was somewhere else entirely when this all went down.
That's what they're suggesting, yeah. Saying he was at some party nowhere near the crime scene.
It's like something out of a movie or something. Who is this person who confessed?
The video doesn't really say, just kind of throws it out there. But they also get into Slaney's background a bit. He was a boxer, right?
Oh, yeah, I read something about that.
And they make a point of saying, look, this guy had a hand injury. He wasn't into weapons, painting this picture of him.
Like you wouldn't hurt a fly, right?
Exactly. And then, to top it all off, they bring up how he won't talk to anyone at the prison, won't do any of those rehab programs.
But he's sticking to his guns, saying he's innocent.
Right. It's like he's saying, I'm not admitting to something I didn't do, even if it means staying locked up.
It's a tough spot to be in, to maintain your innocence, but essentially give up any chance of getting out sooner.
Yeah, talk about a dilemma. But it makes you wonder, what's the truth here? I mean, we've got this video saying one thing, but there had to be something that led to his conviction, right?
Right. We can't forget that part of the story. We need to look at the other side, the prosecution's case, the evidence they presented.
Exactly. What convinced a jury to find him guilty in the first place? And this whole thing about the witness changing her story, that's huge.
It really is. Now, we've seen cases where witness testimony can be unreliable, sometimes even coerced.
Like that case with the Central Park Five.
Exactly. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but it does make you stop and think, if someone's admitting they lied on the stand, it kind of throws everything else into question,
Exactly. And then you add in that supposed confession about the murder weapon.
That's the part that really gets me. If it's true, someone went to a lot of trouble to frame this guy.
It definitely raises more questions than answers. Who is this person? Why confess now? And did the police even look into it?
Right. It's like, did they even try to find out if Slaney really was at that party? So much we don't know.
And that's the thing with this video. It throws out these big claims, but doesn't really give us the full story.
It's like they're dropping breadcrumbs, but we don't know where the trail leads. Okay, but what about Slaney refusing to talk or participate in anything in prison? What do we make of that?
Well, that's a common thing we see with these wrongful conviction claims. They'd rather stay silent, maintain the innocent, even if it means more time.
Like a point of principle for them.
Exactly. They're holding on to that hope that the truth will come out somehow.
But at the same time, it's hard not to think, man, if you just admitted to something, anything, you might be able to get out sooner.
It's a gamble for sure, and not one everyone's willing to take. And the video, of course, uses that to their advantage.
Right, like, look how committed he is to proving his innocence. But then they bring up these other guys who did get released, like Luke Holtz.
Yeah, they're basically saying, hey, look at this inconsistency. This is proof the system is messed up.
It's like they're pointing out a double standard. Some people walk free, while others are stuck inside, maybe for something they didn't even do.
It makes you think about how things have changed. What flew back then might not fly now.
Oh, for sure. And speaking of things that makes you go, what about that whole thing with the C defendant? Another mystery.
Right. This person supposedly made a deal for a lighter sentence.
It's like, was Slaney just a pawn in all of this?
It's very possible. Someone had a motive, but who and why? That's what we need to figure out.
So we've got a witness who changed her story, a mysterious confession, this C defendant, and Slaney himself refusing to budge.
It's a lot to unpack.
No kidding. We got more layers than an onion here. So what now? How do we make sense of all this?
Well, we need to go beyond this video. We need to look at the official records, the court documents, all of it.
We need to see what the other side of the story is. It's like we've got this one piece of the puzzle, this video, and it's got us asking all these questions.
And that's the thing about these deep dives, right? We got to go beyond just one source, especially when it's so clearly biased.
Totally. Like, it's obvious the people behind this video are totally behind Slaney, which is fine, but we need the full picture.
Exactly. We need those objective details, What was the prosecution's case? What evidence did they present at trial?
Right. What convinced a jury to find him guilty in the first place? And what about any appeals? Did any of those turn up anything interesting?
It's like we've heard all the arguments for why he might be innocent, but we need to weigh that against the other side.
Exactly, because there are always two sides to every story. And it's our job to try to find that middle ground, that place where the truth lives.
And sometimes that truth is messy and complicated, and it doesn't always fit neatly into our preconceived notions.
Oh, for sure. And that's what makes these cases so fascinating, right?
Right.
It's not always clear cut, and it makes you think about the sister itself.
Absolutely. Like, how do we ensure that everyone gets a fair shake? How do we balance individual rights with public safety? Big questions.
Big questions. And I don't have all the answers, but I do know this case is like Warren Slaney's force us to confront these tough issues head on.
They make us question our assumptions, dig a little deeper, and demand more transparency.
Exactly. So for everyone listening, don't just take our word for it, or anyone's word for it, for that matter. Go out there, do your own research.
Read those court documents, look at the evidence, and come to your own conclusions.
Because that's what this is all about, encouraging critical thinking, sparking debate, and maybe even pushing for change where it's needed.
And who knows, maybe in the process, we can help ensure that justice is truly served, whatever that may look like.
Well said. And on that note, we're going to wrap up this deep dive. But hey, this conversation doesn't have to end here.
Not at all. Keep those questions coming, keep digging for answers, and most importantly, keep an open mind.
Because you never know what you might uncover.
You got that right. Until next time.
So today, we're really diving deep into a fascinating life, talking about Dougie Joyce. This is a guy who's gone from, well, you could say bare-knuckle boxing rings to boardrooms.
Yeah, he's moved on from the rougher side of Manchester to launching a whiskey brand.
It really is a fascinating change. You don't see a tough guy turned entrepreneur every day, and we're going to unpack it all.
Yeah, and the source we're working with here is Dougie's interview on the Criminal Connection podcast, and he does not hold back. You really get a feel for, like, the real person in this one.
Totally. He's really open about his past, even his time in prison. It gives us a lot to unpack about Dougie himself. Yeah, for sure. Dougie's story, it starts with a childhood that, well, he moved around a lot. He talks about growing up as a traveler, which, for those who don't know, that's what they call Irish traveler communities over in the UK, lived in caravans, then in council estates around Manchester.
Right, and I think that's super important, that background. It speaks to his toughness.
Yeah.
Those weren't easy situations to grow up in.
Yeah, and he talks about fighting, like, constantly. It was just, like, part of life. He even mentions being, like, pushed into bare-knuckle boxing as a kid, getting hit with a broomstick if he even hesitated.
I mean, that's rough. And you can see how it leads to that no-fear attitude he's known for.
Totally.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Dougie. He wasn't just, like, a brawler, He was actually talented, trained as an amateur boxer, even sparred with pros, and from what we hear, was about to go pro himself.
Yeah, that's a real turning point. You see a different path he could have taken.
Totally. But instead, he says family problems is what pulled him back. Doesn't get into details in the interview, but, you get this feeling that family's everything to Dougie.
Yeah, that loyalty is a huge theme for him. For better or worse, it seems like.
Yeah. And that loyalty, or maybe stuff surrounding it, landed him in prison. Multiple times, actually. Something like 8 different prisons. He talks about Forest Bank in Manchester like it's a job he worked at or something.
That's to think, right? About how prison affects people, if that kind of familiarity is, like, normal. That's a bit unsettling.
It is. But even in those situations, Dougie finds funny stuff. Like, he tells this story about being locked up with John Fury, Tyson Fury's dad. Apparently, John gave everyone nicknames. And the way Dougie tells it, the name he gave one inmate is just hilarious.
It's interesting, right? Finding humor in a place like that shows you something about Dougie, that's for sure.
And it's not like just jokes with Dougie,
Right.
He tells this other story about a poker game in prison, high stakes, and, well, it goes wrong.
As things tend to do in prison, yeah.
Exactly. Gets out of hand, arguments, and Dougie, well, he flips the table.
Sounds about right. Always had that temper.
Yeah, something like that. And, of course, it escalates. Ends with Dougie giving someone a pretty bad beating.
See, that's what I mean about that line he walks. Self-defense, sure, but also any disrespect, and he's ready to explode.
It's a good point. And it comes up again with his story about a guard, right?
Yeah.
This guard was known for being a real piece of work, pushing inmates too far.
And Dougie didn't back down, I'm guessing.
Nope. Violence again. You ever get the feeling with prison, it's like, it just makes things worse sometimes.
Absolutely. It's supposed to be rehab, but often you come out more ready to use your fists than ever.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, we got to talk about Dougie's family, because that's huge for him. Specifically, the Joyce family and, well, the GU gang in Manchester.
Ah, right. And his cousin, Colin David Joyce, he was major in that whole thing, ended up doing serious time.
Yeah. And for those who don't know GU, they were bad news. Drugs, guns, turf wars, the whole 9 yards. They were a big reason Manchester got called Gunchester back then.
It's scary how much power gangs can get. Affects the whole place.
For sure. And while Dougie's, open about his family, he's also trying to build something different for his own kids. He and his wife, Holly, they've got 3 daughters, another one on the way,
It's that classic struggle, right? The old life versus a new start, especially for your kids.
Yeah. And it's kind of like Manchester itself. Dougie talks about how it's changed, left gun violence since the Gunchester days. He figures it's the tougher policing, harsher sentences.
Yeah, but it's never that simple, is it? Like, have they really fixed the problems or just hidden them better?
Makes you think.
Definitely. And it's in this whole changing world, both for him and Manchester, that Dougie's trying to go legit, business-wise.
And I'm not talking small-time stuff.
Yeah.
This guy's diving in head first.
No kidding. Tell me more about this fight club of his.
So he's got this 3D fight club, right? It's a wild mix. Bare-knuckle boxing, MMA, the whole shebang. Like a, well, controlled way to settle scores, let's say.
Interesting. It's like he's channeling his past, but legally. Right.
Exactly. And then, get this, he's making whiskey. Joyce's Irish whiskey.
Hold on, seriously. Like, proper whiskey.
Oh, yeah. Premium stuff, double cast, even made in the same place as Conor McGregor's brand.
That's a bold move. He's going for it, huh?
No kidding. And just to top it off, he's even got a piece of a hangover cure company. Reset, they call it.
This guy's like a mini empire builder. You gotta admire the hustle.
Right, but here's the thing. You can't outrun your past, you know?
Yeah, some things have a way of catching up no matter how fast you run.
Exactly. And Dougie mentions this, Douglas, the guy he's got history with. Turns out he's related to that guy from the poker game gone wrong.
Figures. So, trouble's still lurking around.
Seems like it. And to make things even more interesting, he tells this crazy story about a car chase.
A car chase? What happened?
So he's out one night, right? And someone takes a shot at him.
No way. Is he okay?
He's fine. But the crazy part is, he's more worried about his dad finding out about the speeding ticket he got while, dodging bullets.
This guy. It's like danger is just part of his daily routine.
It's wild, right? Makes you wonder if he can ever really escape that life.
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Can you ever truly leave it all behind?
It's what makes his story so fascinating. He talks about wanting a normal life, family, business, peace, and quiet.
I mean, who wouldn't want that after everything he's been through?
Right. But you also sense that he misses the old days, even just a little. The adrenaline, the respect, that whole world.
It's the pull of the familiar, even when it's dangerous. It's a part of him,
It is. It's like he's pulled in two directions.
Mhm.
Wants to change, but the past is right there with him.
That's what makes this whole thing so compelling. It's not just Dougie's story. It's about all of us trying to figure out who we are, where we belong.
That's deep, man.
But it's true. And Dougie's story, it makes you think about second chances, about how society treats people who've made mistakes. It's bigger than just one guy,
Yeah, I feel that.
And you know what? We've only scratched the surface. Dougie's journey, it's got even more twists and turns.
Oh, really? Like what? So, where do we even go from there? It's like Dougie's stuck, Wants to be done with the old life, but it's still there, pulling him back in.
It's that shadow, right? Like no matter how far you run, some things just stick with you.
Totally. He's building this whole new life, but you can tell a part of him, it misses the excitement, the danger,
It's familiar. Even if it's dangerous, that familiarity's hard to shake. Plus, let's be real, guys like Dougie, there's a certain, appeal to that life. It's exciting from the outside.
Yeah, the whole bad boy thing. Even if he doesn't want that image anymore, it's still there.
Exactly. It's what makes this whole thing so interesting. You got danger, you got ambition, it's all mixed up.
And for us listening, even if we're not ex-boxers or whatever, it's relatable. Trying to be better, but the past is right there.
It's about all of us, really. Who we are, who we're trying to be, and Dougie, he just lays it all out there.
No kidding. Plus, you got to think about the whole Manchester thing. It's like they're both trying to change, him and the city.
Oh, that's a good point. Like, can a place outrun its past any easier than a person can?
Right. Dougie seems to think so, but he also knows it's not easy. Like he's tied to that old life somehow.
And that's the big question, isn't it? Who we are versus who we want to be, what we tell ourselves, what other people say we are. It's a lot.
It is. And to make things even more interesting, he says this thing at the end of the interview. It really stuck with me. He's like, it's like a tattoo on the back of me, pulling me straight back in.
Damn. That was like poetic or something. Stays with you,
No kidding. So what's the answer then? Dougie Joyce, is he going to end up back where he started?
That's the million-dollar question, and unfortunately, we don't have the answer. But look, his story, it makes you think, right? About second chances, about judging people, about how hard it is to really change.
It does. Dougie might not have all the answers, but he's definitely got us asking the questions.
Exactly. And that's sometimes all it takes, right? To get people thinking, to spark a conversation.
Well said. Well, on that note, I think we've done about all the diving we can do for one day.
I agree. Dougie Joyce, man, what a story.
To everyone listening, keep those questions coming, and we'll keep bringing you the deep dives you won't find anywhere else. Until next time.
All right, buckle up for this deep dive.
Oh, yeah.
Because we are heading straight into the underbelly of the British prison system with a man named Ray Hill. You wanted to understand the life of a career criminal. Well,
Yeah.
Ray spent nearly 30 years navigating that world, and he held absolutely nothing back in this interview.
He really didn't.
It's raw.
It's intense, and he paints a picture of prison life in the 70s and 80s. Honestly, it'll probably stay with you.
Yeah.
But to really grasp how someone becomes so ingrained in that life, we need to rewind all the way back to the beginning.
Okay, let's unpack this. Take us back to Ray's childhood.
He grew up in Acton, a district in West London, and it wasn't an easy start. Poverty was a constant companion. But the truly harrowing detail is the abuse that he suffered as a young child. Imagine being sent away at 5 or 6 years old, hoping for sanctuary, only to find more of the same horror in a children's home in Wales.
It's heartbreaking, and honestly, it makes you question how anyone could come out of that unscathed. How does that kind of trauma, especially at such a young age, factor into someone's life trajectory?
It's like a wound that never quite heals, you know? This kind of early trauma can lead to deep-seated anger, a fundamental distrust of others, and a real struggle to form healthy, stable relationships. It doesn't excuse criminal behavior, but it is crucial context.
Right, we're talking about understanding the roots, not justifying the action. So how did Ray first encounter the law?
His first brush with the justice system was as a young teenager, dabbling in petty theft. By 15, he found himself in Borstal. Think of it like a youth prison. But instead of rehabilitation, it was more like an introduction to the harsh realities of prison life.
He actually describes witnessing a brutal attack where a boy was slashed with razor blades embedded in toothbrushes. I mean, that's the stuff of nightmares.
That's exactly what criminologists call the school of crime effect. Instead of acting as a deterrent, these institutions, often overcrowded and lacking resources for rehabilitation, became breeding grounds for hardened criminals. Young offenders like Ray were exposed to a level of violence and criminal mentality that only solidified their path.
It's tragic, almost like the system backfired, pushing him further down the path it was meant to correct. So Borstal obviously didn't set him straight. Where does he go from there?
He ended up back in London and lands a job at Brentford Market, a bustling hub that, according to Ray, was riddled with criminal activity.
Markets, especially in struggling areas, often become fertile ground for that sort of thing, don't they? Lots of cash, merchandise, that sense of anonymity in the crowd.
Precisely. And for Ray, Brentford Market became his entry into a darker world. He talks about this guy, Colin Kell, a boxer with ties to the market's underbelly, who becomes a sort of volatile mentor figure in Ray's life.
It's that classic push and pull, isn't it? The allure of a mentor, the danger of someone entrenched in that life.
Absolutely. Colin showed Ray the ropes, both in terms of the criminal enterprises happening at the market and the brutal realities of that world. Their relationship was a whirlwind of loyalty and betrayal, a common thread in Ray's story, as you'll see.
So how does this mentorship, if you can call it that, impact Ray's trajectory? Does he go deeper into this criminal underworld?
He does. Ray even gets involved in a planned heist with a group from the market, targeting a man rumored to have a stash of gold. But like many of Ray's ventures, it ends in disaster.
Oh, what happened?
The heist quickly unravels, and in the ensuing chaos, Ray is arrested. He insists that he never hit a police officer at the scene, but his accomplice, Martin, throws him under the bus, claiming Ray was the one who attacked the officer.
Wow, that's cold. And that betrayal landed him an 18-year sentence.
That's right. While he had been inside Borstal, this sentence throws him headfirst into the brutal world of adult prisons, starting with Wormwood Scrubs.
I've heard stories about Wormwood Scrubs. It has a pretty grim reputation, even among prisons.
It's practically infamous. And in the 70s and 80s, when Ray was there, it was notorious for its harsh conditions. He describes rampant violence, this constant sense of threat, and a rigid power structure among inmates that dictated every aspect of life within those walls.
To make matters worse, he even crossed paths with the Cray twins while at Wormwood Scrubs. It's almost surreal, like something out of a gangster film.
It goes to show just how ingrained violence was in the very fabric of these prisons. The Crays, notorious London gangsters, held significant sway both inside and outside prison walls. Their presence was a constant reminder of the lawlessness that permeated even the most secure facilities. But their presence wasn't the only darkness lurking within those walls.
You're saying there were things even more disturbing than encountering the craze.
Ray witnessed acts of unimaginable cruelty between inmates. One incident in particular is particularly difficult to hear.
What happened?
Two Sri Lankan prisoners brutally assaulted a young girl, even infecting her with a sexually transmitted disease.
Oh my God, that's horrific.
It is, and tragically, Ray, still a teenager himself at this point, was recruited to help mete out their punishment.
Wait, he was forced to participate in the violence?
That's the thing, it wasn't presented as a choice. It highlights how easily the lines between victim and perpetrator blurred within those walls. Here was Ray, someone who had suffered horrific abuse, now caught up in this brutal system that demanded he inflict the same on others.
It's a vicious cycle, and it makes you think about the psychological impact. But you mentioned earlier that it wasn't all darkness and violence. What did you mean by that?
It's true. As grim as Ray's story gets, and believe me, it gets grimmer, there are these glimmers of humanity. Even in the most desolate places, people find ways to connect, to forge bonds.
It's strange to think about glimmers of humanity existing in a place like that. What form did these connections take?
Sometimes it was about mentorship, with a man named Peter Kelly. He took Ray under his wing and taught him the often unspoken rules of prison life. In a place like that, knowing the rules, even the unwritten ones, could be the difference between survival and becoming a target.
It's like a twisted social ecosystem with its own hierarchy and codes of conduct.
Exactly. And then there were those moments of camaraderie that emerged from the shared experience of confinement. One of the more, let's say, colorful anecdotes Ray shares involves a rather unique tradition.
Okay, this I've got to hear.
They call them parcels. Imagine this. Inmates, due to limited access to toilets and a desperate need for privacy, would defecate on newspapers, wrap them up, and toss them out the cell windows.
You're kidding. Parcels. That's both disgusting and strangely ingenious.
Right. It highlights the lengths they would go to in those conditions.
Yeah.
But it also speaks to that dark humor, that shared defiance that helped them cope.
It's these kinds of details that truly give you a feel for what life was like on the inside. But back to those darker moments you mentioned, Ray also crossed paths with some notorious figures, didn't he?
He did. He recounts encountering Graham Young, the infamous poisoner. He describes him as an unassuming man, quietly occupying the cell next to his. However, Ray kept hearing this incessant clicking noise coming from Young's cell each night.
It's funny, in a macabre kind of way, because when I hear clicking sound in prison, I think of someone meticulously filing away at their bars trying to escape.
Well, in a strange twist, the clicking was coming from a typewriter. Graham Young, a convicted murderer, was allowed a typewriter in his cell to write his life story.
Wow, I can't imagine that happening today. It speaks volumes about the different attitudes towards rehabilitation or perhaps even morbid fascination with notorious criminals back then.
Precisely. And Ray's reaction is interesting. He was less concerned with Young's writing and more focused on getting his tobacco back. The guards had confiscated it because, poison.
Right, wouldn't want to give a convicted poisoner easy access to more tools of the trade, I suppose.
Exactly. But this brings us to a turning point in Ray's journey. Albany Prison and a fateful encounter with an inmate they called Tank.
Okay, that nickname alone doesn't sound promising. What went down at Albany?
It started with something as seemingly trivial as a disagreement over leftover breakfast eggs in the prison kitchen. But this minor spat escalated dramatically, plunging Ray into the darkest chapter of his imprisonment.
It's amazing how quickly things could go south in those environments. Something as simple as eggs could ignite a powder keg.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Tank was not someone to trifle with. He was a force in the prison hierarchy. The confrontation over the eggs was just the spark. What followed was a terrifying display of escalating violence.
What will happen?
Ray was jumped by Tank and his crew. Later, they attacked him in his cell. He was stabbed, but he managed to fight back, which unfortunately only fueled the fire. It all culminated in a brutal showdown between Ray and Tank.
It's hard to imagine the level of desperation that would lead to such a confrontation.
Survival often trumps reason in those circumstances. Ray, thankfully, lived to tell the tale. He describes grabbing a heavy block of wood during the fight and bringing it down on Tank's head, splitting it open.
It's a grim victory, though, isn't it?
It was. While it momentarily subdued Tank, it cemented Ray's status as a problem, someone who needed to be brought down a peg or two, or 10. And the methods they used were straight out of a nightmare.
This is where the story takes an even darker turn, right? I've heard about the brutal tactics used in those days to break prisoners.
You're right. Ray described being forcibly injected with powerful sedatives, beaten unconscious, and then shuffled between prisons. The constant disorientation, the lack of control, was a calculated form of psychological torture.
I can only imagine the feeling of utter helplessness, of being completely at the mercy of a system that seemed determined to break him.
Exactly. And they didn't stop there. Ray described being strapped into straitjackets, hosed down with cold water, and left for hours in solitary confinement. The sensory deprivation, the sleep deprivation, the deliberately disgusting food, it was all part of the systematic effort to strip him of his sense of self.
Solitary confinement is considered cruel and unusual punishment these days, and rightfully so. The psychological toll it takes is well documented.
You can only imagine what that kind of prolonged isolation, compounded by the physical abuse, did to Ray.
Where did this brutal treatment ultimately land him?
He ended up in the segregation unit at Winchester Prison, a place he would later describe as the most harrowing experience of his entire sentence.
Winchester, what was it about that specific prison that made it so horrific?
The segregation unit was designed for sensory deprivation and focused abuse. Picture a cell stripped bare, just a concrete bed and a heavy, padded mattress. And that mattress wasn't for comfort.
Oh, God. Don't tell me they.
They did. The guards would use that mattress to beat him, sometimes multiple times a day. It was a way to inflict maximum pain while minimizing visible injuries.
It makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. This wasn't discipline. It was calculated torture. Did no one intervene? Did anyone try to help it?
It seems his saving grace, ironically, was his mother. When she couldn't get information from the prison system about Ray's whereabouts or condition, she started raising hell. She contacted everyone she could think of, demanding answers, demanding to know what they were doing to her son.
It's amazing how often it takes someone on the outside, someone tirelessly fighting for justice, to make the system even acknowledge basic human rights.
It's both tragic and inspiring. And in Ray's case, it seems his mother's tenacity may have saved his life. The authorities eventually transferred him out of Winchester to Chelmsford Prison.
Okay, so a change of scenery. Was Chelmsford any better than Winchester?
It was a different world compared to the horrors of Winchester. Don't get me wrong, Chelmsford was still a high-security facility, but it offered Ray a sliver of respite, a chance to catch his breath and reclaim some semblance of normalcy.
What was different about it? How did the environment, the atmosphere compare?
Ray talks about Chelmsford having a slightly more relaxed atmosphere. He could engage in activities like weightlifting and had more opportunities to interact with other inmates, forming genuine connections. Some for better, some for worse. It was also at Chelmsford where he crossed paths with a fascinating cast of characters.
Oh, like who?
He met Jimmy Tibbs, the famed boxing trainer. There was Ronnie Bender, a bank robber who spent his days in deep meditation, practicing something called astral projection.
Astral projection. Now that's a new one for me.
It's a practice that aims to project your consciousness outside of your physical body. I guess when you're stuck in prison, exploring other realms holds a certain appeal.
I can see how that would be appealing in that situation. Who else did he encounter?
Oh, and we can't forget Tony Lawrence, an enforcer for the notorious Richardson gang.
It's incredible the characters he kept crossing paths with, like a real-life lockup documentary.
That's an apt comparison. But it wasn't all doom and gloom at Chelmsford. Ray had a knack for finding himself in the middle of the most bizarre situations.
Like what?
He tells this story about a group of inmates who somehow managed to sneak a cow into the prison.
A cow? You can't be serious. What did they do with a cow in prison?
Honestly, the logistics of getting a cow past prison security are beyond me. But it just goes to show the lengths people would go to for a taste of the outside world. Or maybe just a good laugh. He also witnessed the Sex Pistols performing a concert for the prisoners.
Wow. A punk rock concert in a high-security prison. That must have been a sight to see.
Right. These anecdotes, while seemingly random, paint a picture of prison life in all its absurdity.
It's like a bizarre social experiment. You put all these people from different walks of life with different stories and motivations into this pressure cooker environment, and these strange, unexpected things happen.
Exactly. But even in the relative calm of Chelmsford, violence was never far away. Ray tells a chilling story about a fellow inmate, George Wilkinson, a notorious hostage taker.
Okay, hostage taker. That sounds ominous. What happened?
Wilkinson had a reputation for being unpredictable, fueled in part by the heavy medications he was on for both physical and mental ailments. Ray, because of his size and reputation, was tasked with keeping an eye on Wilkinson, making sure he didn't cause any trouble. But Things took a dark turn one day in the prison TV room.
What happened?
Wilkinson, in a drug-induced state, lashed out, creating a chaotic scene that quickly escalated into a violent confrontation with the guards.
So much for Chelmsford being a break from the constant threat of violence. It sounds like that was just an illusion.
It highlights that even in those moments of relative peace, that underlying tension, that potential for chaos, never truly went away.
So what happened to Ray after Chelmsford?
He was transferred again, this time to Jonesworth Prison.
Another prison, another chapter in his story. What was Jonesworth like?
Well, according to Ray, Jonesworth offered a more relaxed environment compared to the others. He talks about having the opportunity to play rugby, pursue hobbies, and experience a degree of freedom within the prison walls that he hadn't encountered elsewhere.
It's remarkable how each prison had its own distinct character, its own rhythm, its own set of rules.
It's true. And navigating those nuances was as crucial to survival as understanding the prison system itself. And even amidst the harsher realities, those moments of humor, of camaraderie, persisted.
Oh, what kind of moments?
He tells this hilarious story about playing a prank on a fellow inmate by putting cow manure in his water bucket.
Cow manure! I'm simultaneously disgusted and impressed. Where on earth did he even find cow manure in prison?
We may never know. But it speaks to that dark humor, that ability to find light in the darkest of places. That defined his spirit.
It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, I suppose, finding reasons to laugh even when surrounded by such bleak circumstances.
Exactly. But just when it seems like Ray might find a semblance of peace, even within the confines of Jonesworth, disaster struck.
What kind of disaster?
A fire broke out, engulfing Jonesworth in a terrifying inferno.
A prison fire. That's everyone's worst nightmare.
Absolutely. Ray described it as absolute chaos. Smoke billowing through the cell blocks, alarms blaring, inmates scrambling for safety as the fire raged. It's a stark reminder of the ever-present danger, the fragility of life within those walls.
The chaos, the fear, the uncertainty. It's hard to even fathom what that must have been like.
It was a stark reminder that no matter how relaxed a prison might seem, it could descend into chaos in an instant.
So what happened in the aftermath of the fire? Where did they send Ray?
After the fire, he was transferred yet again. And in a twist of fate, he found himself back where it all began. Wormwood Scrubs.
Wormwood Scrubs. Back to square one.
It was a full-circle moment that underscored the cyclical nature of his journey. But this time, something was different. Years had passed. He had endured unimaginable hardships, witnessed unspeakable acts, and somehow managed to retain some semblance of hope. And it was at Wormwood Scrubs, after all those years, that Ray finally got his release.
1979, right? It was the dawn of a new decade, and Ray Hill, once a troubled youth caught in the relentless churn of the justice system, was finally stepping back into the world. Did he express any feelings about being released? Relief. Fear.
Well, just before the interview ends, Ray utters a rather chilling statement. He says, "My street fighting started when I came out."
Street fighting. That's ominous. It's like after all he'd endured, all those attempts to break him, to rehabilitate him, he was right back where he started. Or maybe, as he suggests, it was only the beginning.
That's the question that lingers, isn't it? Did prison change him, rehabilitate him? Or did it simply forge a more hardened version of the young man who first walked through those gates all those years ago?
It really does make you wonder, was prison just a holding pen for him, just waiting for him to become, well, a more hardened criminal ready for life outside?
Yeah, it's the question, isn't it? And there's no easy answers with Ray's story. Here's what we know. His story, it doesn't end with him just quietly fading away after release. He walks out of Wormwood Scrubs. And boom, right back into the thick of it.
Wow.
Only this time. Well, he's older now. He's seen more, done more, battle-hardened after years in the brutal reality of the British prison system.
So what about his life after prison? Does he fall back into old habits or try to make a fresh start?
That's where the second part of Ray's story kicks off. Yeah. And let me tell you, it's a wild ride. He comes out of prison with a network, right? Some contacts, some legit, some, well, let's say deep in the criminal world. And as you can imagine...
Oh, I can only imagine.
Things get messy.
I bet they do. Knowing Ray, I can only imagine the situations he found himself in. I gotta ask, without spoiling anything, is there any hope in this second part? Or is it just as dark and gritty as the first?
Well, I don't want to ruin the ending for you. But let's just say, Ray's life... It never strays too far from the shadows. It's a world where good and bad, they get kind of blurry. Loyalty, it's like a currency, constantly changing value, and violence.
Yeah.
always bubbling under the surface.
That's intense. I can't wait to dig into that next chapter. But for now, before we wrap up this deep dive into Ray Hill's life, his time in the British prison system, is there one last thought? A question, maybe? Something you want to leave our listeners with as they think about this incredible story?
Ray's story reminds us that sometimes there's a really fine line between being the victim and becoming the perpetrator. Makes you think. How much of who we are is because of what happens to us? And how much is just, our own choices? Can someone who's lived with so much violence, both on the receiving end and dishing it out, ever really change? Ever find redemption? Tough questions, no easy answers. But they're the questions we got to ask ourselves, especially when we think about the justice system, right? And that blurry line between justice and revenge.
Man, it's given me a lot to think about. Ray's story, it stays with you. A real reminder of the human cost of crime, of punishment, and just how strong the human spirit can be, even facing things you can't even imagine.